Told my boss that I'm done. Had no luck with my mom. Say, what will you do with your life? You know it's hard to survive. A cigar in my mouth. Maybe guilty but proud. Now I'm an outlaw on the run. Dangerous but it's so fun. Running, running low. Hold on, don't let go. Running, running low. Keep running low.
Hello one, hello all, and welcome in to another scheduled day of LPL action over here on the LPL English unofficial Twitch channel as we get a full day of Group Ascend coming to your guys, is serving you up hot and ready. It will, of course, be myself, Leo Silverman, joined by the one, the only Bloxer, to take us through today's action. And, well, Bloxer, we start today on diametric sides of a certain group here with our first matchup. How you feeling about WE taking on Top Esports?
This one should be a really interesting matchup. It's got implications going forward. Both of these teams really want wins, but for very different reasons, right? WE, they need to scrape themselves up off of the bottom of Group Ascend. Top Esports, they don't want to lose. They don't want to lose a single series this time around. And as a team that keeps performing really highly during these regular seasons, but they get a lot of questions for them going into playoffs and moving into things like internationals, having an undefeated split would be really good for them moving on forward.
Without a doubt, Bloxer. And there's also some very fun Split 3-centric historical ramifications of this matchup that we'll get into and more. But before we dive a little bit too much further into our first matchup of the day, it's important as always to remind us where the standings currently are in Split 3 of the LPL. Bloxer, you talked about Top Esports at the top, WE at the bottom of Group Ascend. But taking in both groups, are there any other teams that stand out to you so far?
Well, I mean, everybody has got to have eyes on EDG at the moment. If you flick through any stats that we've got for these two groups combined, EDG are just straight up at the top. 4 of their 5 members are topping charts in things like damage, in things specifically like KDA. They're just not dying. They are crushing their way through Nirvana, and that could have implications for the teams that we're looking at here today. The last place team out of Group Ascend will be facing that top team from Group Nirvana when we get into those last chance qualification matchups, and EDGWE right now, in current form, I don't know, I'd be taking EDG.
Yeah, that's such a fun thing to talk about, Bloxer, because I said this earlier, and when it came to Split 2 play-ins, it was the consensus here for at least us at the LPL English was, yeah, some of these series maybe a Nirvana team takes a single game out of the best of 5 matchups, but nobody had any of these Nirvana teams actually making it to the playoffs, and none of them did. This time around, it's already shaping up to be a lot more spicy than that, like you mentioned with Edward Gaming. But speaking on the play-ins that transitioned into Split 2 playoffs, if you remember from last Rumble stage in Split 2, we always did that last time round thing. We'll go back to it once we get through one stage of the round robins and Group Ascend. But now, we have the unique opportunity with our matchup today to go, what happened last time playoffs round with this matchup? And to start that, we'll look at the playoff bracket as you all know, with AL crowning themselves as Split 2 champions. But Bloxer, the focus for today comes a lot earlier in that lower bracket.
Yeah, way earlier than anybody really would have expected. TES, they obviously take out FPX to top things off, and then things go wrong for them. BLG loss, well, you know, BLG, they were revitalized, Beitron comes in, things are interesting, but maybe not the end of the world. The fact that they lose to WE, though, was crazy. I remember that when we were looking at this matchup and we were having to do our predictions as a staff, I don't know, I was kind of feeling WE at this point. And they came through. It was an incredibly close series. It was such a fun one to watch. Just genuinely baffling to see TES, a team who'd just gone to first stand. Yeah, they've not had the best international performance, but whatever. All of a sudden, lose in round 2 of the playoffs to WE. Genuinely shocking scenes.
Yeah, Bloxer, I'm not gonna. I don't have the predictions in front of me to call you out, and hey, I'll just give you credit for being behind WE a bit earlier. Me personally, even if TES was kind of a struggling team, I didn't think they'd win this series. I didn't think it'd go 5 games. It's hard to remember with hindsight that WE was like this rocket team that had this awesome run through the lower bracket, but this wasn't just the start of it. There wasn't a ton of hype behind them, and yeah, like you called out, this series goes 5 games. Obviously, a lot of attention, deservedly so, in this series went towards Monkey, what he did to, kind of kickstart a lot of these fights, be really proactive in the early game. And all the Vampire lovers out there, I got to give you some flowers for how he performed in a couple of big games in this series. We're not going to talk about this clip in Game 3 where he totally turbo throws a fight for Top Esports. But for me, it was also interesting to see was, I think Taeyun outperformed Jackie Love in this series, a sentence I never thought I'd be saying in the year 2025.
Absolutely not. I mean, it was a really, really good look out of WE's bot lane, which hadn't really what we've been talking about. Absolutely. When people were talking about this team, it was that Monkey was dragging the corpse of WE through these games and making them win games. Whereas they got into this series, and all of a sudden, Taeyun was popping off, and Vampire was looking good. They were doing well for themselves in the laning phase, which is something they hadn't been doing previously, and then getting into these team fights, actually in decent spots all of a sudden, and being able to carry that momentum through these team fights. Outperforming Jackie Love is no easy feat, and the fact Taeyun was able to do that back then is brilliant. Whether or not they're going to be able to carry that on, though, into this split, yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a different story. We'll dive into that and more, but we got some more formalities to get through, of course, Bloxer, and that will be formally introducing our home team for tonight's matchup, which would be Team WE in their own arena. The roster we've already been talking about a bit, but you know them. Going to go through them nonetheless. Cube on the top side, Monkey in the jungle, Karis mid lane, Taeyun and Vampire to round out that bot side. And like you kind of already been alluding to, Bloxer, roster doesn't change much for Team WE. I would say stylistically, or maybe, keeping some cohesion-wise, maybe what the big change has been for WE in their 0-4 start to Split 3.
It just hasn't looked good for them. All of a sudden, they come into this split with quite high expectations on their backs after what they were able to do. Nobody was expecting them to make it to MSI. I don't think anybody was disappointed in them not making it to MSI. And so they were coming into this split with people feeling incredibly good about them. And they just haven't been able to put it together. They've looked like a team that's just not been able to communicate properly. They've been going for weird fights. They've been losing their individual lanes. And I think that, for me, has been the real killer. They're not getting ahead individually, and then maybe they can find these big team fights. I think when they do find wins, it's because they find these massive team fights all of a sudden and they're able to carry their momentum on. But in a lot of situations, they're just too far behind at the point at which they're even getting there.
Yeah, that is the, kind of golden goose of this argument for Bloxer. I'm glad you pointed out was, the shaky lanes, especially the solo lanes, was already kind of a problem and was something that WE did a decent job hiding behind the fact that they were all on the same page about team fighting and all on the same page about when to skirmish. And a lot of that does, there's a couple of reasons why it hasn't been working recently. I don't want to put all the blame on Monkey and Vampire, who on the tape that we're going to look at now have, kind of thrown themselves a little too far forward a lot of the times. They're the ones always starting the fight, so when they go forward, it kind of looks ugly for them because your head scratching being like, off rip. Oh, why are they out of position? Why do they start these fights here? But it's also the rest of the team just not being on the same page. Some of it's also draft, like these, if you're going to draft a scaling AD carry for Taeyun that needs time on, you can't really be forcing a ton of early skirmishes. If you got this rise we're seeing from Karis, it's hard for him to get very active early game. There's a lot of things that can kind of cause these issues, and we didn't see it happen in the Split 2 playoffs, but that's why miracle runs are what they are. Sometimes everything clicks at the right time. Right now, it's all out of sorts.
Exactly, and hey, this is a team that we've seen multiple times, right, have shaky starts and begin to pull things back together. You wouldn't expect it after they were able to already pull things together. They don't make any changes, so you're thinking, hey, they could just keep rolling this one on through, but it happens, and I'm hoping that they can get their feet back under them, because when they win, when this team does make it work, their playstyle is incredibly fun, but it is very much going to be on them to either rein Monkey in, or to just find themselves in a situation where they just play the early game. He doesn't have an off switch, I don't think, and I think trying to force him into playing slower is going to hurt this team. They just need to accept, hey, I know the meta is kind of late game at the moment, but we can't play that meta, let's play our style.
On the other side of this, though, on the matchup and also stylistically, when it comes to the roster, we're talking about Top Esports. We'll introduce them formally. They have not kept the same roster, unlike WE, and they, I would say, have solved a lot of their issues instead of reverting back to some of them. We'll talk more about that. First, though, Top Esports as you know them, 369 on the top side, Kanavi in the jungle, Cream mid lane, Jackie Love, and the newest addition, Hong at support. The 4-0 team, the only undefeated team so far in Group Ascent, only undefeated team in the LPL, alongside Edward Gaming.
And they have looked really, really hot coming on in. And it's not just that they're winning their series, they're winning games right here. That's the difference between them and a Weibo, who we'll talk about later, where there's a lot of 2-1s. Top Esports, they are dismantling their opponents, and they've looked incredibly good doing it. It's been really fun to watch this Top Esports that looks kind of revitalized, right? Like you said, they bring in themselves a new support, and that usually isn't the catalyst that changes everything around. You usually think of that as being either a mid laner or a jungler, being able to just completely change the makeup of a team, but hey, he's looked really, really good, and it seems to, more than anything, have revitalized Jackie Love. Jackie Love has been popping off recently.
Exactly. We saw splashes of this in Split 2. There were always those vintage Jackie Love games, but I'm glad that you tied Jackie Love's performance into Hong's ability to kind of unlock it. Because one, and yes, this is coming from an AD carry player of all people, support the ceiling of an AD carry will always be handicapped by the support play you get. That's why they're in a lane together. They're always tied at the hip. But more importantly, I think it's really helped just clean up the laning for Top Esports. Because Jackie Love was always Split 2 a player where if he was comfortable enough, you know, in the early to mid game, those early rotations, he was on point. He would get to those late game team fights where he would just do what we know Jackie Love to do best. But it was hard to get to that point. Right now, in the small sample size, Hong has really helped kind of ease Jackie Love through these early games, especially in a meta right now, Bloxer, that's more and more dominated by superscalers, as we've seen a lot more Sivir games especially come along.
Absolutely. People are loving the late game. Like you said, Sivir has been the main one, but you're also seeing an increasing number of Smolders. You're seeing Senna pop up more and more. And to be able to buck that trend and go for these early aggressive lanes, I think is really fun. It unlocks Jackie Love. Again, like we've been saying, if you can get yourself a bit of an advantage during the laning phase, it makes it so much easier to then have those pop-off performances in the team fights. But it's not just this bot lane that's been revitalized right here for TES. It feels like almost everybody's playing at that next level. I'd like to specifically also look at Cream and what he's been able to do, especially on these more enabling picks in the mid lane. The Azir, the Orianna is what I'm thinking. He has been finding some massive ultis, again, setting Jackie Love up for success and finding his own. And
of course, you know, I know Alk Battery Dimitri isn't here. He's probably somewhere in the shadows around the stream, as he always is, keeping us on point. But 369 has been otherworldly this split as well, especially on those tanks. He's just looked so on point, decimating a lot of those team fights. But we kind of already talked about him a little bit. It's time to kind of spotlight Hong alongside, obviously, Vampire. So we've got a nice little head-to-head to compare how these two guys have looked so far this split. Two players that, in Split 2, I would say were much closer in rankings, you know, when it comes to, in my mind, maybe a lot of people around here definitely had Vampire above for how they performed in Split 2. Right now, the stats are a bit opposed to those storylines.
Yeah, I mean, it's an unfair comparison almost. It's a mean comparison to put these two directly opposite each other, because I think Hung has looked incredibly good, and Vampire, he's had a bit of a return to the performances we saw from him in Split 1 and that we saw from him in the Split 2 placements. Split 2 proper, that's where he was able to begin to really get his footing halfway through that split, and into the playoffs he was looking better and better and better, and I was beginning to come around on the guy. You know, I'd come in to Split 2 pretty low on him. He had a truly horrific performance on the Nautilus during the placements that it dented my opinion of him for a good while, but it was coming back. It was looking better and better, but unfortunately he just has not been putting it together. And I think here in this matchup specifically, you do not want to be giving a massive advantage over to Hung and then to Jackie Love, because they will rip your heads off with it.
And I do want to explain those stats a little bit further. The one stat you saw there, the CTR percentage. The only reason I want to educate all you guys at home was because I, you know, to be truthful here, had to be educated myself by Kelsey, one of our admin team, on exactly what CTR percentage stands for. That was counter pick percentage. So how often the support was drafted a counter pick against their opponent. Hong is fourth place, obviously. So a lot of the times TES have made it important that he feels comfortable in the support matchup. That has not been the case for Vampire a lot, and also, you know, may add a little bit more to the fire that Vampire hasn't been put in spots to perform to the levels like you talk about from Split 2 proper.
Yeah, exactly. It just has not really been working out for them down in that bottom lane at all, and that really worries me. I mean, there's a lot of worries coming into this matchup just because these teams, they've had very different times of it so far in the split, but I don't know that you can win properly through this bottom lane right here. As WE, where you're going to have to find your proper performances is, as always, through Monkey, and then potentially through Cube when he gets his pick. He has won every single game. They've put him on the Scion. That's the only time
Three
that
games
they've won
only, though.
games.
Yeah, which is 3 games, right? They've won
Yeah.
3 games, all split long. Well, let's see if WE can add to that title. You heard Bloxer allude to it a little bit earlier. WE, when it came to split 2 proper, were the kings of hot and cold streaks. So it is not too much surprising to see them 0-4, but still nonetheless alarming for any team in Group Ascend that does not have Thunder Talk and NIP to beat up on anymore like we saw just a split ago. Maybe we'll see if the home crowd will help them out as both of our teams make it out to the home stadium of Team WE. But Top Esports, like we talked about, maybe in their best form ever since we saw them in Split 1 playoffs.
Yeah, exactly. They've been looking better and better and better, and this is really exciting. I think it's unfortunate for TES at this point that nobody trusts them. It doesn't really matter what they do here in these group stages. I think even if they were to win every single matchup, I still wouldn't fully trust them going on forwards. Would you?
I mean, no, it's not a nonsense thing to say whatsoever,
Yeah.
because you just there's too much variance with this team. If they won every single series, obviously my thoughts would shift somewhat. I do think it's important to mention, like you did earlier, that the first Top Esports series I was on, I believe it was their second one. We talked about the king of game 3s. They played them the most game 3s of Split 2 proper, and they actually won 90% of them.
Yeah.
The reason why we're so much higher on them right now, partially, is they have started to buck that trend. They have not been in as many game 3s. They've been convincingly sweeping 2-0 opponents. And Blocks are safe to say for both of us, this is a spot where we expect them to do just that once more.
Yes, very much. When you're looking at matchups, it's always hard to predict in Group Ascend. There's a reason that we've split these 2 groups apart. It means that the teams at the top are some of the best that we've got at the moment. That being said, you're still looking at WE and thinking it's a really, really tough mountain to climb right here to be able to overcome Top. Honestly, from WE, them being able to pick themselves up a game versus Top Esports would give me a little bit of extra hope for them, especially if they can do it in convincing fashion, if they can do it off of the Scion for Cube as well, buck that trend too, and show us that, yeah, they can pick up wins. But wins individually here are not enough. WE, they have been able to pick up 3 for themselves, right? So in their 4 series, they've been able to at least grab 1 versus most of their opponents. Grabbing 1 here, again, it helps, but it still doesn't pull them off of the bottom of the standings. And yeah, we've got a long, long split here, right? We've got so many teams. We've got a long while for them to play through this double round robin, and we know that they can get themselves onto a hot streak at some point. Starting it with Top Esports would be a great way to begin it, but I would not like to lead anyone astray by thinking that, yeah, this should be anything but a 2-0 for Top Esports.
Just present the information like we have Bloxer and let people come to their own deductions. That's always the safer route you can go as a caster. I'm glad you're exercising that caution. We're going to run our way, though, into this Game 1 draft shortly, as we do see Team WE on that blue side. And I'm glad you brought up the Scion point for Cube, because it's funny, right? Undefeated when Cube picks Scion. They are on blue side. But if I had to say who's the best Scion player right now in the LPL, there's a lot of picks because you have to play Scion in this current meta. My pick would 100% still be 369.
Yeah, I mean, he's been on an absolute pop-off performance, and I think it's a great credit to Top Esports that we haven't had a lot of time to talk about him, because so many other people on his team have been popping off. I think as a top laner, that's where you want to be. You want your mid laner and your bot laner to be having the best players of their career. And yeah, you would also like to get a couple of these fancy aggressive picks, a couple Fiora games and a Aurelia game maybe to rip some heads off, but if your team is winning because you play Scion more just better than anybody else, and then your bot and mid lane are popping off, they're going to be very happy with that one. But also, into this matchup with Cube has had some of these laning phase struggles too, so if 369 does want to play something a little bit more aggressive, this could be a pretty interesting opportunity to pull it out.
Well, won't be able to do that with the Gwen, as that will be one of the bans. Good to see Team WE, who I also accidentally misled all you at home. Team WE is actually on the red side. That being said, though, they are banning away the classic B1 blue sides. Gwen, Varus. Maybe see a Rumble come out here. If you want to take away like an Azir, you could go for that as well. Couple of spots by this point. The Trundle ban on the other side for TES is unique. but right into Monkey's wheelhouse as well.
Yeah.
So 2 bans go towards Monkey's side. Question for you, Bloxer, is what are you expecting to be left up here the top esports are going to like as the Azir, hey, Colorcaster point for Slayer does come off the board.
Yeah, not surprised that one goes away. I mean, in terms of things you're now leaving open that people have really enjoyed picking up early, the Pantheon, the Vi, all of these just aggressive early game-based junglers have been all over the meta at the moment, and I can see Kanavi just wanting to lock one of those in. The Pantheon, it's been the highest pick ban that we've had in the entirety of this Split 3 so far, and it's the sort of pickup that he loves because it means he can then put his laners ahead. He can get involved early. You're not stuck in the jungle on the Lilia for the first 12 minutes, not being able to impact the map.
Our Split 2 MVP looking to get himself in a comfortable position, but why not, right? Yeah, okay, so...
If they're gonna give it to you.
So one thing's going to happen here. We're going to see Top Esports drop a game to WE, which rarely is going to happen, or we're going to see Cube lose his win streak on Sion. The win streak for WE, like we mentioned, on Sion. Beefy we're getting already here, as Monkey's going to go towards this Skarner. So a ton of frontline and a decent amount of playmaking between Monkey and Cube already for WE.
And this Skarner is something that has been falling off since Split 1, where we had it almost 100% pick banned. It's been getting less and less priority as we've been moving on, but it's something Monkey absolutely loves, and I love to see him on it, like you said, very tanky. I think I'd also like to see this Orianna locked in right here for Karis. You're gonna get bullied around by Cream. Karis' laning phase has been the weakest part of his game, and I think the weakest part of the overall WE look that we've seen recently, and so putting him as something that can just sit back, absorb pressure, and then give you a little bit of extra ball delivery into the backline, extra tankiness, extra aggression on your other carries, that should be good. Still, if I'm Cream right here, looking at the fact Karis has just locked in the Orianna, I'm feeling great about this lane. I'm now not under threat from anything. I can play whatever I want.
That's why the Akali ban's really good here from WE. Cream would love to pick the Akali into this Orianna and slam it. On the other side, though, what does TES want to ban away? The easy answer is safe Taeyun champions. I think they should be taking away super scalers. I think you need to take away sustained damage, because double tank in top and jungle with an Orianna in the mid lane, that's just burst and frontline. So there's nowhere for real sustained damage to come across yet. Taeyun has to be the answer there in that category, as we see Cream draw 2 bans onto 2 of his most played champions so far in 2025.
Not surprising, you really do need to try to isolate Karis away from the aggression that Cream can pull through. But TES, with the Lovers duo with the Pantheon, they're already indexing pretty early on into this game. You know, you can play this bot lane very aggressive, you can potentially give Cream something very aggressive as well, and with Cube here on the Sion, you're not particularly worried about getting bullied around by this Sion. As much as Cube's looked great, he's looked good during the team fights, so you can play your map very open right here as TES. You can index into whichever of these lanes you really want to aggress onto here as Kanavi. I think he's been put in a very comfortable position, and again, I can understand why you want to give the Ezreal over to Taeyun, but this is just more and more safety picks that don't necessarily take over any of these lanes.
Does answer the sustained damage question, though, I will say that, and I do like Ezreal into compositions that aren't super beefy, because he does struggle with tanks. This is, bruisers and, secondary slippery support engage tools. The Victor coming through here for Cream, that should already scream out to Monkey, all right, I know what lane I should try and play for. I know who I should try and put behind, trying to punish Cream. Also kind of helps alleviate the Karis problem. But you called it out, Bloxer. 369 has counterpick on blue side, a rarity for a lot of these teams.
Yeah.
He likes he's confident, he's on top of his game, and he's going to take the Sion into an Aatrox matchup that is terrifying if you're a WE fan.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a very, very open TES draft. They're going to be incredibly happy with the pieces they've been able to grab for themselves, and there's a lot of lanes that you can now play around here as Kanavi. You don't have to worry too much about Cream on the Victor. You do have to worry a little bit about Monkey ganking him. You're absolutely right on that one, but otherwise, Kanavi, he can go gank topside if you want to try to get 369 ahead. Otherwise, I think he's more than happy to just allow 369 to play that lane himself, and you can focus all your attention down into the bottom side, get Jackie Love ahead, put him into a position to carry, as has been so good for TES. For WE, they've got bits that I like. I like the poke, I like the fact that they've got some really beefy frontline champions, but I don't know how much any of these lanes are going to win for themselves individually, and that makes it hard for Monkey to play this game.
It's really all bot lane, right? Like you pick the Karma Ezreal, the double range to get some priority on the lane there. But that's a good highlight. There's not a lot of avenues for Monkey to do what he did best in Split 2 playoffs and what we'd like to see him get back to, which is running amok in the early game. Again, though, not on one of his, patent carry champions either. Still a very good Skarner player, but I'm with you. definitely favoring the top esports draft because they can execute through their solo lanes, being in a much stronger spot and scaling into the later phase. But all that is just hearsay until we get onto the Rift and see how things play out here. And of course, as we have double group ascending day here at Bloxer, we don't have to worry about the new status quo here at LPL English, which is implementing our own gyos when the gyos are lackluster. As we head to Summoner's Rift, we will welcome in the LPL tradition very soon, the gyos, for our first series of the day between two teams on the opposite sides of the standings, looking to stay afloat if you're WE or continue dismantling weaker opponents in a 8-team group ascend. It all comes down to this, Bloxer, as we kick it off.
This one's so exciting. For WE, it really is hopefully the beginning of something exciting for them, but will they be able to actually come out on top? Will they be able to channel that Split 2 playoffs energy and beat out a top esports that looks, on paper, significantly stronger than they are? Definitely underdogs, but hey, WE, they've been put down before, and they always get back up.
See if the home crowd can lift them up a bit as we are on to Summoner's Rift. Ooh, it sounds like we do have a bit of a split crowd because there are a lot of top esports fans that have made the trek, but home arena provides its benefits, so that's going to be very fun as this series goes on, especially if we have a close one. While we brought in the gyos, though, we did see a bit of a late overload from WE onto that bot side, but 369 was able to keep himself safe and will return back towards that top lane. Just a couple of discovery wards placed down into the classic chickens. Nothing else really standing out so much of the fact that Kanavi and Monkey will be pathing opposite, mirroring each other once these minions start to crash into their lanes.
I think it's very interesting right now that Kanavi's actually going to be working his way up towards the top side of the map. He's going to be fully spotted out, so that's nice information right here for WE to have. We're not going to be wondering where it is that Kanavi's at. And the fact that he's heading up towards top side could indicate that he wants to just get involved in the lane with 369, or he maybe just wants to get himself a nice quick clear upwards and then get himself back down towards the bottom side of the map where we're expecting a lot of the skirmishing to be.
We talked about this bottom lane, though, we thought would be pretty skirmish heavy, and actually pretty impressive to see Jackie Love and Hong put up decent HP bar trades into this Karma Ezreal lane that should be much more potent level 1. Hello, Kanavi. Wow, what an invade here. Monkey was completely stunned, not expecting to see a Pantheon towards his Krugs, and he has to burn his flash, drop a couple of the Krugs. He has to drop his red buff as well. His Hong is going to take a ton of harass and have to burn his own flash. Throwing down early on here, just 2.5 minutes in between our squads.
Absolutely, this has been an explosive early game right at the very beginning. Aren't we even going to have that recall stopped as well? That's really going to be rough. And this bottom lane has just been very, very poke heavy early on, as we expected. We expected this to be one of the most explosive lanes. Like you said, it was surprising that Jackie Love and Hung were able to actually get themselves a bit of early pressure down. You would usually expect the Ezreal and the Karma to be able to do that far more effectively. And yeah, as soon as we cut away, that's exactly what ends up happening. You get a decent little crash down early on as well. And that's going to be a great Cheetah's recall coming through for WE's bot lane. They're going to be very happy with that one to get back out onto the map and just keep the pressure going. Tier now in inventory for Taeyun. He's set up for success.
Congratulations over to Cube on his 500th game in the LPL. That is not a small feat.
No.
Looking to go undefeated on his Sion 4-0 so far in Split 3 on his 500th game, but I don't think the stats back up Karras' Orianna. His health bar doesn't either, as he has taken a serious amount of harass onto Cream, which already kind of spells a lot of doom, knowing that Cream is on that Victor that really should be the weaker laner in a lot of matchups in this current moment.
Absolutely, the Orianna is the sort of pick that you can just absorb pressure on, but you can just absorb pressure on into a lot of the more aggressive laners that we've got. Usually the Victor-Orianna matchup is pretty even for the two of them. It shouldn't be something you're having to worry about anywhere near as much. But Karras getting pushed back really, really far, and this has been a problem for WE throughout the entirety of this split so far. The weak laning phase from Karras has just been putting them in a hole that has been incredibly hard to come back from.
Well, here, look at this. Classic WE. Monkey and Vampire looking to get aggressive. Monkey wants revenge on a Kanavi. Does a good job blocking a lot of the initial damage out of Monkey, but it's a Skarner and a Karma. Do they have enough to kill off this Pantheon? Oh my gosh, it's just enough with the red buff burn. Kanavi dying with flash up. That's just disrespectful from the Split 2 MVP.
Absolutely it is. Disrespectful is the right wording on that one. He thinks he can just about get away with it, but the red buff, tick, 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 boom, and that's going to be the first blood going over to WE. You get it onto Monkey as well, and this guy, he's the key carry. We didn't want to return to everything we had been saying about WE previously, where it was just the Monkey show and everybody else was kind of holding this guy down. Free Monkey was something I heard quite a lot in Split 2. But hey, if it is going to be a return back to that, getting him an early kill on a signature Skarner pick is huge.
A lot of just disrespect coming out from TES early in game here. We talked about Kanavi. Hong took a really bad trade into the Karma Ezreal. 369 1v2. Trying to trade between an Ezreal Karma. It's just got to pump the brakes here a bit if you're TES, especially swapping into this weak side. But WE feeling aggressive enough to try and go for this dive. 369 is going to flash right on top of Vampire's head, but a great flash over the sweet spot, and one more auto will get it done. No jungler needed. A 2-0 kill start for Team WE.
Gorgeous plays, and I'm really impressed with the way Vampire's been able to start this one off right here on the Karma. I think his engaged supports have been looking pretty weak, and that's the majority of the supports that we see in the current meta, and the majority of the supports that we've been seeing out of Vampire. But on the Karma right here, he's been super aggressive, using it to get himself lane priority bot lane, then using that pressure to go move around with Monkey to grab a kill, and then coming back down to the bot lane to get themselves another kill right there. Being able to pull off that dive is just so impactful, especially because Cube is absorbing the pressure topside just fine.
Hasn't given up a plate yet. The CS is still pretty even now that 369 dies. Has to get back to a wave pretty late. All that accruing to about 1,000 gold ahead for Team WE 6 minutes in. And a lot of it being on Monkey's hands, who is immediately calling for another gank setup. 369 is going to walk into a river that is not safe for him to occupy and gets slammed into the wall there by Monkey. Vampire with the heal speed up forces the world end around 369, but the root is going to end up coming across here. Taeyu needs to get close enough to push out enough damage to find this kill, and he'll do just that with an empowered Mystic Shot. Feats of warfare locked up for Team WE, and Monkey is not done. He's hungry for more, and the Krugs are his next victim.
Damn, okay. This is exactly what we needed to see from WE. Get themselves some early aggression, and it's what I was not expecting. I didn't really think they were going to have any lanes to particularly play around. Yes, you're always going to get poke priority out of an Ezreal Karma, but getting that early dive, that's huge. And the fact that Kanavi's now once again having to last-minute scrap for some of his chickens is just miserable for the guy.
He eats a first shot barrage.
Ouch.
Oh, he loses his chickens like you called out. Hong does use the Unsealed Spellbook to teleport back in here. Dream, though, not really able to cover that well in this early game victor. And dare I say, Blockster, shades of exactly what went right for WE in that Split 2 playoff series where they came out in 5 games.
Yeah, the fact that they were able to get themselves early aggression going and then keep that rolling was exactly how they were able to win that series. And a lot of it, as always, came off of the back of a lot of aggression out of Monkey and Vampire playing well. Well, got a couple of those key ingredients going at the moment. And as much as we were a little bit critical of how much Kairos was losing health, getting pushed back onto tower, still going to be sat even in CS, hasn't died. That's pretty good. For Kairos, I think just going even in this lane matchup will be enough, so long as the other members are doing as well as they are right now.
All this chaos going on to the bot side does net Monkey that dragon we just saw. I will say the one win here for TES is that you left Jackie Love solo topside for a couple of waves. So he gets a lot of XP soaked up, crashes a couple plates in, gets the minion wave up as well, and now they're trying to transition that into a grub take. They get one, but Monkey, of course, is everywhere, has the Impale available, and he's trying to serve up Kanavi like a plate of hot fries for Taeyu. Second grub does get picked up, but Kanavi's going to have to pay with his life as Taeyu picks up his second kill, and now Jackie Love's under threat. Good Featherstorm on top of the Shockwave, though, will make sure that Jackie Love slips out without having to burn any key summoners.
Oh, it's good that he gets away, but still you're picking up even more kills right here as WE. You do manage to get one of the grubs, which is going to be critical as well as top of that Drake too. So WE, this early game going incredibly well for them, and they just need to keep this rolling, right? You cannot afford to just let this game super slow down because the Victor will get online. The Aatrox will start ripping your head off as well. And if they can just keep this pressure up, which so far it looks so good, WE, they have set themselves up for success here in game number 1.
Mainly Taeyun in such prime territory now.
Yeah.
He was already sitting on Sheen Longsword tier, which is something that he got to fast enough, as that Ezreal that we talked about needs to be that sustained damage. This next back is about to be pretty juicy. Don't think he'll have enough for the Triforce completion yet. But yeah, he's going to get pretty darn close here, about more than 2/3 of the way through. The quicker you can get this Ezreal online into a game like we talked about with 0 tanks to worry about, the more we can have another Taeyun masterclass that we saw multiple times in that playoff series a split ago.
If you unlock this guy, he can show up. He really can perform, and being able to do so here into a Jackie Love who's been performing as pretty easily one of the best ADCs we've got so far in split number 2 would be incredible. Still, I don't want to get overhyped for them, right? We've seen WE pick themselves up early advantages before, and as much as that has made their team fighting look a lot better, they still are a team that sometimes just plays it weirdly. You know, Cuba Monkey will go flying in, but Karis and Taeyun, they weren't expecting it. Or Vampire will get caught on a rotation, put his team in a hole before the fight even starts, and make it even harder for them. So WE, they need to keep it clean right here. They can't afford any of those little mistakes creeping in, because into a team like TES, they will absolutely punish you.
Good time to take a look at some of the items, as there isn't too much to play for on the map with those grubs already going down. Curious to see what this Monkey reset looks like. Don't know if he'll go for those tier 2 boots yet. I do feel like he might have enough to just finish off what I would expect to be a Heartsteel, which isn't a bad early rush. That's exactly what he'll do. So he gets to start stacking those Heartsteel stacks into this Pantheon, into this Aatrox earlier on. Does mean he's going to have to sacrifice some chickens, but that's honestly a small price to play because he's already taken a couple of camps over Kanavi by this point.
Yeah, he's put himself in a very good spot right here.
Jackie,
heavy trading.
Disgusting
Hang on.
amount of damage, but so does Taeyun. The charm is not going to land. Hog thought he had it. He had to go back for it. They have the Grand Starfall come across. Kanavi cleanses the stun, but Taeyun still gets hit by the feather pullback. Jackie Love trades his life to get shut down Taeyun. Flash out from Hog to get away from the Impale. The jungle supports of both squads will walk away, seeing their marksman fall.
You're going to be happier with that as TES, though. You are in a deficit, and the fact that you're able to get that kill over, at least make it so it's a 1-for-1 trade, get a kill on Taeyun as well, stop that snowball from rolling on him. That is going to be decent. Still, though, it does now unlock Monkey to just keep stepping up.
This is not your jungle anymore. That guy's got a Heartsteel, and he will happily slap you around if you want. As you called out, though, Bloxer, Cream was first on the rotate, so Monkey... Good thing we're going to say here, does not overstay and over-aggress.
Yeah, I mean, it is one of the best bits about the Skarner kit, that you could just Excel's Impact and sprint away, get yourself over the wall, not have to worry too much about the fact that Cream had that first rotation, unless Mobile Jungler could have potentially been caught out in that situation. So good on WE to recognize that one, pull back a little bit, because they now need to go back, spend a little bit of that gold, because next up onto the map, we're going to have ourselves an Infernal Drake spawning in under 30 seconds time, and for WE, I think Drake stacking could be incredibly important to them going forward.
Definitely a bigger conversation once we see what Soul comes around, but now their jungler is very content on the bot side because Monkey is once again invading enemy jungle, getting some Heartsteel procs. We do see Hong get a pretty good knock-up on a Vampire, but here comes the silent ult from Cube, and Unstoppable Onslaught dodged out there by Hong, so he keeps himself safe under the turret, but it's going to allow WE to shift into that bottom river with that Infernal Drake up first.
Yeah, that's good priority from WE. It gives them a little bit of extra vision into the pit as well. Bit of time to set themselves up for this one. Obviously, you're going to know this is happening as TES. They spot that one out with a blue, but you would have known it anyway. Could have a proper 4v4 right here, although 369, he does have teleport. That's why he's trying to run away right now. He wants to go and get involved.
Does not want to get knocked up. Could almost just flank down himself by this point. He's walked about halfway the amount of distance the teleport would cover. The problem is he will pull Cube with him. Kanavi, though, taking a reset. He does have Grand Starfall, so he can rejoin, and I think this is a good back because he needs that Sundered Sky to be competitive. But Monkey and WE know that the recall comes across, so they try and burn through this dragon, and TES are just a little bit too late. Kanavi a little too greedy on that reset, and we have 2 Drakes stacked up for Team WE.
I think it's the correct thing to do right there. Without the Sun Sky, you just die going in. Maybe you trade your life for the dragon, and yeah, 1-to-1 dragons puts you in a much better position than 2-0, but it still is a team fight you're most likely to lose.
Jackie Love.
I understand him just heading back. Vampire.
Shot barrage from the Karma root. Featherstorm and Barrier both come out at the same time. Taeyun, though he has to dart the charm from Hong. Hong comes in to save Jackie Love, who set up his own retcon mission. And Kanavi off to the side knocks down Vampire under the tier 1 turret. TES biding their time. Do not care about early game woes. They're pushing down the mid-tier 1 turret.
And just going to snap engage a Monkey. There's not really a lot of wave clear right here. He's going to step up. Not sure why. Yeah, has to flash away from that one. This tower is going to get taken down right here as well. That is going to be first break picked up by TES. And, I mean, that's really important for them right here because it means they can still compete for those feats of warfare.
Still stealing chickens, but maybe it's CS's time to overstay a little bit as Vampire rushes down with Monkey, the same duo that got WE rolling earlier, is going to find themselves another kill as Kanavi will fall, and Karis able to swing in and grab that kill to get the gold on the right opponent. 369 being chased down. He does have flash and a dash available. Vampire, though, still wanting to chase with that Mantra Q. Gets the root down. 369 will eat the root. The knockup from the side going to come across. But again, is there enough damage? World Ender heal comes across. Shockwave flashed away from 369. Now he's trying to turn on to Vampire, but the decimating smash sends 369 packing back to the fountain.
It's genuinely wild to watch right here. WE, they just have so much aggression. They know how to run over their opponents, and they're able to do it in a key spot of the map as well. Turn that one straight around to go and pick up the Rift Herald. We'll have a look back, though, because this is over-aggression from Vampire and Taeyun, and specifically from Taeyun. You really can't afford to be stepping this far forwards.
Oh boy. All right, well, that's how the replay started off, but this time it's got a bit of a different story as Jackie Love is far too low to try and set up Hong. Does get a good blade color back, forces the cleanse out of Taeyun. Vampire gets a good speed up just before the Cream teleport comes across. Really are limit testing, though, in classic WE fashion.
They're never going to stop pushing you, right? And they can't. The second that they do just slow down, let this game happen around them, that's the point at which TES are going to find an angle back into this game. Instead, just keep sprinting their opponents right here. And Cube takes half health off of Kanavi. He's got Karis on the way in as well.
No slow, no kill.
He's not allowed to play this game right now, though.
Does have the Seraph stun first, you know, relatively untouched landing phase. The gold is even between Cream and Karis. These mid laners need to be activated in this mid game, but the supports are still the main storyline going on as Vampire having to trade his flash with Hongs, looking for another kill to get back towards Jackie Love, but this time no gold to be found.
And Vampire just a little bit too quick, able to get away right there. Vampire has been really, really impressive throughout the early stages of this game. You can see them highlighting him here for good reason. He's been all over the map, getting involved, and with the champions around him at the moment. Specifically, I'm thinking about the Skarner and about the Scion. In a lot of these fights, it's been Vampire who's dealing the majority of the damage with this early game Karma, bullying people out, picking up the kills for his team. Really impressive to see. Rift Herald gonna go down now into the mid lane.
Trying to trade that mid-tier 1 turret back. Shockwave onto 3 from Karis, sets up the two-man impale. That was a beauty of a combo coming out from WE. It only finds Kanavi, but gets the mid-tier 1 turret down. It certainly sends CS back to base, hurting.
Ow. Yeah, that was a huge combo right there out of WE. Exactly what you want to see. And the only reason it results in a singular kill is because we're only 17 minutes into this game. As you said, it's just the Seraph sat right here onto Karis. That happens in another 5, especially 10 minutes. And that's just going to be an insta-quadra kill. You can pick that one up, seal it, and move on with your lives as WE. Beautiful see, Hong.
Bro,
got my flash, bud.
This is not worth a pink ward. He's got nobody near him. Jackie Love gets close enough to give him the pullback. Okay. He's able to dash back out. That's the power of the Rakan, but here's the power of Orianna. Vampire grabs the kill, but Hong punished way too far up there playing the vision game.
And this was what I was worried about. The game moved on too fast to really talk about, but the flash-for-flash trade that we saw earlier on, that really hurts Hong. You want that flash on the Rakans, that extra bit of mobility. This, gorgeous. Into the Impale. If Jackie Love's a millisecond slower with being able to get himself up into the Featherstorm, that's just going to be another kill going over, and that's great to see. We are super critical, I think, as a broadcast, as fans of Karis, and for good reason. He's very much been one of the weaker players we've seen on a WE, that when they struggle, it's partly because of him. But at least in this game so far, 2-0-1 on the Orianna, kept himself dead, even with Cream, who's been performing incredibly so far in this split. It's been a good look for him in this game.
So now, how does this game look? Because we've already had a pretty topsy-turvy gold graph, with WE obviously getting up about 1.5k in the early phase. TES crawled it back to even, but now WE, they've knocked down 2 turrets, picked up a couple more kills. But their main win con, the Dragons, they're a bit too late to try and contest. They're going to force their way back in WE style with a teleport in from Cube. Vampire runs it with Monkey. Just like that, we got a 50-50. The Cube is trying to break wide open with the unstoppable onslaught, and they find the pin, the stun, the snare, all of it onto Cream, but he flashes himself back over the wall, drops the Arcane Storm. The damage dealers aren't close enough to help the front line. WE, they're way too disjointed, and the shockwave from Karis hits absolutely nobody. Another ult comes down, but all this gets the Dragon secure. WE are on Soul Point, and they still seem like they want to scrap. They're still chasing after TES as Monkey uses the Exalt's impact to get through the wall. They're trying to single out one member, and Kanavi's the unfortunate one as he lands the stun, tries to get the E back up. 369 still has that World Ender, not pulling the trigger on this Aatrox, and it's too bad because he's getting poked down. Pebble after pebble flying at his head, and they're starting to turn into boulders as 369 gets chopped down by the True Shot Barrage. Jackie drops the Feather Storm. Feather pullback gets them 1 kill back, but they're way too hurt, scrambling back under their turrets as WE chases with torrential pace. But they won't be able to find those kills. Still a win for WE.
Oh, and breathe, Slayer. That was a long, long fight that just kept on going because you do not know how to stop as WE. Monkey, just every single time he's got that E up, stepping forwards. Can I find somebody to pin into the wall? Can I find us a little bit of extra aggression? And I think a couple more kills would have gone over at the end of this fight, but Taeyun ends up tanking the tower. We'll have a look back at it, though, because this is super, super nice to just find that little extra bit to just get back in, get involved. Watch the way Taeyun steps himself up to find the True Shot Barrage across the majority of members. It picks up that initial kill. Right at the end of this, we'll see if we actually get all the way. Good for Jackie Love to at least be able to get the damage down to pick 1 kill up back. Taeyun ends up tanking here. If Taeyun doesn't end up tanking, he could keep stepping forwards. Cube would then be the next person on the block, and he could tank tower shots for way longer. So that fight is so close to being even better. Still, look at the damage that Taeyun is doing.
Welcome back, Split to Taeyun. Holy moly. This is exactly what we saw in the last time round between this matchup in that playoff series. He had a fantastic Kai'Sa game, a phenomenal Caitlyn game in Game 5 to close out that series, but if you know anything about Taeyun, his most reliable champion has been this Ezreal, and at least that hasn't floundered despite WE's 0-4 start.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, they've been able to just keep playing their style. I think that was the thing, right? We were quite critical when we were seeing Taeyun be put on a super late game scaling ADC because, like, that's not their game. W don't know how to play the game slowly. They haven't let up from the first second that they were able to pick themselves up a kill in this game. They haven't let up for even a moment, and so waiting for 20, 25 minutes, 30 minutes until Taeyun has enough items to be able to play isn't an option. He's looking so good here on the Ezreal.
Here we go.
They're going to be able to pick themselves up the Atakan here, surely.
Yeah. They're on a ward, and still TES are too
Doesn't
late.
matter.
It goes down. Grand Starfall immediately interrupted by Nixtal's impact. Huge combo from Monkey, but they're going all after Vampire. He'll fall in the Karma, but Taeyun step back up. Shockwave's going to whisk again from Karis, and you can see Cream on the top side holding both damage dealers at bay. Neither Taeyun or Karis can ever get into this fight, and that means that 369 gets free reign on the pasture with this World Ender. Otacon comes at a price for WE.
Still, the fact that they were able to pick themselves up this many Drakes and then grab themselves this Atakan, they're going to be pretty happy with that one overall. It takes a lot from TES to be able to jump Vampire and actually kill this Karma at this point. The shield's coming through, especially with the Redemption healing as well, is incredibly strong. Still, the fact that TES are able to do that is worrying, and a big part of that, as you exactly highlighted, was Cream just sat there body blocking Taeyun and Karis from being able to actually step up and do anything in that game. And that's really important, right? He's now got 2 items completed. He's in a decently strong spot. We'll have a look back at this one. Just watch up on the top side. Watch what Cream is doing, because all the damage is happening all onto Vampire. That's whatever. It's Cream here. Pops down the E, pops down the ulti, and your 2 damage threats are just not allowed to play the game.
That Graviton well, wow, chef's kiss. It was right next to that Otacon wall. Even the Ezreal couldn't get close enough. Green, glad you called out. The Roa's done, the Leandri's. Now, Cream's just going to get more and more damage oriented. Damage has been flying onto the forehead of Kanavi all game long, and once again, he's the target. It's the Impale coming down. A whiff shockwave again. Karis has gone 0 for 3 on these shockwaves, but luckily for him and WE, it hasn't cost them too much just yet, but Jackie Love alongside Cream, the scaling damage, certainly something they have to take note of as this game continues to progress.
It's fine, Slayer, it's fine. He hit 3 people with that first shockwave that we watched, so he's allowed to whiff 3 in a row, and now he's going to be back to hitting at least
I don't
one
know about
person,
this
right?
math from you, Bloxer.
I like this math. I think that this is the correct way to look at this, right? The next one that he hits, hey, if Karis, hits 3 people with the first one, misses 3, and then hits 3 people again in this next team fight, you're going to be happy about him. You're going to be yelling his name. I think this is fine.
Okay, here's the thing. We could do stats on this. We're not gonna have time for it. We can get into that in a slower pace because right now, Bloxer at 25 minutes, Hextech Soul is up for the grabs for WE, and they are muscling their way into this river, flexing their biceps, daring anyone to come close for these haymakers. Here's the first one, True Shot Barrage. That one comes out early, 369, still decently healthy. Karis needs to be big with these shockwaves. The flank is coming out. They're going L after Karis with the Grand Starfall. Hong's trying to chase him down, but Karis survives. Cube, though, is trapped on the front side of this fight. All the damage is getting poured into him as Kanavi tries to hold the rest of WE at bay. He will die. Cube will not as the tanky Scion survives. Jackie Love eats a huge chunk from Karis as to bring the Featherstorm defensively. Taeyoon over the wall with an arcane shift. That might have been a bit too aggressive, but this time the shockwave hits. This time the rest of WE can go behind their mid laner and his clutch ultimate to wipe the floor with top esports. Hello WE, hello Ace, hello Hextech Soul.
Clean ace right there for WE. Cube absorbs so much pressure, so much damage during the early stages of that fight, and it means that TES, they don't have what they need to be able to get onto the key members. Even with Taeyoon stepping up over the wall, he's still able to get himself back over, baits a couple too many members in the top esports, and not only are they going to pick themselves up the Hextech Soul, they're going to be able to turn this one into a Baron as well.
What a start to our series. These two teams on the opposite sides of Group Ascend. This is the first versus 8th place matchup. But this game would tell you a whole different tale as the purple banner comes on to 5 members of WE. They've gotten everything on the map, and all that's left is to invade the enemy base as Bloxer will take us back through this critical fight.
Watch Cube, and I want you to think about one key thing right now about Cube. This is a one-item Scion. He has a single item. He has just got himself a Sunfire right now.
How is he not dead? Oh, the shield.
The shield is huge. Oh my lord. The thing is, even if he dies right there, it's not that bad. He's still done the work. You are expecting to die, and then you try to beat somebody's skull in with your vampire form, but it doesn't even matter. Nice shockwave as well, as we were talking about, right? Karis, he hits it in the moment that they really need to, and Taeyoon, he's playing aggressive, but damn does it work for him. He ends up with 8 kills coming out the back of this team fight, and yeah, look at the damage here.
All right, don't know where Cream went as we go back live from picture-in-picture. Nice knock up out of the Featherstorm from Cube. This Grand Starfall, oh, it's not grand at all. It's just a Shockwave Impale combo. They are doing tricks on it, WE, by this point, and they might just set it up with a Karis Pentakill. 369, he's got a lot of healing, but WE, they can gift it to him. And it's lucky to steal it. It's a win for WE, but with a bit of a bitter taste.
Oh, that's such a sad way to end this one up, but WE, they're not going to care. They're going to be able to pick up the first game victory right here up against TES. This is the bottom of Group Ascend versus the top, but WE, they're going to win this one.
Expectations of our series shattered with a single Nexus explosion. The biggest single game win for WE against the best opponent so far Group Ascend has to offer. What a all-out blitz coming through from WE right there.
And we liked what top esports had for themselves coming out of the draft. We thought they'd been given a lot of the champions that they like to play around, that they could be unlocked upon. But it just doesn't matter when Monkey decides to be the single most aggressive man on the entire planet. And I think the really interesting thing about that is that it comes off of the back of aggression from top esports, right? Monkey, he's happy in the very early stages of this game to sit in his jungle, chill out, and just farm up for a little bit. And it's Kanavi that takes issue with him and gets into his jungle. And it works initially from Kanavi, but I think Kanavi makes a little bit of a map mistake, where rather than, after he goes up to the top side, steals away a couple crubs and the red buff from Monkey, he doesn't then walk directly opposite the map and go get his blue side first. He then goes back into his top side, clears that, then heads bot side, and that gives you enough time as Monkey to go, whoops, head back to base, join up alongside Vampire, get into the jungle, and at that point, where Kanavi dies there, being aggressive, deciding not to flash, all of a sudden he has lost control of that game, and it just spirals out of control from there.
I think the best way I can think about it for all the sports heads, you can get mad at me all you want. There's a reason these are all up on my side. Yeah, I'm gonna tie into sports as much as I can. It's like when somebody would crap talk Michael Jordan in a game or before a game. It's like you're waking the beast. Invading Monkey when he was just trying to harmlessly clear his Krugs and forcing him to flash. You can tell that pissed him off the way he played the rest of this game out.
Oh yeah, and he just doesn't stop. I think it's one of the reasons why the Skarner has continued to be an incredibly high priority pick for him, but not really for a lot of other junglers. It works so well with his playstyle. You can just keep sprinting at people, and you saw it. Ixtal's impact's up, he's going forwards. He's going to go over whatever wall's in front of him. He's going to try find someone, and he was playing with, I think, just the right level of restraint, where he wasn't always full sending it, but he was always looking, and any time that a top esports member stepped even a little bit out of position, he was there to punish them, alongside Vampire, another one of these players that we were talking about on top of the show, like, he's not been looking so hot, and that's been true on the engaged supports. Here on the Enchanter Karma, he looked brilliant.
It was so cool for me, Bloxer, because he made this Karma pick his own, in the sense that, he was still like pressing the front lines of these fights, like those invades. He was with Monkey, like looking for these roots first. He gets caught in a couple of these fights early because he's playing the front line, that Otacon fight. But because so many people jump on this support Karma, you're happy if like ults are getting burned on a support Karma in the right contexts. This time we really saw WE they were back in their flow state. They were aggressive, but not out of position.
Exactly. It was really, really good to see that they were able to just get that little bit of early aggression going, like I said, poking the beast of Monkey, and then he just keeps on going. He does not ever let up, and he just keeps the pace so high that it feels like top esports, they're drowning. They can never get themselves back into this, and it unlocks these key carries to do what they need to do. Taeyun popping off in this game. Really nice to see. Cube continues his undefeated streak right here on the Scion. It's the only champion that WE have won with, and I've got to start questioning if teams need to just begin picking it away from him, because he was huge. We saw it in that last team fight, right, where he's able to just absorb all the damage. He doesn't care. He can just walk at you. One item Scion as well, but I think more telling is what he was able to do to 369. 369 with the counter pick, even though he was on blue side, picks himself up the Aatrox, and we've been really happy with 369 so far this split. Cube shuts him down, absorbs the pressure. He, in the matchup where you've got the bot lane in his lane, doesn't die. 369 does die, and he just looked better. Cube looked way better.
I think this was just TES underestimating their opponent again, which is very funny to say, because I really felt like, again, this should be kind of a get-back series for TES. These guys ruined your Split 2 playoffs with all those lofty expectations. And in this series, you called it out at the start with the jungle, with Kanavi disrespecting, not burning his flash when he gets invading early, 369 not respecting these dives. It was messy, and a return to what we worry the most about from top esports that got them an early playoff exit in Split 2.
Absolutely, and I know that it's very early to start talking about Worlds and things like that, but this is a top esports who will be expecting to get themselves to Worlds, but they've been put in a hole because of their Split 2 performance. With the championship points, the weighting is super, super aggressive towards the later split. Split 1 barely gives you any points at all, and the fact that they then fall early on to WE puts them in a bad spot moving on forwards. It puts them in a position where, you know, if you're not able to just win it all, are you actually going to be in a good spot on championship points to make it to Worlds? Who knows? For the first stand team, that would be a really disappointing end. Still, they have to come back from this, right? This is a top esports who have shown the resiliency. They've shown that they can still pick it up. They would have wanted the 2-0 here versus WE, but they're going to be coming back in this second game pretty angry, I'd expect, and an angry top esports is very fun to watch.
I will say, if we're talking more and more about how TES looked like Split 2 TES in the game 3, the game 3 mantra we had for them, a lot of the time that they got into those holes, they would win game 1 and lose game 2. They were
Yes.
historically a terrible game 2 team. So this is a little bit of uncharted territory,
Worrying.
losing game 1. It is a little bit more worrying, but not the series over just yet. Our game 1 has concluded, and we will conclude our talk about game 1 here for now with a very short MVP conversation. Bloxer, just go ahead and let them know who we're both thinking. I don't even need to say it.
Vampire. No. I mean, Taylor,
Man,
he
you're
was
trying to
just
get me to throw my headset
everywhere.
off. yeah, there you go. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's return back to reality. So, yeah,
Yeah.
Taeyun
Taeyun,
very likely should be
all
our
the way.
MVP pick here from the series, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think Karis looked really nice. A couple of the whiffed ultis as we saw, but
Karis is, you know what? I just want to point out, Karis is laughing that he got his penta stolen.
Yeah.
You know what? That means the
Yeah.
vibes are good. That
Yeah.
means the vibes are good.
exactly, you never want to win a game, but because you've accidentally stolen your mid laner's penta, he's angry, and you're going into the post game like, bro, my kill, and you're like, but we won, but my penta. Penta's a huge
The easiest
stat
penta to get ever, by the way. It was
It was
all of them
on
on
a
top
silver
of it.
platter. Like, I cannot believe that they don't go for that one. I would love to hear the comms to know if Monkey meant to steal it, or if that was a complete whoopsie, and he's like, I'm so sorry.
I'm going to err on the side of caution and say it's the latter, but yeah, I think that's a very unique opportunity for somebody to get that content out. We do need those voice comms from the end of game 1, as we do see our MVP of the game is going to be Taeyun. His first one is Split 3, so congratulations there to Taeyun. Not much more to say there, Bloxer. Just maybe one of our best Ezreal players in the LPL.
Yeah, he's really, really sick with it. But I think that is something key to highlight. One of our best Ezreal players. There were a lot of comfort picks that you were able to grab for yourselves right here as W. We keep talking about the Scion, but there were a lot of comfort picks kind of top to bottom right here for WE. Can they do it in game number 2 with a lot of those off of the board now?
That's going to be the bigger question that we will answer on the other side of a break. But before we get to that break, got something very important that I want to make sure everyone is aware of. If you would like to support LPL English, consider becoming a Coffee member. Coffee is the best way to support this LPL English product, since the vast majority of your contributions will go directly to the show. A lot of the initial payments go into upgrading the broadcast, but a huge bulk goes to paying on-air talent and content creators. Subscribe to the Coffee. It's linked in the chat. You'll have time to go check that one out, and you'll unlock perks like early access to content and the unique ability to offer up on-site interview questions for those on-site interviews. So, like I said, give you some time to check out the Coffee link below, because the way this first game has gone, we may have a long first series ahead of us between our 1st and 8th place teams. Didn't look like that in game 1. Will it look more like that through games 2 and potentially 3? Only one way to find out on the other side of intermission. Welcome everybody back here to the LPL English unofficial broadcast as we get set for our second game of our first series. In game one, saw a lot of pretty fun combinations for WE come out. You saw some Shockwave Impale setups, stuff that the pros are pretty comfortable doing. But if you want to play like the pros in your own solo queue games, take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with an active or recent player in the NACL, ERLs, or LTA who will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching for the pros today at prodiff.gg. Use the code below you can see now, LPL10 at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. Love it that we've got another cool sponsor to bring in here, Blockster. I'm really excited to especially hear some of these, really good minds chop up the LPL. We're going to get some tape. They're going to watch some LPL tape and break down the LPL for us as well. And I could definitely use it as play-by-play brain over here, so I'll take it.
Yep, agreed. It's going to be really fun to see. I think there are a couple moments from that previous game that could be very fun to have a pro breakdown. I think a couple of those team fights. Yeah, the Kanavi jungle was definitely questionable, as well as that team fight where you're just able to survive for 16 years as Cube as a one-item Scion. I think that could also be really, really fun to see, so that'll be exciting, and we should be jumping into the draft right here. Something I highlighted just before we jumped into break that I think is worth reiterating is that WE, brilliant win for them, but that was almost all massive comfort picks, and now those are off of the board.
The big ones. Cube's 4-0 Scion. I'm glad. Shout out our socials team. They ran the stat on socials, which is we said it a lot of times. Scion, oh Cube, you're 4-0. Here's the other side. You want to do the bus meme where it's like Cube is 4-0 on Scion, and the other guy's like this. He's 0-8 on the other champions.
yeah.
So he hasn't won anything that's not Scion.
Yeah. It's good for the Scion play, it's good for the games in which they get Scion, and it's going to cause questions for teams going on forwards that if you do want to 2-0 versus them, you probably need to get rid of the Scion. This dude is just way too strong on it. That being said, you now don't have it, and so what do you play instead? Because he has not looked anywhere near as good on a lot of the other champions. So we do jump on into draft. This is the same set of bans to start things out.
Except the Talia and the Annie. I believe. Definitely not the Annie. The Annie definitely was not a ban in Phase 1, and I believe the Talia was not there for another jungler. Poppy they want to take off of Monkey's hands. You are correct, though, Bloxer. WE, same 3 bans. No Gwen, no Azir, no Varus. So it leaves up that jungle pool, even if it has been pitched by Fearless, and Kanavi will just go down the meta list, not too far, to find Xin Zhao as the B1.
Yeah, the Xin Zhao has been incredibly strong recently. That does leave Vi as the other very aggressive early game jungler that you could potentially get. I missed it.
Yeah, it was really good. It was really good. It's so good that it distracted me. I was like, is that actually Seraphine? Holy moly. Not going to see, Seraphine, you can chill out there in the crowd. You're not going to have to hit Summer's Rift. I doubt we'll get it in this series nonetheless. Rise coming through here for Karis. So Orianna, Rise, I would say, are pretty similar levels of comfort here for the WE mid laner.
Yeah, I think it was something that WE banned out in the second rotation in the previous game. Interesting that they're going to go towards this. I was really expecting the Vi to come out. It's another one of those early aggressive pickups that really sits in the wheelhouse of what Monkey likes to do. Instead, going to pivot over towards this Viego, and this gives him this extra level of just agency in the game. He can be the complete menace in the game. He can totally take it over. At the same time, though, this champion, it can be hard to get rolling. If you don't get those early kills, if you don't get the early kills in the team fight specifically and get that reset, that's pretty tough.
I love it. Here we go. Kareem Akali. Yep, come on. You played the victor, you sat back, you did a lot of things right, and the game spiraled out of your control in different lanes. This time he slams the Akali home. He's like, all right, I'm going to be the focal point. I want to be the one causing chaos and make Karis' life living hell. 369, going to pick up the Cassante, which does open up Cube to go for an aggressive angle, but again, Cube, we need to see you contribute on something that's not Scion, and he's gone completely out of the tank wheelhouse altogether here, Bloxer, and Bessa into Cassante.
Yeah, this is actually going to be his first game of Ambessa so far this split. He's played a lot of things. He's been trying out a bunch of different stuff, but he's going to move over towards the Ambessa. It obviously works pretty well into the Cassante, and he was able to do well for himself into 369 in that first game. If he can keep that rolling, that would be incredibly impressive for him. But WE, they've got themselves a lot of aggression right now, a lot of picks that deal plenty of damage. Right now, the Ambessa will be the tankiest for them without the resets coming through from Monkey, so they're going to need something pretty sturdy out of Vampire down in the bottom side of the map. And I like the bans that both these teams are moving towards. They are not particularly wanting to face any of these early aggressive bot lanes. This might force us towards those later game scalers, as we've been seeing more and more in this meta.
Sivir has been a champion that Jackie Love has gone to in that regard. Taeyun could definitely play a Sivir as well. Takes his Kaisa away. I wonder if we'll float a Caitlyn ban here as well. Taeyun really a fan of that one. But the rest of the composition here for WE, I don't think you can really afford to pair a Caitlyn with one of those enchanters, like a Caitlyn Lux, for say. That doesn't work in this comp. You really need, if you're WE, a main engage tool to put next to this Viego and this Ambessa, especially. Two champions who ults are so reliant on setup.
Absolutely. If you can get yourself something like the Leona, the Nautilus that I know he goes towards quite a lot, the Rel as well could also work well in this situation. Ali, another one of those champions. Just go in, be nice and tanky. Vampire's Ali's not been looking so hot recently. That's the only reason I didn't mention it. It's been a little bit of a weaker pickup for him. Still, it gives you what you needed in this situation.
Not MSI
TES, though. Okay, it's going to be Kalista locked in. You are right to be a little bit worried. The Renata, I think, is the better part of this, right? You love pairing these two champions together. It gives you quite a lot of aggression early on. And I think having that hostile takeover with a composition that's very much looking to jump at you as WE works really well.
Oh, I would love this from Taeyun. It doesn't have a lot of Ziggs games, but it just really is such a denial here. You see the Kalista Renata. They're screaming out, all right, we want to get a little swifty in lane here, try and battle. I'm going to pick Alistar Ziggs. I was about to say V for Viego. Ziggs, which, I mean, like, come on. Satchel Charge, Headbutt, Pulverize, Tanky Alistar. You have now effectively neutralized bottom lane, and that's got to annoy TES.
That is really frustrating for them, especially because so many of these aggressive bot laners were taken off of the board. They've moved to one of the ones that maybe isn't actually in the strongest spot at the moment overall, and then you get to neutralize it outright here. And it also works in this composition because you've already got Cube and Monkey to be your big AD threats. You're not so worried about not having a nice enough damage profile, and that all of a sudden you're going to end up with a 369 that you simply can't kill. He's still going to be under threat from all of these champions, and I think it makes it very, very interesting. Once we get into these big team fights, trying to set yourself up to get yourself one of these big ultis off for Taeyun, that could be a really, really exciting way for them to be able to win some of these team fights.
This is a really fun comp that W have put together to sort of create coverage across a lot of styles and win cons. You have the Ziggs now in the Rise, which provide pretty good range. I think that counters what you wanted out of this Renata. Now, W isn't so reliant on a comp running at their opponent and having to win that way. Because you are, in that aspect, you've got a Viego and a Bessa, right? And an Alistar, which can also fit that mold. You also have scaling, range, and kill threat. It's a lot of things. Usually, I will say, though, it's pretty hard to execute those types of comps because it's a lot of kind of handing off responsibilities at certain phases in the game.
Yeah, it's hard. It's going to be the sort of situation where you're looking to find maybe one or two massive fights and then otherwise going to be more on a lot of different skirmishes. Whereas when you're looking at what TES specifically are trying to do, you highlighted it excellently right at the very beginning. Hey, Cream, go get him, bud. Go fight. Go get yourself that early lead versus Karis. As we've been talking about, it was a good game from Karis previously, but his laning phase has been a lot weaker. And on the Akali right here into the Rise, you can get very aggressive. As long as you're a little bit careful to not get yourself stunned up underneath the tower, if you're going for something very aggressive. Other than that, you should be in a good spot to just constantly bully out Karis, and whether or not you actually get solo kills here, he's in a good position to be able to push this lane in and then go spread the love elsewhere. And if you can get Taeyun off balance, if you can go get topside and kill Cube, all of a sudden, TES, they can really snowball this one out from Cream.
And that does inspire some confidence for top esports, that they are leading into a comp that wants to play for Snowball, that wants to play aggressively in these lanes. It is funny to know that, you would say like, oh, but 369's weak siding top into Ambessa. I still hold true that the best 369 has been on those nullifying tanks that provide bigger value in team fights later. So putting Cream, Jackie Love in better positions to carry through the mid game instead of the late game, I like it with your back against the wall if you are TS. Again, a spot where they have rarely been so far in Split 3.
Yeah. Yeah, if they want to now pick themselves up this series victory right here versus WE, they're going to have to put it back to back. As we've said, they're very good in game 3s, but they've been avoiding them so far recently. They don't want to be down right here, and I think that the fact that WE have been able to pull themselves out a pretty interesting composition, make it a little bit different, and play something that, hey, again, I think there's a lot of comfort for them right here in this composition, is exciting. Top Esports, this is what they need to show us. This is what they need to do to just completely take over this game. Get Cream going, get yourself into a good spot. A massive hostile takeover from Hung is a way to just completely rip through a fight and make WE into just paste on the floor, potentially.
It's a tall task to answer still for nonetheless. Starting to get a bit curious here as we talk more and more about the small sample size that TS have had in Split 3. They have yet... This is actually the first time that they will be playing from behind after Game 1. I want to make sure to confirm that. They still hold true in those 3-game series. They've always lost Game 2. So they lost Game 2 up against IG and Weibo, but they won Games 1 and 3. So this is uncharted territory technically for Top Esports. And that's always fun to see because it's like I always love when two like trends or ideals go head to head. It's kind of like we saw with the Scion from last game for Cube.
Yeah, exactly. It's the sort of place where Cube is, hey, it doesn't matter that you've technically counterpicked me right here on the Aatrox. I'm going to absorb the pressure versus you. I'm then going to absorb the pressure versus your bot lane, and you're not going to be able to stand up against my bot lane. Being able to just, hey, I can play better than you in this situation. I know this champion a little bit better, potentially. Really, really good to see. For WE, this is a really interesting position from them mentally, right? What are you thinking? You've got Top Esports on the ropes right here. You've been able to draft yourself a composition that I think they're going to be pretty happy with. I don't see it as a massive draft diff for them all of a sudden. And so, hey, we can do this. We can take out Top Esports. And this would be such a great thing for them to do. We were talking about it at the top of the show, right? Hey, are we actually gonna start our split properly versus Top Esports? Are we actually gonna kickstart it? That was presented as a bit of a like far-fetched hypothetical. All of a sudden, it's a little bit more like a reality.
Yeah, I want to really reflect on even more trends like we enjoy focusing on here when it comes to W, especially now that we know we're having some sort of technical issue getting onto Summoner's Rift that our on-site referee and staff team will be figuring out there. WE, their start to Split 2, they started 0-5. So, technically, they are not out of their same wheelhouse from last time. It was an 0-5 start. They went 0-5 to start here, and then I believe they rattled off 4 straight. No, 5 straight after it.
Was it 5? I thought it was 4.
I am...
If it was 5, extra impressive.
It is 5. Yeah, so it was 5.
Okay.
They rattled off... They went 5-0. They went 0-5, 5-0 into 0-3. And then they started stabilizing a bit. So... Yeah. The up and downs of WE. It's a roller coaster, and it's a fun one at the top. It's a sad one towards the bottom. Not sad anymore on stage, though, Bloxer. Looks like we got through our technical issue, and we will be getting back on stage here into the Rift for Game 2 between Top Esports and Team WE. And the most fun part, the most traditional part here, obviously about the LPL. The Jayos, which have been surprisingly split in Team WE's home arena. It's the spirit of the LPL. It never gets old. It never will get old. And if it gets old, then I'm sorry to say you're not a fan of the LPL anymore. Yep, I said it.
It's so good. So good. And it's great to hear people properly cheering for W. Yes, it's their home arena, right? That does increase the likelihood that somebody's going to be excited for your team. At least you'd hope so. But still, for a team going 0-4 to still have all their supporters out excited about them, hearing the cheers come through pretty even alongside Top Esports is nice to hear. Still, while we were listening in, nothing too much happening. Having a look through at what we've got. We've got unsealed spellbooks on the support, so that's going to be interesting. Other than that, everybody's gone towards pretty standard, as we would expect runes.
Oh, but Karis. Weak laning phase has been an issue. It's not good to start out going melee range with an Akali that just churns 5-pointed strikes out constantly. We'll say this should be a bit of a time where Karis can farm comfortably with the range advantage. Same can't be said for Taeyun. Try to play an AP damage dealer on the bot side with a level 1 Alistar. They are definitely going to be getting a wave shoved into them. The question that becomes that I have for you, Bloxer, is Vampire actually, wow, nice headbutt into the bomb that already whiffed. That's just some synergy in that bottom lane.
Don't worry, I got you, bud.
I got you. You won't miss. You won't be missing any of these bombs anymore. But the question I wanted to pose was, I wonder if we'll see any aggressive jungle invades on the bot side as Vampire. Buddy, we just talked about TES disrespecting you in game 1. Let's not give him any avenues this time around.
Absolutely, you cannot be stepping forwards like that and putting yourself into a hole. That first headbutt, I thought he was going to immediately have it turned around on him. Luckily, it was still the level 1s. Your opponents get level 2 and you still go for a headbutt as the Alistar, always going to get punished, and that's going to allow this nice juicy wave to be pushed in underneath the tower. You can go for the early reset if you want as TS, or they can just kind of stick it around and just keep the pressure up.
Monkey obviously had some very unique clears in game 1. It looks like he started his chickens, cleared out his bot side, and now making the longer walk back up towards his Krugs and red buff. That does give Kanavi a bit of a quicker timer. And like we talked, like I wanted to talk about before the bottom lane started slugging it out. Wonder if that opens up, maybe not a gank opportunity, but an opportunity to at least get some forward wards down to continue to track Monkey on his path.
Exactly, you're very much not expecting to actually be able to gank down onto this bottom lane. The push was pretty much always going to come through, as you highlighted, Slayer. But it does at least allow you to, like you said, put ward down, get yourself the Scuttlecrab bot side as well, and that's just going to make this bot lane seem a hell of a lot safer right here for TES to just keep up that pressure and make it uncomfortable for Taeyun to play.
Talked about it from draft, though. 369 had the carry top lane into tank matchup. Now has it reversed, so he's definitely hurting for mana. We'll have to take a reset here. Cube will be in a pretty good tempo spot. Or does Monkey really want to continue to aggress more? He was stepping towards a dive, but this is a Cassante. Even without mana, it can be a pretty big threat. So he'll reset, and we'll see both our mid laners teleport back on in, including Taeyun, who gets that TP advantage. That's what you get with the Ziggs pick.
And the fact that you're able to take that reset rather than just being constantly stuck under your tower, lest you lose yourself a couple waves of XP, is going to be nice. It makes up for a lot of the sins that the early Ziggs can have, like you said, especially paired up alongside the Alistar. It does now mean that you've got yourself Monkey down on the bottom side of the map. Good to see Jackie Love immediately step in around, go put down a couple wards, head back to base. You don't want to be sticking it out bot side right now with a lack of mana, slightly low health, when you know Monkey should be in the area. I mean, neither of these teams should be particularly surprised by where their opponents are on the map at the moment.
Where do these opponents move into next, though? Especially the junglers. Dragon spawning about 5 seconds. Camp starting to respawn on the top side here for both of our junglers. We go back to that same sort of wave control. Which one of these lanes is going to have push? Because right now, Cream is starting to kind of relax on his positive trades. Still has some health pots to keep him somewhat topped off. Does have the Dark Seal, which I like to see from Cream. Means that he is all about scrapping as early as he can get that ultimate online. And those should be coming soon, as the Dragon does hit the Rift with Kanavi on the bot side for now. And just saw a ping come down from Monkey that he's going after his Krugs.
It's going to open up the Drake right here, potentially, for TES. They just want to head straight on towards that one with the bot lane pressure that we've been seeing, with what you would expect to be mid lane pressure if Cream wants it. Particularly, he will get the level 6 right there off of this wave. And now you should be in a good spot to just head up, go towards this Drake, but it is going to be spotted out. Vampire is in the area, and it's going to witness the multiple members of TES wandering on over to this one.
Now, witnessing is already a good thing, Vampire. Flinging
Don't
yourself
go
into
in.
TES
Yeah.
is a bad thing. So we'll see if he heeds that advice. Karis does have Realm Warp, and Monkey is making his way into the bot side jungle. But we have to remember, this is a Kalista TES team. So with the Red Smite, you really shouldn't ever have to 50-50 an objective. And Monkey should know that. but he still wants to look for the fight after. He's charging up the stun.
Okay.
Realm Warp's coming on top of Jackie Love and Hong, who do get separated, but Kanavi and Cream flashing on top of Monkey just get rid of the Viego before the fight really ever kicks off, and now Karis is trapped in no man's land, asking, where's my jungler? He's back at base, buddy. You got a flash after him alongside Vampire. TES overload and pounce on Monkey for the kill.
Really nice to see TES just snap engage right there, and it's a mistake out of WE. You don't have yourself item breakpoints at this point. The Ziggs, the Ryze, they're going to need a while to get online. Alistair not going to be particularly tanky at this point in the game either, and the Viego especially really needs to get at least that first item completed to be able to go for these skirmishes. It's not the same thing for TES. They're more than happy to go for that one. And critically, what did we talk about when we talked about what TES needed to get going to be able to win this game? It was get kills onto Cream. He picks up that first blood with the Dark Seal as well. That's going to be an extra little bonus.
This is the TS we enjoyed most. The snap decisiveness, even in heated teamfight spots. Kanavi eats the stun. Hong is getting jumped on, but they don't worry. They don't have a care in the world except trying to knock down Karis. And that's enough to silence the play like you called out. So TES, good start. We needed them being on top of the plays on the map early, and they've done just that.
Absolutely. Now they need to keep it going. They need to do their best impressions of WE during Game 1 and keep the pressure up. This is a team composition that's not going to do so hot for itself in the later stages of the game. You're going to get outscaled a little bit by WE, so you need to make things work as early on as possible. So far, so good. Now going to be rotating up towards the top side of the map in order to compete for these grubs. Picking up a bunch of grubs right here would be really nice, especially taking it away from a team with a Ryze, who's going to be very happy to sit over on side lanes and push down towers. That is going to be huge. WE, they're going to know this is happening, but again, do they feel confident enough to be able to step up and try to disrupt this play?
Doesn't look like it. TES in flow state right now. Kanavi teaming up with this bot side to just take all those more important objectives on the map. Sure, Monkey gets some camps back, but you've got those 3 grubs. You've got Jackie Love and Hong ready to switch onto this top side and start taking plates for free. They're just grooving along right now, but they're starting to pick up the beats per minute here on our song of the early game as we are looking for a dive onto Cube. Has flash, has public execution, and it's going to get the TP forced out of Taeyun. Such a short distance, but it's just to assuage any sort of dive onto his top laner.
You have to go for that one, otherwise it is going to be the dive onto Cube. Maybe him and Vampire, who was sprinting up through the jungle, would have been able to get there and at least trade it back, but it's not a risk you really want to be taking overall, especially, as we've been saying, with a WE composition that needs a little bit to get those first items at least to really be able to go and compete. But it does just mean that, now you've got yourself, your bot laner, and your top laner sharing XP on a wave in the top lane. Not exactly ideal at this point. Jackie, what are you doing?
Out of position here. He's able to kite himself back safely with limited CC. Costs him his flash, but here comes Fate's Call. TS going back forward. Monkey responds with a Heartbreaker of his own over the wall into his mist. Flash forward, though, from Kanavi. Goes after Vampire. Good headbutt, but the slows are going to start stacking, and like you called out, there's no flash. Realm Warp is going to be your savior, Vampire. A lot of use there for no kills from both sides.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that you now lose your flash onto Jackie Love could be critical going forwards. We'll see if that one's going to be impactful. 1 minute 30 seconds until the next Drake. But then also big Realm Warp to get his support out of there. Still, you now don't have the Realm Warp for a little bit of map repositioning or shenanigans around this common objective, so not going to be ideal overall. Still, we're going to see teleports coming on through. The supports going to use up their unsealed spellbooks to get onto the map, get involved around. Interesting to see WE moving as heavily towards the top side of the map as they are right now. There's no real big objectives up here at the moment. The objective's spawning it in a minute down on the bottom side, but it does at least get them a little bit of extra gold with the Scuttle Crab, bit of extra vision top side, never going to go amiss.
Epic monster slaying supremacy is still TS's wheelhouse. Rarely you see a game where an LPL team can get 3 grubs and first Drakes and not be supremely ahead from a level 1 Clown Fiesta or some pretty bad lane assignments. WE, that is a clear-cut goal that they have to try and shut down now. With that dragon, as you called out, blocks respawning in about under 30 seconds. That means, where do these first items really start coming through? We don't have any on the map just yet, but I believe...
There we go.
It should be, the Kraken Slayer coming through is one for Monkey, but also, Cream picking up the Rocket Belt, and that, again, is the real big thing to look for Cream needs to execute these, especially the two mages, the scaling mage threats as often as he can in this phase of the game.
Absolutely, and in about 2 seconds time, he's going to have his flash up as well. There you go, that's our Cream Rocket Belt flash. Ulti available here. This is going to be an unlocked Akali right here, and Cream, he's had such a good set of performances so far in this split. If he can have another huge one, he's going to be critical for the win for TES if they want to send us to a game number 3. Dragon up and available WE. They've got a little bit of a fast track towards the pit right here, and it's pretty hard to step up. You can see the amount of zoning you have available to you because of Taeyun on this Ziggs makes it pretty hard right here for TS to be able to actually get their vision down and really know what's going on.
Glad you called that out, Blockster. That's a huge focal point for W going forward. We talked about the range. Range advantage means first setup is a nightmare for your opposing team. So TS are going to have to find flank ways to navigate around that. Because nobody has yet started up that second Mountain Drake. And there's problems accruing on the other side of the map for WE. 369 has survived the early onslaught and quietly has the biggest gold lead of any head-to-head matchup right now. About 500 gold over his opponent. And TES are snapping onto that dragon. They got that setup control back. It's Monkey's job to try and navigate the mist invisibility to get close enough.
TPs.
TP coming through for Cube. His Vampire's off to the side. Cream is stuck between both sides of W's fight. Eats the Rune Prison, eats the stun, but he's buying a lot of time. Hostile Takeover is going to hit on the Vampire, but with the rest of their teammates, public execution forward does not find its mark. Reset comes through for Monkey. Now he's going to look to try and chase down with that Akali as the public execution does actually hit onto Kanavi, but Cube, it was a little too early. W are disjointed. They can't figure out where the fight lines are and how to play together, and it's starting to cost them. Luckily, with Taeyun's satchel charge, it won't be more than just Monkey going off, Cube falling off the rift.
0.2 of a second before Cube goes flying in. I was about to say they need to play this one slow, and then immediately, as I open my mouth, Cube just flies into the backline, and it's way too aggressive. You're absolutely right. It's too early. You've got yourself a really good spot right now where TES, they are pincered in. Yes, they picked up the Drake, but you've picked yourself up that initial kill, and you can wait. You can just slowly take people down, use Taeyun's poke, use Garrus' poke, and play this fight out. Instead, because Cube flies in, that's a big part of your damage gone. That's a big part of your front line especially gone. And it turns the fight on its head. TES happy. 369.
Yeah, I'm saying this is what 369 does best. He's absorbing the pressure, but I'm glad that Monkey doesn't push any further. The all-out was available. As we walk back through that fight, you were pointing out, not on the right page, WE were.
The Rune Prison is really, really nice. It tags onto Garrus as well, does the hostile takeover, so he does a little bit of damage to his own members, but honestly, these champions don't do that much damage at this point in the game, so the hostile takeover isn't going to be anywhere near as effective. This is wrong. You've got Taeyun on the top side, you've got Garrus on the bottom side, you've got Monkey who's now taken over on Akali's body. You just have to wait. You have to play this one a little bit slower, poke people out, then go in alongside Monkey. The way that it plays out is disjointed, and that's a problem we've seen from WE. That's a problem that they were able to avoid in the previous game, and that's part of why they were able to win it.
It's a whole different style for W compared to Game 1, mainly with Taeyun on such a adverse champion compared to Israel. I know they both are skill shot reliant, but the way you navigate fights on the Israel compared to the Ziggs can be a lot different, a lot more burst oriented. So you need to see WE kind of get over the growing pains that we've highlighted so many times for them in their 0-4 hold to start split 3. Onto the Rift though. The Herald will hit its pit now, so it'll come across there, and that's where a lot of the attention is going to come to. We still don't have any long lanes with no turrets down yet, so covering wave states is still not too hard for either one of these teams.
Yeah, absolutely. You can just absorb a lot of pressure. There's plenty of wave clear available, especially WE. They've got wave clear for days alongside the Rise and the Ziggs, so they're going to be perfectly happy to just keep the pressure up. Herald available. WE, again, they get first move towards the pit, but we saw previously that didn't necessarily help them too much. TES felt comfortable bullying their way in last time.
That ward is spawning out this entire Herald take a TS thing. All right, it's time to go for a fight here because WE are pretty split up. They throw Hong into the fray to hit the hostile takeover on Monkey and lock him down. Nowhere to move, but they do trade Jackie back out. Who can step up next on this fight? Cream forces the flash out of Cube. The Realm Warp is only going to get Karis out as Vampire pops the Ghost. AD carry down for TES, but still much more confident in the fight.
Absolutely, that was really nice right there out of Hung. He flashes forwards, hostile takeover to just lock up a couple of the members of WE hitting each other. The fight won from that point on. Maybe a little over-aggressive from Jackie Love, steps up a little bit too far, gets taken out, but it was a mess of a team fight anyway. This was no clear battle lines drawn. There was no trenches dug in here. Everybody just jumped on top of each other, and it works out for TES that they've got themselves a composition that likes scrapping like this.
And the bigger rewards honestly gained on the back end of that fight. But let's look at the fight once more, Bloxer.
Just watch. Watch on. Watch what he does right here. Gets popped in. Boom. Maybe he doesn't need to flash there, you know, it only brings him forwards a little bit, but because he flashes forwards, it means that he lands that hostile takeover instantly. There's not a single second for you to be able to react to that one. Then again, the flash wasn't available for the Ziggs anyway, so maybe it was a little bit overly aggressive. We'll see if Hung gets caught out somewhere, maybe it hurts, but until Spellbook, that's what you can do with these supports.
It opens up so much more creativity, and it's been very refreshing to see here. This Cube is really just not refreshed, I'd say more anxious about any of these trades in the 369. The classic Cassante conundrum. How low is actually low enough for me to be able to kill this guy on the Mbessa?
Yep.
Right now,
Yep.
not low enough.
We'll see. We'll see if he's going to be able to get a little bit more damage down, get the maths a little bit more in his favor. Rift Herald going to be spawned down on into the mid lane, using this one very early on. A TES going to look to bully out this mid lane tower. It won't die on an initial charge. We'll see if anybody's confident enough to actually ride this one. No, this is going to get the charge off, yes,
it's all for the dragon.
It's a little bit like a waste.
Yeah, it's all for this dragon, though. Remember, TES are on soul point. They can grab this Infernal Drake. Karis watching it slowly go down. The advantage of the Callista Wren, I mean, honestly, that alone is what made sure Monkey wouldn't go for the steal. That was a bit of caster cursing. Yeah, guys, check out this cool Callista Wren. TS. Dragon on 1 HP.
I think it actually was 1 HP.
Oh, 100%.
Right there.
Straight up 1 HP.
Yeah, and the interesting thing about using the Rift Herald like that is, yes, it gets you that Drake, it puts you on soul point, that is going to be very impactful, but you do trade it for a tower topside from Cube, right? It's still going to be 1 tower for none, and that opens the map up a little bit extra here. And the fact that you don't manage to fully bully down that mid lane tower is tricky, right? We've been talking already about how WE, they've got themselves a composition with a lot of wave clear. So not being able to knock down that tower with the Rift Herald means that this mid lane tower might stick around for an uncomfortably long time here. And it could become a little bit of a thorn in TS's side.
This game feels a lot more even than a lot of the metrics suggest. Okay, the Rune Prison set up into the public execution. One more auto with the Ignite. Kareem will fall to Vampire's Ignite. That one Rise auto, the difference maker.
Yep. That's what Karis had to go for. He knew that. He knew that it wasn't going to be enough to tick down without, but the second that it lands, yep, that's just going to be one quick kill, and another tower being picked up right here. This is what I mean, right? WE, they're not laying down and just allowing the game to happen to them. They're still making proactive plays across the rest of the map. You can see a lot of pings going down onto this mid lane tower right here from TES, but Taeyun arrives on the scene. He's going to be able to clear these waves out nice and easily, and that's just a good proactive play out of WE.
And as this game evolves, for WE, the important thing to track is their scaling mages. As we get a replay on this dive. I just want to see. I know these awesome LPL observers are going to give it to us. Oh, maybe they won't slow it down. The Rise auto, I just want to see it. Oh, yeah, we do. Yeah, of course. They never disappoint.
Gorgeous.
How much damage do you think that was? Like 50?
Yeah,
like,
I think it deals like maybe even less than it. Might be like 40 something that deals, but it's enough. Wow. It's all you need, and this is a game that can be about inches, and that certainly was one. W picking up that kill. It also gets you onto those 2 items right here. Karis now 2 items for Monkey as well. Cube 2 is sat in a very strong position. So you're going to be very happy with being able to claw yourself back into a decent spot in this game. The gold is dead even at the moment. Now, you do have more effective stats on TES because they've been able to pick themselves up these first 3 Drakes, but that is now something you'd have to think about as WE. 2 minutes, 20 seconds until the next Drake is going to spawn, and you cannot afford to give an Infernal Soul over to this TES composition.
And the Drake counter is really the Achilles heel for this game state for WE. Everything else, I think they've done a pretty phenomenal job. Buying time, stalling. You mentioned the wave clear advantage they have, the turret advantage they have, knowing that they scale so much harder in this game. But Infernal Soul will just heal all of the ailments. It'll be like a back-to tank for TES that they'll be able to just jump into and come out refreshed and meet all of those scaling threat numbers with their own raw damage.
Exactly. We'll see. We'll see if they're going to be able to overcome the fact they put themselves in this little bit of a deficit. Atakan obviously also going to be on the board right now. Giving over to TS would be bad. So WE, they're going to start setting themselves up. They keep the push going through the mid lane. That unlocks you a little bit right here. Actually, it's even going to be Jaculov arriving to this wave a little bit late. That's not ideal, right? You've now got this mid lane tower down to about the same amount of HP as your own for WE. And yeah, they're going to be happy about that.
And remember, Zig, satchel charge. So if you have an even health turret
so
on either
close
side,
to being dead.
You don't actually have even health turrets because, this is getting close enough where if Taeyun gets escorted up towards that turret, it will go down. And I'm glad you've highlighted how much the wave states will become an advantage, but Taeyun getting hunted by 369, but Vampire reverses it on him. He says, all right, we'll throw you under our own turret and force your flash.
Yeah, forcing that flash is going to be critical, right? 369. With this Cassante, if you can't get into the backline, if you can't reposition, that's pretty rough of a situation to put you into, and it makes it even harder, although Collapse might be coming through right here.
Kanavi, they know they just got Taeyun's flash.
Oh, he missed
Good
it!
satchel charge, though. The knockup doesn't come through for Kanavi. They're still going after Taeyun. They commit a lot more. It's Fate's Call and Cream flying on him with the TP. Monkey does have to flash back towards his pit. This is a wacky fight, really getting stretched thin, as the jungler of WE is pushed all the way out towards his topside jungle. And this is problematic. That Infernal Drake is spawning in 10 seconds. Taeyun will not be able to join. Great timer TES take to knock him off the map. It might have just gotten them Infernal Soul.
Absolutely, it took everything, right? It was the attempt at the insect with the Crescent Guard from Kanavi. It doesn't quite end up working out. Still, WE here.
They connect onto Cream with the public execution with this hostile takeover.
Oh,
it's going to hit all 4 remaining members of WE, and 369 will start the kill brigade just like that. Dominoes fall in order.
So good. We've been highlighting it, right? What he can do with this champion is insane.
He's fine.
I'm just waiting, just seeing you're actually going to be able to get away with this way. Yeah, it's Atakan too, exactly. You're going to pick yourself up that Infernal Soul, Atakan as well. Bot lane tier 1 tower as well if you want it, and that's just going to be a huge injection of gold. The swing that TES needed to potentially send us to a game number 3. WE, they're going to have to head back to base, lick their wounds, and then come out quickly, right? Because we've got 30 seconds until the Baron is going to be available.
It's just such...
It's just a hostile takeover.
Yeah. It's the toughest spot to be in here. Normally a 4th Drake, this would be easy for WE to give, but
yeah,
it's not the game we're in.
No, you absolutely can't just give this one up, but the second that you've lost Taeyun before the fight even starts, you're already in a hole, you're already in a deficit. And Hung, we talked about him, right, coming over from Weibo, and all of a sudden just turns around the fortunes of a TES that looked bad at the end of last split. Got knocked out of the playoffs in round 2 by a WE on a resurgence, on a little bit of a win streak that they love to go on. But TES looking so much better, and right here on Renata, something we were talking about very positively during the draft phase, he is making it work.
MSI, Kalista, Renata. That doesn't work on TES. You want to know why, LPL fans? They weren't at MSI, so they aren't plagued by the same illness to this bottom lane.
It's the reason that when it was drafted, when we were picking it up during the draft phase for TES, I was like, I don't know how much I love the Kalista, but I do love the Renata. The Renata is an amazing pickup. And so far so good, 100% kill participation right now on him. He's been everywhere on the map, a big part of why you've got yourself this 4,000 gold lead and all of the Drakes for TES.
They still need to keep up pressure though, because while they do have a significant lead, there is a ticking time bomb with this Rise and the Ziggs. Mainly, I would say Karis by this point. He has a significant CS lead. He's actually up gold. Full Roa, full Seraph stun, level 16 Rise. So this is where Rise players could turn into, you know, your classic fighting game players, just slamming their Joy-Cons as much as possible, throwing down QWE over and over again. But here's a good way to kind of speed the game back up.
Baron.
Lean into your Callista Ren power, but they're going to turn off it. Look for the fight here. 369 on the front line, going to take a good amount of poke, but they need to find these Ziggs and the Rise. Vampire's happy to eat up a ton of these combos and smiling even wider, knowing that he got TES off of that Baron by face-checking the brush.
Exactly. Stopping TES from just being able to pump damage onto this one. They're going to have a very fast Baron take, like you've been highlighting throughout this entire game. The secure should be nice and easy right here between the Rend and the Smite from Kanavi. The only thorn in that is potentially going to be the fact that Vampire does have a Smite of his own right now. He's looking to help out Monkey on any potential steals that they have to go for. Still, stopping that one, resetting it through, buying you more time. Exactly what you want here is WE. Getting closer and closer to some of these massive 3-item breakpoints for these main APCs.
That's why this game is far from over. Knowing the comp WE have drafted. Vampire gonna have to put the flash there as the knockup does come across. Blast cones are your friend, Vampire, but some of his engage tools are off the board, and Cube is way too far up in his top lane. Probably execution doesn't land to help him dash back across. Instead, he has Cream dash across space and execute him. Down goes Cube.
Yeah, that's going to be the Baron started up right here for TESW. What's the response? Do they just push through their waves? Because right now, Karis, he doesn't look like he wants to go. Yeah, just push, just push.
It's so hard for...
Honestly, Taeyun should be pushing mid-tier too.
It's weird to say, but sacking Baron might have to be the call. And Monkey is going to make sure they definitely have to. The Heartbreaker, all this is going to wait for 369, who's running at him with torrential pace. Taeyun drops the whole combo, but that's the tank who will happily gobble up all the damage Taeyun has to offer. Baron secured. All the WE get in the background is that bottom lane tier 2 turret.
I think that's just a mistake right there from WE. You know you're not going to be able to win that fight. You've already lost your Ambessa, so the best you can do is shove through mid-wave as far as possible. Get yourself a mid lane tier 2, a bot lane tier 2. That's a good injection of gold, and it also stops this from happening. It stops this massive push from coming through instantaneously through the mid lane. They already lose a couple of towers. The base is now going to be cracked open.
I see no signs of TES slowing down. Look at Vampire, though, in your map. Classic Vampire, my friend. Trying to find the flank of all flanks, but can't go for it without Taeyun up and Cube just now racing out of base. TES have done a really good job playing aggressive with their composition and honestly just being better about timers. It's two straight big objectives where WE have lost a critical member on the map within a minute's time of a Soul Drake or a Baron.
Exactly. Every single time TES, they look for a little bit of a pick, find one onto WE who are stepping up alone, not necessarily pushing in the correct situations, and it means that they're just rolling through this game. 6,000 gold lead the advantage with the Soul, with the Atakan, and now with the Baron buff in their back pocket. This is going to take a miracle for WE to get back into this game.
Oh, okay, though, Kanavi start off the fight on his own. I would say that's a bad thing, but he takes 0 damage, the Crescent Guard up, and oh boy, Taeyun is just gone. Here comes the final march forward for TES, back to winning ways, looking polished as ever, running down WE one by one. They don't care about Nexus turrets, those just tickle, those don't hurt. 4 kills picked up, it's only Cube on the wrong side of the map. This series is going the distance.
Yeah, this is going to go to 3 games. As we highlighted earlier, TES, they haven't actually come back from a Game 1 loss so far this split, but they do this one in dominant fashion. Only 3 deaths are going down, deathless for a couple of their members, and a brilliant, brilliant game to be able to watch. Nexus going to fall. They do it in 30 minutes.
We may be in our final split of the year, but both our teams giving nods to their split 2 form here in this one. WE playing tight against Top Esports in a single game. Check. Top Esports back to their 3-game ways as they push us the distance. Not much to say about this game, Bloxer. Like you pointed out at the end of the Nexus explosion, that was what a first place versus 8th place team should look like on Summer's Rift.
It only feels surprising in contrast with what we saw in game number 1, where you're able to play that one so well as WE. But this is the problem for WE. This is the problem with their playstyle and why they're always going to be a bit of a high variance team. They love to get an early lead and just keep running through you. Well, they've drafted themselves a composition that can't play early. That's problem number 1. And then problem number 2, they give that initial kill over to Cream, and all of a sudden they're playing from the back foot, and that's not a position that WE are particularly comfortable in at all.
And as the hindsight kind of washes over us, Bloxer, we talked about the draft too. A bit of some head-scratching picks. I, again, wish we had, or at least I had been more observant of it once we got onto the Rift. But when you pick Viego, you want to, add with that or not combat that, add with it winning lanes. So he has the ability to kind of
somewhere you can play.
Yeah, play, and also just like safety of farming a lot if you want to speed farm. Ziggs, Alistair, you're not winning this lane at all. Rise into Akali, you're not winning that lane. It was just cute, but again, like we've highlighted it, against 369 in lane, it's not close no matter what champions are picked.
Yeah, exactly. Even with the counter picks, you're expecting to still just, go even. And that's a good thing. I'm not mad at Cube for going even in that lane and not losing out onto any solo kills. That's fine. But it still means that that's not going to be a lane you can particularly play around. And Monkey, with the champion and with the playstyle that he has, wants to get aggressive. We saw it in the previous game where even though they had a couple of overly pushing lanes and it meant it was hard for him to gank, we'll dive. We'll go for these aggressive plays anyway. We'll get into our opposition's jungle. In this game, he was the one being given the runaround, wasn't allowed to play his game, and it felt like the Viego just never got involved. It's going to actually be very interesting to see the damage dealt. Not necessarily for top esports, I'm expecting that the damage dealt is just lots, but for WE, who was actually able to get involved, because it doesn't feel like any of their carries are really able to do anything.
Pretty constricted they were nonetheless. Yeah, oh my god, great call, Bloxer. Yeah, that is, that's gotta be top 3 lowest damage dealt stats for Monkey all year.
That's bad.
That's griefing. That's griefing.
Yeah, there's levels to bad, but your Viego dealing 4,300 damage.
He almost got out damaged by Hong.
He almost gets out damaged by Hong, which is. Does the damage dealt on the Renata ulti go to him?
Wow, you're asking. You know who would answer that?
Me is supposed to be the answer to that question.
You know who also could answer that?
Yeah.
The lovely people over at prodiff.
True. They would know the answer to that
LPL
question.
10 is your code.
I'm actually not sure. If it doesn't, and Hong almost out-damaged him when it was hostile takeover going the other ways, that would be insane.
Sure. Well, I don't know. I'm totally diametrically opposed. Tweet at us if you know the answer. That'll be a fun one. I'm sure you guys were talking about it in chat. Tweet at us to let us know which one.
Yeah.
Because, I'm trying to... Renata doesn't have enough damage-dealing abilities, I think, to get that high up on her own either.
Yeah. But still, I'd think it would be a little bit more damage, because there were a bunch of really great ultis that came through from Hong. He was hitting these hostile takeovers again and again and again. He got the flash run early. He hit the 3-man one during the during this Herald fight as well, and he was able to just keep rolling with it.
But it's only auto attacks, and you had you had a Ziggs and a Rise.
APCs. Yeah.
So you know what I've deduced from our research project we've done here, Bloxer? I think it does count.
I think it does count. I would agree with that. Still, even with hostile takeover dealing that damage and giving it over, the fact that you nearly get out damaged by a support is embarrassing in almost every single situation. And with a Viego, it's untenable, right? That 4,300 damage that he did is less health than you're going to have at the end of the game right here with 369. So you can't play it out like that. You cannot make that work. And so this is one of the things we've been talking about for WE and issues with them. They need to draft compositions that play super early on. Part of the problem for them, I think, is that in this game, both them and Top Esports banned away a ton of the best bot lane duos that we would expect to see, and it meant that they were forced onto something that wanted to play a little bit later on, and they just didn't have the lanes to make it work.
Yeah, in my head, I wanted to see the Caitlyn from Taeyoon. I was like, okay, that would have given Vampire pushing lane, but then you wouldn't likely have gotten a good engage support for Vampire. It was a lot of like twisted cables. Just that if you pulled on them, create knots that you were never going to get out, and never really get out of this game too with a win. And they still didn't get out of this game too with a win. Talking of MVPs though, we were breaking down the Renata kit and how it applies to damage. Hong, your pick for MVP in this series, Bloxer?
I'd say so. He was everywhere. He was a part of basically every single kill. He might have actually been a part of every single kill by the end of that one. And it was two massive key ultis that were really able to put them in a great spot overall. Absolutely, yeah, he deserves to be... Yeah, he missed out on 1 or 2 kills right at the very end of the game, but he was a part of the first 8, which is the most important.
Most important thing here for TES in the long term, and Hong, congratulations, my friend, on your first player of the game under your new team in top esports. Support diff has been a big focal point for TES to try and get over their woes from Split 2. They've gotten over their woes from Game 1, as we will be going the distance in our series between the very top and the very bottom of Group Ascend. Standings-wise, no shakeups really going to happen in the standings, but a shakeup nonetheless to one of those zeros you see slotted between our two teams. We'll find out which one of them earns a 1 after another intermission. We'll see you guys on the other side. Climactic finish coming your way for our first series of the day. Team WE 0-4. Did not matter in game 1. Stomped TES. Did matter in game 2. Got stomped by TES. But the important thing to remember, Bloxer, is we can put a lot of that behind us, except for, as always, the 20 champions that will be coming off the board for this third draft coming soon.
Yeah, we've lost quite a lot of the comfort picks, I'd say, right here away from WE. Top Esports, I feel like they've got wider champion pools overall. They've been comfortable on a lot of different things, and they're going to maybe feel a little bit better coming into this game number 3. We've talked about it a lot today. Top, they're very good in game 3s. They were great at them in Split 2. They were getting better at not having to need them here in Split 3, but stuff happens, you know, it's not the end of the world that we're going to be in a game 3. It's great for us. I love that we get to watch these two scrap it out again, especially because it's been so exciting and very back and forth. It's very much a WE stomping game number 1 and very much a Top stomping game number 2. I'm hoping in this game number 3 we can see these teams really go toe-to-toe and make it last a little bit longer, maybe.
We don't have access to the lovely graphic from the, I believe it was 2 Top Esports series ago, but they were 90% win rate in game 3s in Split 2 proper. So as much as we ragged on them for always going to game 3s against opponents they should never go against in those third games, they usually cleaned up shop. It was rare that they lost these spots, and that does kind of create a looming cloud over WE into this game 4 draft. At least they'll be able to select what will likely be blue side, Bloxer. That's one little shining ray through the cloud.
Exactly, blue side, incredibly important. It has been the entire year long, and I don't really see that changing in any way. Fearless has very much opened up blue side as the better side, and there's a lot of things that have been banned away throughout the early games that maybe you let through, maybe you think you can allow over right here. The Varus has been off of the board every single time, so has the Gwen. I wonder if we're going to get to see either of those in game 3.
That's a great shot. I was going to ask you. I almost want to ask you before we went to break about what blue side bans look like in this game 3, because WE and Top Esports handshook the same red side bans in this series so far. And talking more about champion pools, I want to focus in on Taeyun, because I think outside of Caitlyn and Ezreal, the next AD carry he's played the most by nature would definitely be the Varus. So Top Esports, I think that's probably the most important red side ban that you need to subscribe to. I think you could get away with, I think you can live with giving Cube a Gwen and feel like he won't be very good on that, you know, or even giving Karis over an Azir. The Varus needs to be a red side ban off rip.
Absolutely, you can't be allowing this one through. It's one of the only champions he's actually been able to pick up a win on. Prior to today, where he obviously wins on that Ezreal, he'd only been able to pick himself up victories on the Varus and on the Caitlyn. And the Caitlyn, you need quite specific setup around it to make it work, whereas the Varus, it's in almost every composition, right? We've been talking about how it's just so strong and it can fit into everything with the different builds as well. You can make it work in the majority of situations. We could very much see that one going off of the board. And then we're beginning to look at some of these lower tier ADCs, I'll be honest, right? We're not actually at the top tier anymore. The Varus is kind of the only remaining one that's been really, really strong. Now we're getting into the realm of, hey, are we actually going to go super late game? Are we going to get to see ourselves a Sivir, a Smolder, a Senna? Or do we not get those bans that we saw in the previous game and we actually get to see a Lucian Nami on our screens potentially?
That's what's going to be so interesting about WE drafts, especially even looking in our series so far. They have played diametrically opposed styles in their bottom lane and also jungle for Monkey, right? Skarner game 1, Viego game 2. On the opposite sides of the champion planet, if you will. WE come out with a Gwen ban on blue side. You don't see that too often. Trundle draws a ban for Monkey. I like that, but are TS really going to leave Varus up with this last ban? That's the big question on the mind.
If they do, I would expect that to be the slam for WE first pick, and it would be something they'd be very comfortable with. Obviously, it's TS. If you're allowing that, you have something you want to play into it specifically. You know that one's going to be picked up very early on. It is interesting that WE also take out the Gwen, but I can understand it. Trying to play something aggressive into 369 is kind of miserable, and trying to play against him on something aggressive, very, very bad. Yeah, Lucian ban this early on is very, very interesting. I mean, I could see that being them extra indexing into going towards this Varus. They're saying, oh, I think they're going to leave it open. We don't want to play Varus into Lucian Nami. I think that puts more pressure on TES to ban this one away.
Or, yeah, that, or maybe they're trying to set up for a Caitlyn lane You want to dodge bottom lanes that can kind of match your kill threat early. The Varus man comes across, really safe B1. You see this a lot of the time in the game ones that Taliyah gets put past, and then that gets locked in. So Karis, we had some questions about his champion pool for the series, and I would say he lands on his 3 most comfortable.
Yes. Yes, he does. And I've got to be honest, the Rise in that previous game was not the problem. That was not why things were going wrong. In fact, he was the get-out-of-jail-free card for a lot of his teammates. When they got into mispositioning errors, he could just pull them out with that Realm Warp. So Garrus, he's been looking pretty good throughout today. 369, he's going to lock in the Rumble. Now, that's interesting because we've been talking about how 369, he's been looking a lot better as a tank and allowing Cream and Jackie Love to do their thing. Instead, he is going to take up a bit of the resources. It does put pressure here onto Cube because this Rumble just wrecks people early on.
Wukong comes out here for Kanavi, another champion that Monkey likes a lot. So this is a 2-pronged pick, denying Monkey and then setting Kanavi up for a lot of team fight emphasis. I was curious. I know Jarvan is still a little bit lower priority than Wukong, but I want to see the Rumble J4 combo come across again. It's such a deadly one with the equalizer, but won't get it in this game. I was trying to think of where Cream might go here. I wonder if they want to invest in a mid lane on this R3. Galio, because you talked about it, Rumble's going to take some resources. I wonder how much of a backseat Cream might want to take. Galio, though, into Taliyah is a bit of a slippery slope, but does work pretty well with Wukong.
It works really well with Wukong and the Rumble. I think it works very well on their composition. You're right in that it's a bit rough to try to play.
Top lane, Galio for Cube. All right, another denial. This is a war of counters we already have going in this game 3.
I like it. I think it would have been nice for TES, as much as it's a bit rough into the Taliyah. You can still at least follow her with the Weaver's Wall, get your own heroes' entrances in. That can be fun. The Galio being locked in right here, though, that's a bit of a neutralizer into 369. I do like that they've picked that one up. I don't expect us to be having anything crazy here where Monkey's playing the Taliyah jungle. I don't think that's particularly meta at the moment. But it is going to be a bit of a rough one right here with the Annie locked in. Cream was already thinking about it earlier on. As we've been saying, that lots of resources needed. If this bot lane's also going to be aggressive. I mean, it's looking nice. Right? Yeah.
I will say, lines up correctly, Top Esports are going to drop an Annihilation Bomb on whoever they can catch. Wukong, Tibber Stun, Equalizer.
Yep. Somebody is going away very quickly at the start of these fights.
Disintegrated, whatever absolute demolishing adjective that I can think of, I will hopefully be throwing out here if Top Esports can get rolling. But we have left bottom lane as a weak point for both of these 80 carries. And that's got to favor Top Esports again, like we talked about. Jackie Love, there's a wealth of champions that he will feel comfortable playing with so many games on this stage, so many games under his belt. It's Taeyun that is going to come out worse for wear, especially now knowing that his next 2 best champions, his Corki and his Caitlyn, are off the board. So Taeyun, we're going to have to reach real deep into that champion pool.
Yeah, I mean, with the Kai'Sa coming off the board right here as well, we are rapidly running out of champions. In terms of things that Taeyun's even played at this point, we've still got the Jhin, the Senna, and the Smolder, and those are all much more late-game focused pickups, something that we've been talking about as not being WE's wheelhouse. They would rather play an earlier, more aggressive style of play. And so being forced into these late games might not be the best for them. It's just going to be Hung picking up the Rel right here. I think it works really well, especially alongside that Equalizer, right? You've now got multiple things that could just stop somebody right on top of it.
I think Senna is really good for Jackie Love. So if you lock this Taeyun, you're at least denying Senna into a comp that's got more than enough damage. But that's like a tiny win, because the major problem is this locks in. Where's the damage for WE in this game? Where? It's got to come from Monkey right now, but he already lost his Viego. How many carry junglers are really left up? Nefiri? Do you really want to play Nefiri this game?
Nefiri's a bit risky in this situation.
Oh, you want to talk about risky?
Fine. Yeah, I mean, at this point, when you've got yourself this composition, you have to play something super aggressive at some point. But I don't know about this one. I really don't. This is going to be such a risky composition. You're right. The damage is there for WE 45 minutes later. At the start of this game, early on in this one, they have absolutely none to really be able to work alongside. TES, they are also going to index themselves into something that wants to play a little bit later on into this game. The Smolder going to be locked in right here for Jackie Love. But I'll be honest, I like this composition overall a lot more for TES. WE, they are uber reliant on Monkey getting a monumental lead and carrying his team through the game.
It's, at the very least for WE, it's exactly how they like to play, and we've highlighted endlessly. It's Vampire Monkey playing together, and the rest of the team kind of trying to back them up and support them. But the problem of this, Annie Talia lane, Cream's going to be comfortable. Rumble, even though countered against Galio, in lane phase, I don't feel like that's a real threat. And I like Kanavi a lot more to play make earlier on in this game. We're not going to talk about bottom lane, Bloxer. These 4 guys could have nap time for the first 10 minutes of this game.
Yeah, not expecting things to be overly explosive down in the bottom side of the map. The thing is, the Smolder actually can kind of step up in this matchup if you play it safely. If you don't put yourself in a bit too much risk of getting hooked by Vampire, you actually can step it up a little bit. The center is so weak early on that it makes it very easy to try to push it around a little bit. We don't necessarily expect it though, you're right, it should be a bit boring in the bottom side of the map, but that's going to make up for the fact that there's going to be explosivity everywhere else, and my eyes are going to be glued to Monkey and where he is, what he's doing, how he's making this champion work for him.
My awesome play-by-play brother, mentor out there, I want to shout out Rafa. You posed a great question for us here in our production chat. Has Olaf Jungle won a game in the LPL this year? I would wager, well, okay, this season. I would wager no, and that is why putting the focal point on Monkey is so big. But right now the focal point to the WB fans.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
All right, we got it through. Still as lively as ever. Gotta love it. And it needs to be, because this game is for all the marbles. This game will could potentially break an undefeated and winless streak.
Yeah.
It all comes down to how this match plays out, Bloxer.
Indeed, it does. Now, while we were listening to the gyros, I did a quick little Control F over the top of champions picked this split. Split 3 of the LPL, and at least split 3 of the LPL, this is the first Olaf we're seeing. We've not even seen the champion picked up so far this split. Obviously, early doors, but we definitely haven't seen the jungle version of it win. Across the rest of the splits, not sure yet, but yeah, I don't think it has looked particularly good at all. And in this composition, where you have so much resting on your shoulders for WE, snapping a loss streak on your shoulders, it's so much pressure right here.
It's what makes the LPL so great. There's pressure on either side of these matchups for such different reasons. Breaking a winless streak is a clear one for WBG, but for Top Esports, again, it's trying to show their fans in this region that they represented in the first international tournament with a championship, that they've still got enough to compete on that world stage that is the clear goal for them. And that starts with winning series against the worst Group Ascend currently has to offer.
Exactly, and it felt like during split number 2, it was a little bit of foreshadowing of what was going to happen to TES, that they kept having to go to these game number 3s, that they weren't able to clean up any of their series nice and easily, 2-0, you know, dust your hands off and move on. The fact they were constantly going to game 3 versus teams they really should have been able to beat cleanly was opening up cracks and opening up questions about this team that really got shown off, got exposed to us in that BLG series, and then in the WE series that knocked them out.
Yeah, without a doubt. Let's check in on these jungle paths, though, Bloxer, as we do see both of our junglers pathing opposite each other. Do want to highlight again, like the Viego game, this is a spot where Monkey is kind of forced to just power farm. He doesn't have a ton of lanes to really play through early to kind of allow him to maybe aggress for some camps. He's going to have to trade crabs. But it's actually a dredge line from Vampire that's going to force out a crash down from Hong. We talked about the scalers in this bottom lane, but the supports are too jittery to just let these two just sit back and farm. Heal out of Hong, and Vampire a lot more hurt for wear.
And this, I'm very happy that they decided to get aggressive right here, because it highlights exactly what I was talking about during the draft phase, that yeah, even though Smolder wants to sit back and scale and farm, absolutely he does, he still does more in the early game than Taeyoon's going to have any hope of being able to do. You know, Vampire goes in and Hong's like, oh, perfect, wonderful. Now, where have I seen this before?
It's almost the same exact spot, but the roles are a bit flipped. Monkey getting pushed off of his chickens, and Jackie Love and Hong using that prio they had in the bottom lane to deny camps from Monkey. So the Olaf that needs to power farm losing camps is already setting a very hard champion to play out of the jungle behind more.
Absolutely. It just feels like WE, they're kind of scrambling these compositions together for themselves outside of Game 1. Game 1, they're able to put together all their favorite champions, but without them, things faltering already just at the early stages. Obviously, it's one camp. We'll see if this is going to snowball out into a bigger problem. The fact that you now get to walk out of base as Kanavi, though, with 3 longswords in inventory, he's going to be very happy with that.
Kanavi, our Split 2 MVP, the leader for this top esports squad, in a great spot. Jackie Love is not, but Hong is nearby. The root still comes across from Senna, and it's going to be traded. Taeyun falls, and these super scaling AD carries are actually the ones to find the first bloodshed of our game.
Gonna be happy with that again as TES, though, because, yeah, it's 1 for 1, but your jungler's off farming his camps rather than ganking. The fact that that only ends 1 for 1, so unfortunate. Taeyun just about not able to flash away in time. Tanks up a couple too many of those tower shots, and that's going to give Jackie Love a little bit of extra. He comes back out from base with a Coalfields. He'll be in a decent spot to just sit in lane, absorb the pressure again, potentially go for something aggressive if his team really demands it of him. But yeah, these bot laners, they're probably going to be saying at some point, right, guys, we kind of do just need to farm, right? As a center, you need to get those souls up, and the stacks for Smolder so incredibly important. Hitting that 225 mark as early on into the game as possible, as close to 20 minutes as you can, is the way to victory right here.
It's so fun when Senna and Smolder match up, right? Because it's you get to have those conversations about where's the benchmark for both of these scalers. You called out the 225 stacks. I think 25 minutes is usually the minimum line, like the average line for a Smolder you want to hit the track, and then 100 souls is the big thing for Taeyun, and you want him to reach, I would say, relatively around the same point, maybe a bit later. Yeah, it's
pretty close. It should be a little bit later. I think the Smolder, especially if you're able to sit and farm, should be able to get those sacks up a little bit quicker. The souls a little bit harder to come by, especially in a lane where you're not able to just keep stepping up and trading and landing autos onto your opponents. But also, I think for the Smolder, I think 25 minutes is a little bit slow overall for what I'd be hoping for from Jackie Love in this situation. I'd be hoping he gets closer to the 22, 23 minute mark. If he's able to do that, that means he'll have been farming incredibly well and will be in a strong spot.
Max range dredge line, but again, Vampire, you gotta be a little bit careful about these plays because you have a Senna. The early game damage is so limited from this champion, and you can see even with Vampire finding a good hook, it's actually WE bottom lane that, again, has to cower under their own turret. And who has to pay that price in the back end? It's Monkey, who is getting wrapped by the mid-jungle duo of top esports. They get spotted, but their mere presence alone means Monkey is dropping even more camps, Bloxer.
Yeah, we needed to see Monkey be able to power farm himself to 6 and then just start running through people's faces. Well, that's certainly not happening at this point in the game. Kanavi going to be able to steal away this red buff. That's going to hurt even more than losing out onto a couple of chickens. And it's also producing enough pressure for them right now that they're going to be able to, catch Karis on a bad rotation.
He gets caught. He flashes forward after Jackie Love. Maybe trying to use the
Jackie.
Bezos to get some more distance. Jackie Love is actually going to fall, and it's just pandemonium in the pit here with the Dragon taking the center stage until Cream flashes, gets a triple stun, trying to chase down Karis for the second kill. Kanavi over the wall, now jumping onto Taeyun. Monkey has no way to follow. This is a flashless Olaf. And top esports survived disaster, losing their AD carry to once again mop up the fight, and 369 here to wave the victory flag, teleports in for the 5th kill in 8 minutes for the Split 1 champions.
The new support right here for TS doing work right there. The rel so good from Hong, and that's going to be a ton of kills going over onto some of the key members as well. The fact you're able to wander right down as 369 and get involved in the kill count going to be huge for his laning. It all comes off the back of just a bad rotation from Karis. Yes, he checks the brush, but it's well played from TS to recognize, hey, we can sit back on this one. Now, Jackie Love, this is a straight up mistake. You're a Smolder 7 or 8 minutes into this game. You absolutely shouldn't be stepping there, but the rest of the fight just works so well for TS. Cream doing work, Kanavi over the wall as well, and if Monkey has a way to get over the pit wall here, if he has flash, he can turn this one around, but unfortunately this is the Ghost Olaf, as you would usually expect, and he just cannot help his team out in that situation.
Monkey, though, with all the pandemonium on that bottom side, does get to pick up these grubs off the reset timers. Vampire and Taeyun swing over first. So, all right, Monkey gets the grubs. That's decent pushing power. How much does that really help, though? Because, again, Galio top, Senna to carry, Talia mid lane. you're not really a threat on any side lane turrets at any point in this game.
It helps because TES now don't get it. That's kind of, it's a denial more than anything. You're absolutely right. They're not going to be able to use it too much. Yeah, if you get yourself a little bit of a big push going on, maybe alongside a Baron buff later on in this game, you'll be very happy to have them, but more of a denial than anything. At this point in the game, down by 1,000 gold WE, they're going to need to find a way back into this game, specifically for their jungle. That's a 700 gold lead in the jungle right now. Kanavi has had his absolute run of the rig.
Like we talked about, there's so much recent history with this matchup, having the matchup in Split 2 playoffs. If you can remember back to the first game of that series, Top Esports, it was maybe the most convincing win in the entire series. Why? Kanavi had a 14-0 Nefiri game.
Yeah, he was popping off.
And he just ran over Monkey, and it wasn't close. So Kanavi, obviously a Split 2 MVP, has that in his wheelhouse, but even outside of the Split 2 regular season, he brought that in a series that kind of is not remembered fondly for TES because they lost it.
Absolutely, but that game one, like I said, very impressive, and if he's able to repeat some more of those performances here, well, he's been looking like an incredibly strong jungler once again. It would be nice to see him be able to just pick that one up, especially when you're into an Olaf. Being able to say, yeah, my enemy, he picked himself Olaf, he was trying to get really aggressive, and it just didn't work. They wasn't able to play anything. Always going to be a nice feeling for a jungler, and so far it has been pretty miserable. I do like as well that the Observer's going to be highlighting Cream to us a little bit. He's already been able to get himself 2 kills, and you saw early on being able to just land that flash Tibbers, get that full combo down was what kicked off a great fight there for TES.
And, you know, playing even more into the Monkey Olaf conversation, while the Annie stun won't come across, why I think Olaf is so tough here with the Annie especially. So much raw damage. Olaf in the Ragnarok form takes that extra damage. Karras got a lot of damage coming right to his doorstep as well as Hong flashes to get the crash down into the Magnet Storm. Beautiful rel gameplay from your Game 2 player of the game, picking right up where he left off. And he might look for more here. If he face checks into Monkey and Vampire, Dredgeline going to go wide. Monkey thought it was going to hit, so he popped the Ghost only to awkwardly run back to a lane.
Yeah, not ideal. Losing out onto that Summer Snow is going to make these next couple of ganks a little bit worse for him right here. It's also going to make it much harder to try to step up and steal away this objective. The objective going to be secured. Taeyun attempts to land himself a little bit of the stun. Not going to work out. And TES, they get to walk away for free here.
Gold lead already over 1,000 at that 12-minute mark. They've got the Dragon stacking on their side, accelerated solo lanes, Triforce already done for Kanavi. The panic meter's got to be at least at an 8 if you're WE by this point, knowing that you're a team that is really banking on a 3-item Olaf, a scaled-up Senna, to bring home any of these fights.
Absolutely, and at this point, hey, it's not working out early. You're going to have to try to just slow the pace of this game down a little bit for your Senna and your Taliyah, but increase the pace of the game to make sure that your Olaf gets enough gold into his back pocket to not fall behind. Something that, as we've been highlighting, he's already done. That's going to be the Trinity Force now completed for Kanavi. Whilst Monkey, he is still relying on scraps right now, 1,000 gold behind his opponent.
Some things have changed for TES in the early split. And they're not happy to be in a Game 3, but this is what they do when Split 3 regular season comes around. 90% win rate, looking to tick that up to an even higher degree.
Yep.
And they don't have to do much out of their comfort zone really to do so, because like we highlighted, the main sell of this top esports comp is team fights that W are going to have to use to kind of climb back. And the layering of especially those topside ultimates, even the Smolder, right? If top esports have a fight that they like, it's going to be an Equalizer, a Cyclone Tibbers combo, and Mom just raining hellfire across WE.
You're going to be able to land so much from so far away. You've got yourself a good spot as well, because you need Kanavi and Hung to be strong enough to jump into the backline and survive it for a while, because everybody else on your composition very squishy. It's an overall very squishy composition to both of these squads. That's why Cube has ended up right here on the Galio. It's been very quiet topside. The only explosivity that we end up seeing is when 369 wanders his way back down towards that fight in the bottom side of the map and is able to pick himself up a kill. Still, Hollow Radiant's going to be completed for Cube. He's going to be able to stand up to Cream and 369 decently well because of this, but how much are you really going to be able to use this composition too great effect for WE. I'm just not so sure at the moment. They're going to need to show a little bit more. They're going to get a chance to pretty soon. Herald 50 seconds away, and you can see lots of members already coalescing at the top side of the map.
As that Herald comes online, we have the Malignant's done for this Annie, so Cream's going to be able to get as many Tibbers drops as possible. Leandri's done for 369. Essence Reaver on a Jackie Love, who is already nearing that third form. But it's the other side of the map where the play is coming across here. 369 will have to flash. Does it pretty early. So you get that off the Rumble, but small wins nonetheless still here for WE, as they even can't threaten that Tier 1 turret clutch equalizer for 369 on the way out.
Ooh, Kanavi.
Oh, Vampire hit the wall. That was a tight window.
Yep, it was tough. Cream going to deal as much damage to this tower as possible. Not quite going to be able to take it, but really, everybody's just biding their time until this Rift Herald spawns. Now it's going to join us on the Rift. TES, they've got themselves a decent spot around the pit at the moment. It's going to be tricky for WE to walk in pretty much blind.
Oh, I am getting a nervous feeling in my stomach about them walking through here, but Top Esports showing some resolve, some hesitancy, and they will come out of the pit seeing all 5 members of WE committed towards this Herald. 369 gets the push in bot side. That's the win here for Top Esports, as they'll be threatening a turret. They'll be able to grab first brick, which should grab them.
Oh, he should have gone.
The feats of strength. Yeah, you definitely should have went. Good call there, Blockster. I was staring at the map, but hey, Herald comes across.
Oh, hey, respect for looking at the map. That was the important play for top, as you said. Unfortunately for TES, they've got themselves a ton of vision all around the edges of the pit, but none in the pit, meaning that they miss out on the fact that that was bad for Monkey. He hits the eye of the Herald. It takes it down below 900, below 1,000 even, I think. And then he just sort of smacks it a couple times, then smites it away. He could have very, very easily had that stolen if Kanavi had jumped over the wall.
Gotta use that Herald if you're WE sooner rather than later. I would like to see them drop it mid or bottom to take a tier 1 turret and then transition into this dragon. Because it's going to be a Mountain Drake after a Hextech Drake, so Infernal Soul still on the table for a team that's just so loaded with damage in their profile. I believe it's Monkey that's going to have the Eye of the Herald in his hands as he makes his way into his own jungle. Just a little bit slower behind the pack to kind of contest this Drake. Kanavi and Hong have control of that pit. It's the Shroud of Taeyun Senna that will try and usher Vampire in, but there is a death trap brewing in that brush that Taeyun does sniff out. Monkey, good call here, drops the Herald mid lane, and that forces TES away from the Drake pit.
Gonna allow them to step up nice and easily right here. Obviously Herald, again, not going to be able to take this down. We're seeing this again as just being used. It's a little bit of zoning. TES, this is very dark for them right now.
They're starting to illuminate it, and they've got ways to do it with Tibbers in the fire as well. Good flash from Karis, so there's no stun on the Tibbers, but you can see Monkey, he's running wild in the back line. Ooh. The Galio ultimate's going to come down, get huge knockup, and Monkey's still alive and kicking. Goes in to face 5 members of Top Esports and lives to tell the tale.
Nice. Respect on Monkey for that one. Was able to keep himself in that fight. Huge. Picking up the Drake for the team as well. Stops the Drake stacking from coming through. That's what killed them in the previous game as well. Just having all of these Drakes going over to TES. But now sat themselves in a nice spot. They're also going to be able to pick up this bot lane tier 1 tower as well. Huge injection of gold. And it gets them back into this game. Yeah, exactly. Feats of strength picked up. It puts them ahead in gold, which they've been down by over 1,000 for a while. Have a look back at this one.
Oh, I did not realize Hong. Yeah, that was back-to-back whiffs.
Yep. Missing from both Cream and Hong right there is what kills this fight. The Hero's Entrance is brilliant to be able to get people back in. And Monkey doing a great job of weaving in aggression and also knowing the moment when he has to turn tail and run. Picking up a couple kills and the objective there. Going to feel very good for WE. They need to keep this rolling now. They've got themselves those first items completed on the majority of people. 2 items now completed for Taeyun.
Rapid fire cannon. Really just there to get as much stacking as possible. He's at about 60 at around 20 minutes, is a little bit behind the 8 ball, where Jackie Love is about 50 stacks off himself from that Smolder Execute. Still though, as big as the Smolder Execute is, you need the big raw damage behind it to be a big threat, and he'll also likely be completing a, rapid fire attack speed based AD item himself. So both marksmen still waiting to be the win cons for their team. So Bloxer, who does that put the pressure on now until those ADs come online for either side?
It's very much going to be putting a lot of pressure right here onto these mid laners to be able to hit what they can, be able to land as much damage following up for their junglers. Obviously, the junglers, they're going to be the front line, but then can Cream land his stuff? That was pretty bad that he wasn't able to hit everything previously. I mean, it was mainly in part Hang's fault, the fact that he whiffed. But then also on Karus, right, we haven't really been seeing too many of these big Weaver's walls coming through so far. If he's able to split some of these team fights up, that's going to make it even easier for WE to be able to sit and deal their damage and win some more of these fights.
Herald was way in the background. Otacon coming around onto the rift on that bot side. Both teams trying to get themselves into position to make their way down the river. Jackie Love with that TP is going to be able to cover that mid-tier 1 turret as he gets his own rapid-fire cannon completed, but WE have set up shop in the opposing jungle already with Vampire and Cube as that big bad front line is going to try and hold a lot of the top esports aggression. You got to find a way, though, if you're top esports, to correct the ultimate layering. They went one at a time like they were in line. It needs to be together. The Tibbers, the Magnet Storm, Mom, all coming down in succinct flow. Okay, Weaver's Wall comes down onto this mid lane tier 1 turret. Forces multiple members to flash and actually uses the center route onto 3 members. Again, TES are a bit scattered. It's Cream dropping the ult down on his own onto Monkey. Pops Ragnarok running forward, has the Senna shield, but look at the backline. The flake of wonders for top esports, but the seismic shove locks up Kanavi. It has to be 369, just burning through all of WE's health bars, flashing after Vampire without a care in the world. Cube, you've got a lot of magic resistance, and luckily with that in the flash, he will get out of dodge. But boy, did 369 nearly have his Kodak moment.
Yeah, that was huge right there. It was really only having that shielded Durand up and available right there for Cube that stops this from being the absolute worst fight they've ever seen. And it's all because 369 just gets into the backline and blows people up, and it starts really well. As you highlighted, right, Jackie Love has to flash that wall, but it means that he flashes that stun onto multiple people. It puts them in a horrible, horrible spot. But here it comes, 369, Equalizer lands down onto the back line. He then steps up to deal his own damage as well. It means that Taeyoon and Karish just evaporate in front of our very eyes. And it is only Q being able to slow down 369 that stops that from being a clean wipe.
Even then, it ends up being a winning trade there for WE as Monkey got out of the top of your screen, despite Green being there to cover. And we fought all of that over very little, just that mid-tier 1 turret. It wasn't the Otacon, but the Otacon is getting slapped around by an angry man with axes. Monkey going to start that one up. Ward's going to come down to spot the Otacon, not below even 12k HP, but the harder task here for top esports is forcing their way towards the pit. They have all their critical ultimates back up here. Equalizer, Tibbers, but it's actually Cream that gets caught to the side. Boom! There goes the Annie. No threat of that Tibbers. No threat of that big AP damage dealer, but Monkey gets knocked down by Mom's fiery breath, and Vampire's exit stage light as the Equalizer does hit onto Taeyoon. Hong does not create enough of a gap close to threaten the Senna. And again, it's just teasing these big climactic fights, but nobody's willing to push it over the edge.
Yeah, and I mean, you can't now go and get yourself the Atakan, so this one is just going to close out. 369 gets pushed back. And this is going to be bot lane priority established here for WE. They can potentially start this Atakan back up again now if they really want to, but with Monkey not up for another 10 seconds, they're more going to be just finding a little bit of extra vision around the area. This has lasted long enough that we do now also have ourselves a Drake to pick up here for whichever team wants it, and getting the second Drake in this game going to be very important.
Ocean Soul. Maybe not what both teams were looking for mostly. Still think Infernal would have been huge, especially for top esports. But the main problem for top esports is we came out of this draft saying this is a really good team fight for them. They backed WE into a really tough spot with some of their champion picks. Again, this Olaf that out of the jungle, even in general, has seen so little success in the LPL. But top esports with the most superior draft, as we pointed out, Bloxer, the execution has not been there.
No, we talked about how somebody was going to disappear very quickly, but that just has not happened because they've been whiffing a couple of the ultis. They haven't been going all together onto any of these fights, which is making it quite hard to play. Good push right here from Cube. Going to pull 369 up towards this mid lane, and that's going to open up this Atakan to be picked up by WE. They can at least start it. TES, they want to go for this fight, though. They are in a spot to be able to contest.
Trying to set up a flank here. Konami, a real good catalyst to ignite the fire with that Cyclone. This is actually the equalizer. And it forces W, you can see, completely away from the pit. So Konami's going to jump on this dragon with Jackie Love. Should have enough damage to get through it, but look at Cream. He gets into the pit on the back end. The fight starts a bit too early, though. Konami's down, and Monkey gets both Konami and the dragon. Cream flashes forward, but the stun doesn't land on anybody. Timbers drops onto the back line as Cube is holding Hog and Cream at bay. Again, it's the assassination attempt falling flat for Cream that screws over Top Esports.
Cream, what are you doing? This is one of the most basic combos in the whole entire world. You smash all your buttons, you press R, somebody dies. And that's now the second team fight in a row where Cream has not been able to hit that one after he'd put himself in a great position to be able to get a flank. And that means that WE, they're able to pick themselves up the Drake. They grab a ton of kills as well. And critically, a bunch of them come over to Taeyun, who's now going to be put in an even stronger position.
Again, it's just, they're not all on the same page, right? Kanavi tries to burn down this dragon first, gets hooked, gets evaporated, but then, yeah. Oh, woof. The W and then the Timbers.
Yep.
It hurts. It's hard to watch.
It hurts to watch. You are absolutely correct in that one, Slayer. Especially from somebody like Cream. My top line thoughts on TES coming into this game was that Cream and Jackie Love were on one. They had been looking so good. And the scoreline right here doesn't reflect just how many whoopsies Cream has had. He's 5-3-3. He should be in a really strong spot with the Malignants completed with the Leandries. If he actually hits somebody, he'll deal a decent chunk of damage. He doesn't even need to one-tap. He just needs to land his stuff. But it just isn't happening right now.
And he's going to have to just continue to try and make this work. Because, again, everything except the finish is good. He's not having to get these ults through Nautilus and Galio. He's flanking correctly, getting towards that Senna that is one of the easiest champions in the game to knock off. But it's just not there right now, and we'll see how much it's causing Top Esports to panic. They haven't really gone for anything too over-aggressive, but as I say that, walk into a river that right now is still not theirs to really contend with, and they'll go back through the tri-brush that's much more controlled. But both these teams definitely really jittery in this final match.
Absolutely. You can tell that both of these teams know how important this game is, how high the stakes are on either of them being able to pick up the win. Critically, though, Jackie Love is going to hit that 225 mark. He's now has the ability to actually get those executes coming on through. He's now going to be in a much stronger position for this next fight. Still, WE, they now have
Kanavi is flashed after by Vampire. He's a flash on his own. The Weaver's Wall is cutting off the main way for Kanavi and company to escape. And Jackie Love is getting run down by the mad lad named Ragnarok Olaf. Monkey gets the first kill. And look at Taeyun. He's just crit shotting Cream down slowly but surely. Hog trying to hold the line as Vampire goes down. It's once again 369 to be the hero. But this time the story ends with his death. Ace to Team WE.
It's a mess of a fight. You still only end up with 2 alive members for WE, but they're going to be able to turn around, grab themselves the Atakan with the teleport back in from Karis. And this is what we wanted from WE. This is what we needed to see from Monkey specifically, but didn't expect after he got put in a hole early. Press R, run at somebody and take him out. We've just highlighted the fact that Jackie Love had hit stacks. It doesn't matter if you've got an Olaf on your face instantly.
We were worried for WE going into a Game 3 before draft, knowing Top Esports have won 90% of these matches.
Yeah. We
were worried about their draft getting pigeonholed into very unsuccessful LPL champions. But like you called out, it's the team fight of WE, the thing that made them such a wondrous lower bracket team in Split 2 playoffs, finally coming alive again against a familiar foe.
I really need to highlight just how much work Cube has been doing with this Galio as well. In that fight, you actually don't pick up that initial kill if he isn't there just body blocking, dealing damage, constantly taunting people in. He is massive in these fights.
And now the big problem that any team that goes against Senna has been reimagined, right? Like, the Senna is weak because we feel like in the early game of these LPL matches, it's more of a facilitator. It's like the extra heals, the shields, the occasional snare, waiting for the beast to awake in the scaling 80 carry threat. We're now there. You can now not let Taeyun free hit like he has in every one of these fights. 3 items done, even as the BF sword towards that 4th item. Over 80 stacks, hitting from halfway across the map. It is really, really worrying here for Top Esports. How are they going to try and solve some of those woes? Go after a Galio that just ults back towards his teammates.
I mean, you do use up quite a lot there right now. You don't have your golden available to you next time you need it in the amongst a big fight. That ulti has a decently long cooldown, so it's still worth it for TES to be able to blow those two, but it still means they don't end up getting the kill. And this has been TES's entire game so far, right? So close to being able to pick up teamfight victories, picks on kills, but never quite being able to fully complete it. WE, they're also going to grab themselves the Drake. This is going to be sole point right here for them. And I'm really impressed with the way Monkey's been able to play this game. It's the first Olaf that we have seen in the entirety of Split 3 of the LPL. And it wasn't good at the very start, right? It began by going wrong, but the fact he's been able to turn it around in this game has been very, very impressive.
Get a look back at the Cube 2v1 outplay. Glad you pointed out that he uses a lot the ult and the stasis. It is also, you know, TP out of 369.
Yeah.
Both of these ultimates out of their top jungle. The ultimate should be back around for any Baron play. But again, it's like seeing the ball go in the hoop ideal. You just want to see a successful play right now from TES because they're stumbling, and it's got to sting the mental knowing that Cube just escapes like that, laughing his way back.
Exactly. Just get your feet back under you. Maybe with a pick, right? You've forgot yourself a very teamfight-orientated composition. Of course you do. Anytime you've got yourself a Rumble, a Wukong, and Smolder, you're going to have to. But you do still have the Annie, and as much as Cream has had a bit of a rougher game, he still can just one-tap somebody. TES is stepping up into quite a lot of darkness right here.
Thought there might have been a death rush brewing, but WE do back off by this point. Top Esports in Split 2 had a lot of things go wrong for them, but it had to be in the back of their minds, circled on their calendar, matching up against WE again, a team that ruined their Split 2 aspirations. And now, where is WE back after winning only 3 single matches through 4 series? Back where they never left, just tormenting TES and their lofty, higher than the LPL expectations. Oh boy, Monkey.
Chase right here, yeah, has to ghost away. I don't know that that's actually going to save him. If he dies, it's just going to be Baron.
Oh, good taunt there from Cube, though. Hong gets locked up. Fits the Magnet Storm. They're going all on to Cube. The Galio is burned down. First kill found. Ragnarok pop. Can Monkey get to Jackie Love this time? Is there enough damage? No. Jackie Love is hit late game peak form, and that means that WE have some big bad carry to worry about. Taeyun gets 1 kill back on the Kanavi, and the seismic shove is really pristine from Karis. 369 locked up, but is there enough damage again? No, there's not until the Ignite and Liandry's burn. Bails out Karis and Taeyun, but Jackie Love TP's on the flank. Jackie Love knows his team is flattering, so he's going to get it all done by himself. Another kill comes across, and it forces this audience out of Karis, but he's got a one-way ticket back to the fountain.
There you go, there you go. That's going to be the team fight that TES needed around the Baron Pit as well, so they're going to be able to turn straight onto this objective. Monkey not up and available for another 10 or so seconds. So this one going to be picked up nice and easily. Like you said, it's all off the back of Jackie Love just deciding, hey, I'll do it myself. But even beyond that, it's just Monkey mispositioning, stepped way too far forwards, burning the Ghost to try to get away, and then trying to run back in without it means that he just can't get on top of Jackie Love properly. With the execute coming through as well for this Smolder, he just gets taken down, and it's so unfortunate. Cube does a good job of at least trying to save his jungler, but I can understand why Monkey decides, hey, we have to turn around and go for this one. He's just never going to get there, not without the Ghost.
The one problem we had with the Olaf, right, is, yeah, you're CC immune, but you're running into a 4 damage comp. So you take all that extra damage. We'll stay on the back of this fight. I think Karis is also having a very good Talia game. Some of these flickbacks have been pristine. Taeyun and Karis are putting on a clinic of spacing, but how are you ever supposed to account for a TP flank Smolder?
Who knows? Not like this, most certainly, and the couple extra kills going over to the Smolder is going to be huge. Jackie Love, we should try to highlight him.
Bloxer. for that Smolder too. That's
He
big for
just
the
doesn't die.
Olaf.
Exactly, the Olaf now can't go straight onto him, so what are you doing? You're going to try run down Cream? Well, maybe, that's a decent kill to be getting, but this is a 4-item, 350 stack Smolder. Not being able to kill him is what ruins your game.
We've talked about all series long, the TES. It looks like they're falling back into their same issues in regular season matches. Going to the distance with an opponent yet to win a series. But what still made them #1 seed in Split 2 was Jackie Love bailing them out in late game team fights. And it's good to see, at least for TES fans, that that has remained true. Jackie Love is now full-blown win con in a spot that he's found so many clutch victories in thousands of games at the LPL.
Absolutely. He just knows how to carry his team through TS. They're going to go for it
go.
right here.
Mom, equalizer. There's the ult layer, but the seismic flick back gets 2 into the knockups. Kanavi's locked up. Taeyun is safe, and the double taunt from Cube gets on to Jackie Love, but his GA will not pop. He gets monkey killed, and now he's just resetting all over the place.
Oh.
Jackie Love is clutch. Say it again. Jackie Love saves Top Esports.
There we go, they're going to be able to take down this tier 1 tower in the mid lane and keep on pushing it through. Teleports coming on in, and it's going to be 40 seconds until some of these main carries are back up and available. This should be game.
Give this guy a cape and mask the way he's a superhero for Top Esports. Time and time again. 8-4-11. Bided his time on the super scaling Smolder and gets the job done. It wasn't pretty, and it was definitely scary, but TES remain 5-0, undefeated at the top of Group Ascent.
When people talk about their record at the end of the year, they're not going to say, hey, they lost game #1 to WE. That's not going to be important. The important thing is they're able to grab these 2 victories. For us, it's interesting that WE are able to win that first one. It makes this matchup this much more exciting the next time they play, potentially. But for Top Esports now to be sat at 5-0, that's a great spot to be in right here. This first round robin is all theirs.
Yes, they are. And like we talked about, with 8 teams instead of 10, you only have 14 best of 3s to play, so 5-0. They are in a pretty pristine position to go undefeated in that first round robin. But the bigger overarching theme for Top Esports, I don't want to sour such a great start here. It's how much are people really going to take stock of this if the playoff success is still the problem? Maybe I shouldn't rain on their parade this early, Bloxer.
No, I think it's incredibly valid to bring up, right? Because in Split #1, right, they do well for themselves in the regular season. They win the playoffs. They go to first stand and it goes wrong. And we spent a lot of time in early Split 2 discussing what we needed to see from Top Esports to make us trust them again. And a pretty consensus thing was, hey, we need to see them top Group Ascent. And then they were able to top Group Ascent. And so people were like, okay, yeah, they were losing a lot of games individually, but like, it's fine, they top the Group Ascent, they'll be okay. And then they get taken out in round 2. They barely manage to get themselves through the first round. They get knocked down by BLG, they get knocked out by WE. And now coming into Split 3, I think it's then very fair to increase the bar again for what makes us trust this team. It can't just be, hey, they do well and top Group Ascent, because that wasn't enough for them previously. I think it needs to be that they're picking a lot of 2-0s up, and that they're not dropping teams to guys like WE sat at 0-4, who really, really should not be able to grab even a single victory from them.
In the state that these teams are as well, they shouldn't. But on the flip side of that, I think it sounds a little bit backwards. Might sound a little bit backwards face value, Bloxer, but this might just be the most impressive and inspiring series we've seen from WE so far this split, even though they lose and they're 0-5.
Yeah, it's how they played game #2 that gives me a little bit of a worry, but the games 1 and 3, like, you know what? It was better. You know what? It was much, much better. Obviously, game 1 they win, and that's great, but at some point, somebody's gonna ban Sion, and then they can't keep doing this. It's game 3 specifically where I'm like, okay, you've put yourself with a weird composition. You've put yourself in a hole in the bot lane. The Senna needs a while to get online. You know, you've got yourself quite a low damage composition overall. And yes, it ruins the game for them in the end. But look at what they were able to do. Monkey was all over this game. He was trying his absolute best to carry his team through. Like you highlighted, Karas, I think, had a really solid series overall. Much better from him here. And Taeyun was able to hit like a truck on a Senna that's very tricky to pilot during these big, messy team fights.
And you saw the classic LPL gold graph, right? This was a game WE really had all the opportunity to win and come away with, but the late game clutch maestro himself just prevailed on the Smolder pick that I was a little worried about fitting into the rest of this comp with how much team fight mid-game team fight oriented positioning they were in.
Yeah.
But Jackie Love late game scaling insurance policy, this is why you should never be worried. You should rarely be worried about that from a top esports draft.
Yeah, top esports, they know how to get themselves back into games. It was just them getting so far off kill in game number 1 that was really worrying, but they were able to claw their way back in this game number 3. Big early lead, throw it away, get back into a lead. It's classic LPL, as you said. I think it does reiterate the fact that, you know, there's worries here about top esports that they could have very easily not had us talking about if they had have just played game 1 better, won this 2-0, and we'd be like, you know what, this is really, really good from them. It does open up a couple of the worries. It's going to make this next rematch very, very interesting between these two teams. It seems like WE always play hard versus top esports, but it's unfortunate for them that they're not able to pull it back in this third game, because that would have been so incredible for them here.
And looking, broader once more, another, talking point that we're going to have with especially BLG and AL, later with BLG later on, and AL also grouped into that conversation, is that obviously with their much more packed international schedule that they had to play, a lot of us here have given a lot more leeway, especially for AL and BLG. Like, all right, they might drop some early series because they've been all over the place. They need to settle back into the LPL. For top esports to be 5-0 in that period where they should be the best team in the league, that's the big weight off their chest for now. That despite all of these, issues, warning signs we have with them going into playoffs, they're at the top of the LPL. They've gotten the job done so far.
Exactly. I mean, as much as we want to see them get playoff success and prove to us that our fears are unfounded, they can't do that right now. It's impossible for them to play a playoff series right at this point. They've got to get through the regular season first, so to be 5-0 at this point in the series is going to be brilliant for them. I'm very impressed with the way that they've been able to play overall, and I think they've got to be favourites coming into the majority of their matchups. And like you said, there's been stumbles from the other teams around them at the moment, specifically the fact that AO's looked bad. They've not looked great. I must talk about that one. And BLG and Weibo, I'm a little bit suspicious of them. We'll obviously talk about these two teams next up. We'll get into them properly. But it does just put top esports, I'd say, a cut above the rest.
And what has been the main reason why they've been a cut above the rest? It's been Jackie Love. Even with, Hong coming in and helping out a lot, and 369 being one of the best top players we have, our Game 3 MVP, and hopefully the LPL voters as well, Jackie Love, has been the driving force behind the 5-0 top esports, and was the driving force to get them this series win.
Absolutely he was, and that can be tricky to do on the Smolder, right? You've got to survive a lot, but you could see he was putting down a lot of pressure during the early stages of the game. He was able to just run through his opponents later on. You could see he was also a part of a ton of the kills as well.
He's up to
just
5?
Ridiculous goal. Yeah, 5, and well deserved. There's a reason that when we were talking about this team right at the top, the first thing that you mention is Jackie Love, because him playing at this level, at what is currently, I'd say, kind of on pace for an MVP level performance here in the LPL, is exactly what top esports would have been wanting coming into this split.
I'm committing this in. Okay, so they played now 13 single games, and also actually I need to take away. I need to do some extra math here. Take away 3 of those. So 10. So they played 13 matches. They won 10 of them.
In half.
And half of those wins, Jackie Love is the MVP. Yeah, that's Bloxer. I'll say it now. That is the front runner for Split 3 MVP right there, if we're going off of those raw player of the game. So half of all top esports match wins through their 5 series, Jackie Love has been the difference maker, and he can, hang his head high, even if there is some beads of sweat and some elevated heart rates. The top esports nearly lost this series. They did not, and they will sit atop the throne of Group Ascend. Now we move on forward, folks. We talk about who's going to be the challengers, because we have a familiar foe from Split 2 with a new jungler trying to answer that call. It is Billy Gaming, led partly by new jungler Shadow, taking on Weibo in our final series of the day. We'll be coming at you after another break. All right, gotten out the little bit of rust, got the kinks out of that first series because it was definitely topsy-turvy between Top Esports and WE. If you missed that, Top Esports in classic Split 2 fashion went the distance and almost lost the Game 3 they shouldn't have, but are still 5-0 at the top of Group Ascend. And that will not change. What could change today is the challengers to the throne through the Rumble stage, and that being BLG looking to surpass Weibo if they can come away with a series win here. Two teams that are on very interestingly different trajectories right now, Bloxer, despite what their records may show.
Absolutely. The fact that Weibo right here are sat right at the very top of the standings, just beneath Top Esports, 3-1, looks really, really impressive for them. It should mean that I'm very high on them, that I'm very excited about this team and its play and everything like that. Should. Little bit suspicious. In every single one of their series, they've ended up going to all 3 games. If we're talking about Top Esports as being someone we're less confident in because they keep needing a 3rd game to be able to beat people, that also accounts for this team right here. The fact that they haven't been able to cleanly beat any of their opponents is worrying.
Worrying indeed. Let's formally introduce Weibo, though, as we always do with our teams into this matchup. We'll introduce Weibo Gaming in their whole, with obviously some light tweaks that you may have gotten used to when we saw Top Esports, but we'll go through the roster nonetheless. Breathe in the top side, Tien in the jungle, Xiaohu in the mid lane, Light, and now the new Weibo starter, Crisp, swapping over from Top Esports, who I will say, just like we talked about Hong and Jackie Love clicking again, I think Crisp has really helped unlock Light and been the shining spot for Weibo so far this split.
Absolutely. This has been a bot lane that's looked really, really good so far, and it's been a big part of why they've been able to pick up a lot of wins for themselves. Being able to unlock the bot lane is increasingly important in this meta. I feel like in the previous couple of splits, it's very much been that the bot lane are definitely there, and sometimes they're a big part of it, but it was only really when we got to see these couple of explosive games, you know, when Lucian Nami popped up halfway through Split 2, that was when it became very exciting what your bot lane was doing. Whereas in Split 3, the bot lane is incredibly important, whether or not they're a focus with a hyperscaling late game carry, or they play something very early and aggressive. This has been a big, impactful lane, and Light and Crisp have been massive so far for their team.
Massive indeed, and we'll talk more about Weibo as we break into some of these clips to really start to encapsulate what's been going well for them in some of these wins. But kind of like we were talking about, and you alluded to at the start, I mean, you know, you mentioned they do go 2-1 over AL. Not a lot of sentiment around the LPL that was very convincing. You mentioned it in the fact that a lot of these, you know, fight wins were super close, but this is also, again, an AL team that has had a lot different on their mind than the LPL going to Split 3 for obvious reasons. Yeah,
a little bit of a hangover from MSI, perhaps, and it just is so messy. All of these fights really have been incredibly back and forth. In that previous clip, Hope just misses the 4th shot, right? Was expecting somebody to maybe step up, but could have just put it straight down the line, picked up at least one of the kills, didn't manage it, and that completely ruins the fight for them there. And also, something to keep in mind is that this is all from game number 2 versus AL. This is a highlight reel. This is the good fights, because we didn't have enough time to get into the fact that there are 2 fights here that come just after this one, and just before the next clip, that go badly wrong for Weibo. They just didn't end up winning out on those team fights, and it wasn't for any specific reason. It wasn't, oh, somebody specifically mispositioned. They just fought in an odd spot, stepped up a little bit too far, and everything had been coin flip already. AL ends up just coming up heads those times. Yes, they're able to pick up the victory, but the fact that it takes them 3 games, again, worrying, because AL are diminished. The fact it takes them 3 games up against FPX as well, that's a team they should definitely be beating.
Yeah, it's just not coming... It's the high bar that we hold for mainstay orgs of the LPL like Weibo. Again, a team headlined by Xiaohu and Tien, who have had success on the biggest of stages, and a Weibo team with this roster as the way it's constructed, along with Light, bringing Crispin as well, another veteran, you know, presence, that they should be one of those teams. They are one of those teams that are in the conversation for one of the 4 world spots, but the way they're playing, if they want that, this regular split record does not matter. What matters honestly more to me than the Rumble stage split record, series record, and best of 3s is how you're winning and how convincing you're winning some of these series. Because that, to me, what I've learned in 2025 is what matters most once we get to those playoff brackets.
Absolutely, being able to dismantle opponents that should definitely be beneath you in the standings, that should definitely be beneath you in terms of just looking at the talent on the roster and making that look easy, that's really, really important. And so far, I'd say so good for their opponents right here in BLG.
Yeah, let's introduce Billy Gaming in their new look as they have been had the main spotlight on them in the classic LPL Jungle Carousel. Been in the top sides of the mainstay, but Shadow is the third jungler to start for BLG in the year 2025. Knight in the mid lane, the golden left hand, runner-up for MVP last split. Elk and On to round out one of the better bottom lanes that the LPL, and most stable bottom lanes, I would say, the LPL has to offer so far this split.
Absolutely. The fact that they go from having just like a miserable time of it early on in Split 2 with Wei to getting Baytron in, and it makes things much better. They make it to MSI. Their MSI run, I don't know. Were you disappointed in them? I actually wasn't that disappointed in them. I wasn't expecting them to win it, and I thought that they put up some pretty good performances.
You're asking an NA fan that question, though, so you have to realize that, you know, this. I think, you know, their standings finish does signal not disappointment, but
yeah,
the NA roots of me say that if one game goes differently,
yeah,
you could have argued it was the worst international performance a roster like this could have put together, losing to North America. I had to get that in to, you know, to rep my NA fam. I'm sorry, LPL fandom.
Hey, FlyQuest was sick.
They did. Don't get me started on that. We've got a lot to get through here. I am with you, though. The BLG have started clicking, and a big part of it has been Shadow. And I tweeted out before we got on the match that, you know, I would get out my giant board, you know, the meme, the Always Sunny in Philadelphia meme, to try to convince everybody why BLG may be back. But I don't have to do it. I want you guys to take a look at this awesome interview that Knight gave that's going to give my main reason why BLG may have found the perfect jungler to get them going again like they were all of 2024.
主要是我的配合吧，就可能之前打的比较随意一点，现在打的比较团队了。我觉得他话比较多吧，就是那种话很多的类型，所以我比赛中只要做自己的事情就行了。
哎，那你们在游戏里面的配合又是怎么样子的呢？他会比较指挥多一些吗？还是会跟你去商量更多？
其实都有吧，就看谁的机会好吧，大家都会互相沟通的。
互相沟通非常的关键。其实说到沟通，你们今天的这2局比赛，整个运营节奏都非常的紧密。很想知道你们现在队伍的指挥位会是谁？然后团队在中后期的运营比较重点放在哪里呢？
就Shadow来了之后话比较多嘛，就EF现在是主指挥吧，就我们3C 就看着玩。
So, Bloxer, really quickly here, the two takeaways that I had. When it comes to comms, because that was a big conversation in that. Comms, for me, you need to pass 2 checks. Vibes. The vibes need to be good in those comms. And then 2, you need to have clear and concise shot calling. The first sentence he said there. Before, it was like we were just playing the same game. Now we're playing as a team. Shadow's doing that vibes-wise. Second, awesome to hear. In such limited games with BLG, he is taken over shot calling and allowed Bin and Knight to kind of just settle into what they do best, which is just destroy their lane opponents.
Absolutely, and this was what people were talking about when we heard all of the free Shadow calls when he was over on FPX, that this is the best guy for this team and he needs to be on a better squad, he needs to be surrounded by better players, where it seems like he's really found a home so far with BLG, and this is exactly what BLG felt like they needed. BLG is a team of a lot of massive superstars who have done incredibly good things together, but there are a lot of big personalities, there are a lot of incredibly talented players that need someone to tell them what to do sometimes. And I feel like previously when we had Jun, and I'm guessing when they had Baytron in, it felt a lot like it was these junglers being told by Bin, Knight, and Elk, hey, I need some help right now. And they were kind of just like, I can't do all of this. I can't be in every single one of these lanes. Whereas now, Shadow, hey, I'm doing this. I'm doing this. I'm going to this lane. I'm going to help you. Then we're going to go do this play. These superstars, they sometimes need a little bit of a guiding hand. And to hear that Shadow is confident enough to step up and be like, yeah, I'm going to tell you what's going on. I know where we're going to be is excellent. And he has really just been able to unlock all of the potential around him.
It's just the nature of League of Legends as a game, right? Is that as good as you can be as a solo laner, when it comes to the overarching decision-making in games, you rarely find teams where the dynamic works with a mid laner and a top laner looking to call to call most of the shots. Like the only very few teams I've ever seen that work on. The first example I have really only worked for North America, which was Bjergsen. I thought Bjergsen made that work. The big answer would usually be Faker. Faker is obviously going to have a heavy hand in how T1 works, but all these other teams that didn't feel
Faker.
like it's Faker, right? Yeah, but so to see Shadow have the confidence to take that kind of mantle, and more importantly, I would say Knight and Bin getting on board behind this jungle support communication system is what makes these team fights look so clean. And I also, it's not even just the team fighting, it's the more important part when it comes to BLG. Shadow is so smart with his gank timers when he feels confident going for those ganks, and that was what propelled them to a 2-0 start up against the team that knocked them out of Split 2 Championship just a couple months ago.
And it is resulting in the fact that right now, BLG, they've got some of the strongest laning phases of any team at the moment. This is both because individually, as we keep talking about, these are great players. Bin and Knight are going to rip your heads off individually. Elkanon, if given half a chance, can completely take over in the bot lane. And it means that they're able to do that, plus they get excellent ganks from Shadow. Now they're ahead massively. And their team fighting, it's not bad either. It doesn't need to be the main focus of what they're doing, because they've done the hard lifting for themselves already by the point at which we're getting to these fights.
But as hyped as I am and how intriguing some of the entries we've heard from Knight about Shadow have been, we have to pump the brakes. This is just their third series of Split 3. And like we saw with Top Esports, who we were all really rallying behind, feeling confident in here, at least us on the caster desk, they went back and reverted to Split 2 form.
Yeah.
BLG, they could do very much the same as we get both of our teams heading out onto the stage here. Weibo entering first. And the downside here for Weibo in this matchup is you talk so much about the strong laning here, Bloxer. Among the 8 group Ascent teams, I think there's an argument to be had that Weibo's, especially, it hurts me to say this, guys, Xiaohu's laning has been the most suspect of any group Ascent team.
Absolutely, and that's tough competition, right? Because into today, Karas, I'd say, was also one of the worst-looking laners. Was just never able to get anything going for himself. But Karas performed today, so is Yahoo going to be able to? Because if he isn't, it's so rough. Losing out in the lanes to BLG is practically a death sentence. We've seen it time and time again. When they get these individual advantages, they can just completely take over the game. And it's not just Yahoo, right? Breathe has also been having a couple of questionable performances, and I don't think you can play like that into Bin, I've got to be honest.
Definitely can't. And that puts a lot more pressure on Tien, who was going to be our, we did want to run some head-to-head stats between these two junglers. Won't get to do so because we love talking too much about Knight's interview. I'm not mad about that. These two teams are ready to get going, right? So we're going to jump into this Game 1 draft shortly. Bloxer, talk to me about when it comes to drafts. I know there's a small sample size for BLG. What you've seen really work for these two teams when it comes to getting a priority champions in drafts they like and executing it on the Rift.
Shadow's been very interesting in that he really hasn't been going particularly towards these, hey, look at me style of junglers, the Nefiris, the Nocturnes, I'm thinking about the Viego that we saw previously. That's not really been his style. He's been absolutely filthy with the Trundle, the Sejuani, the Wukong, these champions that are much more about what your teammates get out of you, how you can help your team to get into these strong spots, and I do not see them deviating from that at all. And I think that also puts you in an interesting spot. Obviously the Wukong and the Xin Zhao, they're pretty heavily contested at the moment, but the Sedge is not really on a lot of other people's radars, and it allows you to pick this one up relatively easily. You don't have to worry about it getting taken away in a lot of situations. It opens up the draft for them quite a lot. I think this is another way in which Shadow is helping out his team.
It's another way that he has recognized how much different his role is going to be on BLG compared to FPX. FPX, like you mentioned, he had phenomenal Neferi games. He could go for the Viego because he needed to. But now he's weaving his own style into champions that fit the BLG playmaking ability best. We'll see what that looks like for Shadow here in Game 1 on that red side as we get into our initial draft of our series between Weibo and BLG. Interesting to see Weibo banning the Gwen on blue side. So they take the Vi out of Shadow hands as well. Also interesting to see BLG ban the Trundle. Tien, I don't think of as one of the big guys when it comes to Trundle on the recent patch, and that we talked about it for Shadows. But the Varus ban makes sense. Rumble's left up, but it's Xin Zhao that Tien is going to go after with a lot of the jungle pool decently wide open.
Yeah, there's quite a few of these second tier, I'd say, junglers still available. BLG, they're going to move towards the Wukong. It's something we highlighted. Yeah. It just works so well, and I really like it paired alongside this Taliyah. You can wreck teamfights by just stopping anyone else from dashing and then sending in your Wukong to knock everybody up. With a couple more damage dealers, that can help out. We are going to see the Orianna and the Sion, so you've got a lot of utility already available to you right now as Weibo, but you are putting quite a lot of pressure at this point onto what Light can do. He's going to need a lot of damage available to him if you don't want to fall behind.
And as we talk about BLG being one of the best early stage playing teams, I like that Knight gets to play this Taliyah that, you know, wave clearing ability between Orianna and Taliyah is pretty similar, but that Weaver's Wall, really want to see him get out on the map and try to affect other lanes to continue to snowball lanes like a Bin and Bessa that he's going to slam into the Sion. So already, the Billy way, they want Bin to just blow breathe out of the water early, and the rest of the team can never look back.
Absolutely, and if Bin is able to do that, that's a great way to be able to start this one off. You also have a decent couple of bits of setup to make sure that that public execution is a little bit easier to land. We'll see what On is going to pick up for himself as well, as to if it's going to be some nice point and click, I can just land that every time I want, because we've seen it's pretty tricky to actually be able to get down sometimes. Braum, Poppy, they're going to be taken off of the board right here by BLG, whereas Weibo, they're now trying to take away some of these aggressive bot lanes, and I'm not too surprised to see the Lucian taken off the board. I wonder if they also just want to get rid of Kai'Sa, if they're worried about that kind of just domination in the bot lane.
Maybe I would like to see a Rakan ban potentially. I do think Lover's Duo is a really solid swing here for BLG because On doesn't have a ton of pressure to be like a super primary engaged support. Nautilus, Leona, like these are all nice, but I think Rakan really works well into this comp with the Wukong alongside. Beautiful pairing. We'll see if the BLG bottom lane goes for something like that. As hey, you know, look at that. I can analyze drafts, guys. I don't just yell at what I see on the screen occasionally. What do you want to see here from the Weibo bottom lane, though, in response to that, Bloxer?
I feel like at this point you've got to go towards something that gives you a little bit more towards the early game. I wonder if you're kind of forced in this situation to take away the Xayah, because we've seen how strong the Xayah-Rakan pairing can be at the moment, and that is the kind of early game aggression that you do potentially want. They're instead going to go towards the Corki. Yeah, in terms of champions particularly on my radar, not that. I mean, the damage is there, right? If you're stepping up close enough to deal the damage, though, do you actually get to survive? And yeah, as we were expecting, right, the second that we see the Rakan locked in, you're always going to get the Lovers Duo here in the bot lane.
So this is now Elk with the best range in the game of anybody. My problem with Corki is it's such a dangerous champion to play, handicapping a draft with low damage, and I'm really worried about Corki's effectiveness staring down a Wukong and a Bessa and a Rakan, which is the main setup, right? So if you eat that charm because you can't play too far away from your team, or you set up for just a lot of damage over top, when you are just such a huge sustainable damage threat on your team. So we'll see if Light can pilot it right, but warning signs. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I do think that the overall draft works just a lot better right here out of BLG, and that's a shame because I really like the first three pickups. I think that the Sion, Xin Zhao, and Orianna gives you a great basis to build a composition off of, but I was hoping they were going to go towards something either like the Xayah to, again, bully it in the bottom lane, take it away from Elk, or just something with a little bit of extra range and some late game threats. I can imagine a Jinx potentially in this game. You get late enough into that one kill goes over, and you could start wrecking through people, but the Corki is pulling you very close to your opponents right here. For BLG, you are absolutely in your wheelhouse. This is what they like to play. This is their composition.
And I will say bottom lane is going to be fun because these are both great support AD carry pairings for that 2v2. Corki and Rel work wondrously together. Don't need to tell you guys on Rakan and Xayah nonetheless. But how do the junglers begin to affect that sort of notion? We'll have to see as Knight will, for the first time in Split 3, take on one of his former and dearest junglers in Tien, one he knows best. The jungler he's getting to know series by series at a time, to pretty great success so far, but all that goes to the wayside, and we head on to Rift where BLG's already hunting, but they pause. And pause honorably as the Gyos come through. That one was pretty close too, Blockster. I might give a slight edge to the BLG fans, though. Or at least the guy, the guy signaling for the Gyos. He had more gumption behind his BLG than the Weibo.
Yeah, those are some lungs on that dude to be able to make that much noise. It's always very impressive to hear the people leading the cheers, because you have to be so loud to get people hyped for them. And it's great to hear that both of the fan bases really pouring out for these teams. You can understand why BLG maybe we've got a couple more fans about. They've had so much recent success getting to MSI. I think they've got to be happy with getting to MSI after what happened to them in split number 1. But this is very much all going to be about Worlds for them now. And taking out Weibo, securing themselves second in Group Ascend right here, that's a great step towards that goal.
And like we highlighted with Top Esports and giving them credit for how they've done, it's one step at a time in this gauntlet of a Rumble stage as we see On already get flicked back towards Light. Decent amount of early damage out of the Courtly Gatling gun. On able to use that passive to get back up. Has to burn the heal to speed Elk away from a crash down. Already fireworks. Maybe not fireworks, little flames behind these two bottom lanes that we expect to be a fun 2v2.
Yeah, I mean, this bot lane could well be explosive, and this is something that we've been seeing increasingly. Actual 2v2 kills down on the bottom side. There was a while during end of Split 1, start of Split 2, where 2v2 kills felt incredibly rare. You were just kind of waiting to get into these skirmishes, and then you'd go fight. It's beginning to creep back in, and BLG, they've been great at getting themselves actual early pressure in the bot lane, potentially getting themselves a couple kills too. So see if Light and Crisp are going to be able to stand up to that, because so far, they've got themselves into a good spot in this lane. They have the push. And they know they could do that as well because they've got Tian making his way down towards the bottom side of the map.
Good call out there. Tian can be able to hover comfortably as Shadow's set up on that top side, which I also don't hate because I think he should be hovering for Bin in case Tian was up there trying to alleviate some of this pressure for Breathe in a lane that is only going to hurt more and more as this early phase goes on. The nature of playing Sion into really anybody in the top lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It's always going to be a little bit of a, hey, I'm just kind of trying to absorb pressure, not trying to lose too bad. To be fair, the Ambessa is really good into the Sion. You can just dash straight through it. It's very hard to actually land any of your longer charged up Qs, and that makes this matchup pretty tough for the Sion. Into Bin as well makes it that much scarier. Tian is going to pop up bot lane and going to catch Elk, trying to go for a ward.
Ghost is going to be popped here, but like we talked about, On is just so slippery.
Yeah.
He's able to cover for Elk well. Summoner is a small win, but Shadow's now looking in the mid lane, and Xiaohu does get flicked back by Knight, and the jump is on. Phase Rush, really helpful to get Xiaohu out, so he doesn't have to burn his flash, but he has given up some lane pressure in himself now.
And it was something we highlighted for good reason, right? Xiaohu's not necessarily been having the best time of it during the laning phases. He's been getting pushed around quite heavily. And because of that health that he's now lost out, Knight feeling more than comfortable to just keep stepping up.
Oh. Okay. Elk, classic AD carry player right
Dunker.
here. He's like, oh, support gets knocked up. Dude, I've got like a 12 minion wave to handle. Look at this. He doesn't care. Elk doesn't care at all. He's like, yo, oh, you got this, man. I got to keep this freeze going on the top.
Good luck, buddy. Have fun. Yeah, does not mind at all. And he's right, too. The minion wave going to be much more important than potentially getting a flash out of Crisp. Gang from Tian.
Okay, I thought Bin was backing up. I kind of directed my attention back towards the map because surely he didn't want to scrap any further. But I guess maybe buying some time for Tian to get him off his camps. He does know that he's going to swap onto the spot side because Breathe is teleported down.
Nice little reset coming through right here. Bin gonna go rejoin his lane opponent down on the bottom side of the map. That does now mean that we've got these bot laners up on the top side right as the Drake is going to be spawning, so I'm not sure that we're gonna get too much early priority going straight towards this one, as you don't really have some of those key members. That being said, you do have push established in the mid lane. If you do want to move towards it, no, it looks like instead it's just gonna be a little bit of a steal away, try to take some of these chickens. You do know this is happening as Weibo. Smite fight.
Shadow exercising some caution. Tian will commit that. Smite, looking for the knockup on. Doesn't go for it, though, knowing how tricky it can be to lock down that Rakan. So Shadow, bit of an adventurous invade. Just gains information. The dragon is up, but that is partially why I like this swap for BLG, even though they did have to make it secondarily. Maybe lost some minions, give some solo XP to Light on the top side. With Bin down here with the Scion, they are aptly positioned for Shadow to just take this dragon on his own.
Absolutely. If they can just pick this one up, that should be a good step towards moving on towards the rest of the game. Bot laners, again, just looking at CS as On and Crisp. Once again, duke it out. These two have been going toe-to-toe so far, but much more important is just going to be picking up these waves. Currently, you've got a decent little CS advantage beginning to form for Elk. Obviously, you still need to get the rest of this wave picked up for Light, which should even things up a little bit. Both jungles actually working their way up, and Tian might get collapsed on here.
Don't worry, though. He got the scuttle. This is a win if he dies, right? Well, actually, he's not going to be the one under threat because Elk gets a good blade color back onto Crisp. And the heal flash out of the Rel. So a key engage tool for Weibo if an early Grubs fight comes across. Going to be a bit limited.
If that crashdown hadn't have come through with the timing that it did, On would have been able to land that entrance, and it would have potentially been a kill right there for BLG. A lot of fighting been going on, a lot of scrapping back and forth, but neither of these teams quite been able to finish any of these kills off, seal the deal. And it means that things are still feeling very tense in this game number 1. Shadow heading back out. He's got himself a Sheen and a couple of components in the back pocket. He's going to be in a decently strong spot when it comes to this skirmishing. And as he is on the bottom side of the map, you have to turn your eyes towards the Drake and expect that we're going to see a little bit of priority on towards that. Thing is, though, we've spent enough time waiting, thinking about potentially getting the Drake, but it does mean the Grubs now going to be spawning in 30 seconds time.
I like where BLG is at for this. If they are fine giving up the Grubs, which I don't think is a bad thing. I think Weibo's not a team that particularly benefits heavily from the Grubs. You got Elk some extra solo XP time to catch the wave, and you have Shadow on the bot side who should be able, again, to just get this dragon for free. It's going to be a fine trade for BLG if they want to play the Drake stacking game instead of the Grubs game, which they are signaling like they're willing to do so at the current moment.
Same time, Shadow is potentially working his way up right
Good
now.
point,
Is going to cross over into the top side of the map. We saw the reset come through from Tian, so he's not going to be behind in terms of items now. And the Grubs do indeed spawn. We've also got both of our top laners teleportless right now, although interestingly, Breathe is heading back for a reset. And obviously, with that unstoppable onslaught, he can join up to these team fights pretty quickly if he wants to.
We'll have to see a lot of bodies shifting into this river. Tian will secure that first grub. Unstoppable onslaught. That's not coming to the top river. Might have scared some people, but Breeze going back towards that bot side. Question becomes, will Shadow use the Trickster to get over the wall to secure the last grub? No. They're going to give away these grubs, and not for very much gain. The dragon still just chilling on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, exactly. I know that Chemtech is one of the Drakes that people don't necessarily prioritize too much, especially not as an individual, but at the same time, you could just trade it back for that one, not worry about giving over too many steps towards those feats. Pick yourself up a little bit of extra resistances, or is going to be useful. Instead, just going to make his way up towards the top side of the map is Shadow, and move things along. Level 6s have now come through for everybody, barring the supports, although they should be pretty close to being able to pick those up too. And that, I think, is going to put BLG in a decent spot to begin to go for these skirmishes. Between the Rakan and now a level 6'd up Wukong, these champions can very much go toe-to-toe.
This is where Shadow can really start operating in his element. Like we highlighted, he's been doing so well in the 2 series we've seen for BLG. You can already see him start to kind of hover this top side. He loves to do these little like lane gank setups to punish over-aggressive teams on wave states. And he's setting up a pretty juicy trap here now. But Light does spot on
Knight
coming over, and they don't know where Knight is. So Light, you have to be real careful about coming up for this wave. And just as I'm giving him praise, he gets completely collapsed upon. No point burning any summoners. Light just accepting his fate there. First blood over to BLG Knight.
Nice and easily going to be picked up here as well. You do get to establish a good push in the mid lane. That's going to blow a teleport most likely out of Knight into the mid lane. And you're going to pick yourself up the Drake, so you are trading this for objectives. Weibo, they're not going to be mad about losing out onto that kill, but there was no reason for Light to step up there. There have been far too many BLG champions off of Vision for far too long for him to be stepping up to that wave. You can tell he backed off. He knew something was up, but he was like, it's fine.
He had the right idea. He had that spidey sense. It's just he didn't listen to it.
Yeah. Should have trusted in his own instincts a little bit more. That is going to give an early kill over to Knight, so that puts him on a path to victory. And Knight's also been an incredibly impressive part of BLG. Of course, we need to talk about Shadow and Elf. They've been popping off so far, but Knight has also been topping a lot of different statistical categories. He's been all over his opponents. Hasn't really been able to establish himself too much of a lead in this individual lane like he has been against some of his other opponents. But still, getting that early kill going to go a hell of a long way.
Yeah, it's Knight, right, Bloxer? And I'll use an analogy that you'll love here. It's like, even with BLG, we're a bit shaky. It was never Knight. Just like when some of those Rams teams weren't as great. Aaron Donald was always elite here. As we get away from football and get into ultimates being used, is on charms up both Light and Chris, but Elk's a little bit too low to go for anything aggressive, so just a bit of ultimate chicken from our supports.
Absolutely, and nobody decides to go, which is going to help out. You really don't want to be using that Feather Storm earlier on than you otherwise need to. And you're absolutely right, yeah. Even when BLG have looked shaky, Knight has always been one of the best. He was my MVP candidate pretty much all the way through. I ended up going, as everybody ended up going, right? You know, great. But he was definitely my best mid laner last split.
Yeah.
And so far, so good.
Backing on a ward elk, gotta be a bit careful about it. He gets interrupted with a rocket from Light. Both teams barking and jawing at each other, but again, classic all bark no bite coming from these dogs in the bottom lane.
Yep.
Still waiting for BLG to find these aggressive patterns that they're get started. You know, rev the engine a bit. Shadow, it's been a little bit slow, a little bit more cautious, and it's got him in a bit of a hole, especially camp wise, up against Tien.
He's ended up spending a lot of time in his lanes, trying to go for these plays, but not really being able to find them. Obviously, they make that top lane dive work, which is good. And the Wukong isn't going to be behind, so you're not too worried. Now gets that Trinity Force completed, so he is going a little bit extra aggressive. This is the standard build for the Wukongs at the moment. It does mean you can be a bit squishy if you get fully jumped. You know, you don't have that extra level of healing that the Sun Sky can bring through for you. At the same time, though, it just means that you can rip people's heads off if you get given half a chance. Shadow has been taking that quite often in his previous games, but it's definitely one of the slower early games that we've had recently.
It's not a bad thing for BLG either. They have still accrued a decent chunk of a gold lead through kind of just winning out in farm. The main one being obviously been in that matchup against Asaya that we expected him to come out with a lead. Can BLG execute out of an early game where they don't come away with a big accruing lead again? That's something that we were most worried about from them in Split 2, as we continue to use this early phase of Split 3 to figure out which teams are stuck in their old ways and the others bucking the old trends.
On just being slippery again. This is what you can do with the Rakan. You can just keep constantly stepping up forwards. As long as you've got somebody around to be able to battle dance to, you're so chill.
That's a big chunk. Oh, great Trickster! That is so unfortunate.
Yikes.
Chris thought he had a big bass cop, but instead he just finds an empty line on the other side, and now Chris is going to have to pay for it with his life. He used everything to set up that engage onto Shadow, and Elk is still going to end up chasing him down. Going to use the Featherstorm Blade Claw to secure the kill. Tien jumps in a little bit too far forward. They want to go after Elk, but he does flash over the big pit. Doesn't matter. The rocket finds him over the wall. Light picks up the kill, and the Cyclone will not save Shadow. One more shot from the Spear of Tien. Will he get it? Yes, he will. Wind becomes lightning, and lightning shuts down the monkey.
That's nice from Weibo to be able to turn that one back around. The second that Elk uses the Featherstorm to pick up the kill, it leaves him very, very vulnerable and just isn't able to get to the wall to flash over it quickly enough. 2 for 2 in the end with the kill. Still a small gold lead right here for BLG, but you now manage to get yourself a kill onto Tian and onto Light, exactly who you want to have some of these early gold leads for. Have a look back at this one. Watching this shockwave is so sad. Oh no. It's so rough. Still, it gets turned back around, and this is great. I really like this bit of aggression right here. The shield just coming through from the crash down, otherwise that would have been an easy pickup. Elk probably should have just left this kill well alone, walked back out up towards the river, otherwise, yeah, exactly what happens was quite likely.
Still, for BLG to kind of rescue some of this with a kill of their own after it started out really badly. Like, Shadow gets completely caught. Still a win for Weibo, though. Got their coach a little bit fired up. Gold not evened up just yet, though, because while all that was going on, Knight and Ben kept on farming creeps, get themselves in pretty comfortable positions. Just 4 kills through 15 minutes. Nobody's securing the feats of warfare. Nobody's securing a single feat by this point.
Yeah.
So where do we go to look for that? Well, monster slaying. There's a Herald and a Dragon up for Weibo to secure that. And not a lot of turrets low enough to really capitalize on. But why do you need turrets when you can just hunt for feats of warfare with a good old dive on the bin? Has flash, has public execution. Could use it to get right back across the engage onto Chris. And look at On fly in with a double charm into the grand entrance. The shockwave from Xiaohu not going to be enough because the turret's the MVP. Remember, that was a dive from Weibo. And they take a dive falling flat on their face going for it.
And they do that instead of just picking up the Drake for themselves, which gives more than enough time for the Rift Herald to be picked up. It's going to be charged into the mid lane. Breathe arrives just about in time to stop this. No, he doesn't. The tower still goes down. And look, topside. Breathe comes down to try to stop that tower going down in the mid lane. And he's now going to lose out onto a huge amount of damage onto the tower topside. Big gold injection for BLG. They get to go and head straight down towards the Drake. And this is just map pressure upon map pressure right now. That is a rough series of plays right here for Weibo.
It's so promising to see BLG playing the map correctly like this. Has been trades his life 1 for 1, but you'll take that. The support gets the kill as he knocks down Xiaohu. And hey, remember when I was talking about good old feats of anything not being taken? BLG in that play took 2 in the matter of 10 seconds. We don't have time to talk about that, though, because the fighting has now just fully broken open. It is a war zone out here across Summoner's Rift as Light tries to knock around Crisp here on the backside of the fight, but the Cyclone does knock up Chris. TPing in is Breathe. Light flashes after Shadow. Try and find that kills. Knight gets knocked off of his Weaver's wall, but the flick back into the flash. The golden left hand is still left standing.
No!
Oh, Breathe. Oh. I have no words.
Me neither. Slayer.
Oh.
This is Group
sloppy.
Ascend, right?
That definitely looked like a Group Nirvana fight.
That was a Group Nirvana fight, if I've ever seen one. Oh, my lord. I mean, hey, to be fair to BLG, they play that one pretty slick. What happens to Bin? He takes a shot for fun. And still comes away with a... he was checking for people, I guess, potentially looking for a reset coming through. Maybe he wanted to know where Tian was to stop any potential steals from coming through, but the fact he's still able to do enough damage in that fight to be able to pick that one up is crazy. And then in this one, this is super interesting. Lycus just heights. He's like, wait, if I wait long enough, then we're going to get the TP coming in, and I can go for this fight. But the damage is just not there. And Knight, every seismic shove he lands onto 3 people or 2 people, however many people are there. Boop.
Boop.
Oh,
bam. See you later.
So
don't show me it. Okay, good. Thank God. Yeah, cut it there. Breathe didn't do anything after that, guys. Don't worry.
It's how long Breathe stands there thinking about it. Like, he's got time until his E comes back up to consider if this is a good idea, and he chooses yes.
And Weibo fans say no. Weibo now in a tough spot, down 3k gold. It's really the swing that came across from that Herald play in the mid lane into the feats of war, the failed dive that really burns them. Because not only are they down 3k gold, they're even up in dragons. No feats of strength. They have long wave to answer for in the top side and in the mid lane by this point. They're getting kind of cornered already as we crest the 20-minute mark.
Absolutely, and that's going to come even stronger through for them 6 minutes time, right? Once we've now got the Baron up and available, if you haven't been able to even up and at least take down that mid lane tower, if not the top lane tower as well, then all of a sudden it's just so much easier for BLG to be able to step up and set up around the Baron. Still, Baron not going to be here for 5 minutes time. Instead, it is going to be the Atakan in 30 seconds. And you can see you've got Knight and Breathe currently up on the top side of the map, duking it out over those waves, but no TPs on either of them, so Knight's going to head down.
Shadow was running at TM with torrential pace, and maybe it was because On is here, gets the Charm, Great Entrance combo, public execution, everything dumped onto TM. The Shockwave, not enough to save his jungler. Xiaohu has to watch TM fall, and likely watch the last tier 1 turret they have up fall after that. Light is here to try and cover, but their structure is gone. It might even be an Otacon turn here if BLG are feeling feisty.
Absolutely, it should be 20 seconds now until the jungler's going to be available, and you've just blown a lot to try to save onto your jungler. They actually don't go towards it. This is a lot of restraint. I'm surprised. Right I know. You think they're surely going to go for it. Instead, BLG, they just head back to base. And to be fair, I like the restraint they're exhibiting. It was a very quiet early game. They managed to find that dive top lane. Then again, they were okay with it being quiet. They found a couple good fights. And now they head back to base, critically because you've got 2 items completed, right? Yes, we could go for a fight right now, but we could instead go get Flickerbait. We could go get ourselves a Sundered Sky. All of these big item breakpoints that now put your composition well and truly online.
Restraint in BLG. Words I felt foreign in Split 2.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But the new look sample size has got fans feeling positive about this team. And in the very small, even narrower sample size of game 1, like their odds to bring this one home. Otacon, though, going to be one of the deciding places to break this thing open for BLG. Shadow and On teaming up to try and battle and win that Vision game. You got Knight answering the top side wave. The Breathe does push in, but again, they have a turret up there that's still standing to be able to cover. Knight has TP to join the fight whenever. Breathe is not walking back top, so Knight's going to shove one more way towards that tier 2 turret, but might not have enough time with On taking a serious amount of damage from a 2-item Moramana completed Light.
Yeah. Light does a lot of damage when he's allowed to deal it. This was our worry coming into this game, though. You highlighted it excellently, Slayer. Does he get to step up close enough to actually be able to do that? So far, the answer has been no. But when he does, when he's able to actually just unload onto somebody, he has got a huge amount of damage to be able to play with. Now, Drake has spawned. This would be the second Drake for whoever's able to pick it up. Weibo, they've actually got priority on towards the pit, but now with the push being put through from Elk in the mid lane, Wander on down, and BLG, they've got to feel good about going for a fight right here.
Good chunk damage, though, from Xiaohu. Oriana's starting to hurt onto Shadow. Weibo have dropped the top wave to try and contend tier. It's going to be pushing back towards their turret, though, so no real threat on the tier 2 turret right now. Just a standstill on this bot side with how many juicy neutrals there are to take here. The Otacon and Dragon started up simultaneously. There is a ward on the pit that is giving Weibo a clue. The BLG are just going for this Drake. They're trying to drag it away. Weaver's Wall comes out from Knight. Tien and Xiaohu are on the right side of it. Tien gets into the pit. Breathe, holding everyone at bay, but we're just going to 50-50 this thing. Coin flip it, and the Blade Caller of Elk wins it. Shadow can use the Trickster to create some space away from Tien, but they do catch out Bin on the top side. It goes a little bit too far forward. Has to flash out. On using the Charm, though, to provide him just enough coverage to get back out of dodge.
On's looked really, really good so far on this Rakan, has been doing work and keeping his members alive. This is just going to be a full shove down onto this bottom lane tower. Do they even have enough damage to be able to do it? Yes.
They should have just enough. But they take a lot of damage, including Otacon way out of its home base. I like this.
On, which they could just go for this.
Do they let the bases complete to go for the Otacon, or do they go for the wrap? They're going to go for the wrap. It's BLG. What am I talking about? They want to be aggressive. On shows it. Flashes forward to get the grand entrance. Chris has to answer with his own flash. And now BLG. They have all the control in the world to burn this Otacon, and Burn might be putting it lightly. My lord, Bloxer.
Yeah, this is very fast. Otacon is one of the slowest moving objectives usually, and this one has just been melted straight through. BLG, they're going to be able to pick this one up nice and easily. I love the way that they are both restrained and aggressive in equal measure, and when they need to be on specifically is continually going forwards, landing these grand entrances, but also then being able to just jump back, you know, dancing his way through. Shadow is pushed away from stealing away a red buff.
On gets caught. Oh, the Bloxer caster curse. They finally find the Rakan, and now all bets are off. Weibo chasing after Shadow. The Cyclone, the Trickster, can he get towards Light? Yes, just to give himself that shutdown kill. Little bit too pesky on the invade, and now BLG are paying the toll, and Bin's the next one to fall. Remember, he already used his flash earlier. A lifeline opening up wide for Weibo Gaming.
Everything was going wrong for Weibo, but they punish BLG on the over-aggression, and it all stems off the fact that On doesn't know that there's a Scion fully charging up a decimating smash in the bush. The second that that one lands, he's dead. We can see it from the god cam that we've got, but he has absolutely no idea, and that's a huge fight to win, not just because of the gold it gets back, the shutdowns that you pull on over to your team, but also we've got ourselves this Baron spawning very, very soon, and winning a fight just before then to get you to those items. Shadow should be fine here. Shadow can just walk out to this blast cone. On going in is bad. He has no clue whatsoever about the fact that Breathe is charging up a Q in that bush, and it ruins the fight for them. And the second that the Rakan's gone, that's every bit of restraint taken off of Weibo Gaming. They don't have to worry about constantly getting knocked up anymore. They can just run it.
And what's the real win, it feels like, Bloxer, or the best part of this?
Yeah.
There's 3 kills here for Weibo.
Yeah.
Light gets all 3 of them. This Corki's now already got a Spear of Shojin done completed by that. Gets even in gold with Elk. Prior to that whole entire sequence, he was down about 1.3k alone.
Yep. Grabbing a shutdown and 2 other kills is just a great way to get yourself back into the game. Everybody knows that, and Weibo, they managed to pull it off exactly as they would have wanted it. Still, they are finding themselves in a bit of a deficit, right? The deficit coming through mainly in the top and the mid lane at the moment. That being said, right, the Sion's getting tanky either way, whether or not you're down a couple thousand gold. 2 items completed now as well, so he's going to be incredibly annoying to get through. He's even decided to get himself just a little bit of extra anti-auto, so Elk not even going to be doing anywhere near as much damage to the Sion as he would usually.
Great itemization too here from Breathe. He's just stacking armor at this point.
Yeah.
It's such a smart move.
If Knight kills him, so be it.
Yeah, and Talia, unless you're disgustingly ahead, isn't known for huge burst combos where you have no way to respond. It's kind of a poke and prod your way down with this champion if you're tankier. So great itemization for Breathe, who is not present for this play as Chris goes to the double crash down. Featherstorm coming across. The TP's coming in for Breathe, but Chris booked a one-way trip towards the fountain. The TP's just a bit too late. Weibo is disjointed, trying to make up their mind whether to go in or go out. And they got to go out one way or another from this Baron play.
Yeah, that's now going to open up the Baron, and we saw already just how quickly this composition from BLG can melt through objectives. You can see, again, Elk is just shredding this thing. It's down below half.
4v5. Tien's got to get in there. BLG, though, public execution hits back onto Xiaohu. Breathe, those going to create some distance. The Cyclone comes across. Huge crescent guard. Knocks a lot of members of BLG off the back of this fight. Tien's able to single out Bin, but the blade color, the damage from Elk's Zaya is very, very potent. He's going to have to flash away from Tien. Kiting back safely. Gets another blade color down.
Elk.
It's all on Elk. And boy, does he just smash down Weibo.
Every single one of those blade callers lands, stunning people up, and he's just able to shred through the opposition. That's going to be straight back onto the Baron. Crisp is here, though. Teleport coming in from Xiaohu. They have to walk away from this Baron, otherwise you're going to get your heads ripped off with just so much Orianna damage available. Still, the Baron doesn't go over. The kills do, though, and you get even more gold into Elk's back pocket.
And a dragon up, so they can get themselves to Infernal Soul Point. I don't think Xiaohu and Chris were comfortable trying to contest this. It's still, 10 seconds on Breathe without teleport. Yeah, they're going to have to give this. So they don't get the main course. They'll take an appetizer. Infernal Soul Point for BLG.
Oh, BLG. I mean, what a set of performances they have had so far this split. And this fight, it gets kicked off by the fact that Bin gets into the backline in such a big way. The Crescent Guard nearly ruins it. It nearly manages to buy enough time for them to turn, kill Bin, and then make the rest of the fight work, but they can't. Watch Elk in this one. Blade Caller lands through the zombie clone, which is the most important bit. If he doesn't land it onto both his opponent alive and his opponent that's dead, he falls in that situation. But he manages to hit it, and he can just keep on playing this one out. Elk in such a strong position now. He's got those 3 items completed, a BF sword as well in inventory. He's hitting like a truck. So is Knight. Yes, it's going to take them a while to get through Breed, but all of the other members, they are very squishy to them.
Oh, okay. Support straight ultimates, but the charm still layers onto Chris. Let's test that damage from Knight. Chris is able to stomach a lot of it.
Yep.
But as the Baron setup continues here, Bloxer, the end of that replay we saw was the shortcomings of this Corki from Light. He flashed over the wall, tries to get the big kill onto the Zaya, doesn't have enough range, and the takeaway that needs to be present now for the next Baron call, he burned both of his summoners to try and make that play work.
Yeah, indeed he did, and that could really change things right here.
And he doesn't have a Featherstorm, right? So.
No, he doesn't get to just leap up into the air and run away now, does he? He has to play this one out, and again, we'll keep highlighting it because it's right. Light has to get very close to be able to deal the big damage. He doesn't get to sit really far back, and he doesn't get to jump into the air. And now without the flash, without the barrier, that's going to be quite tough. He's still got another 2 or so minutes until that flash is going to be available. Barrier's coming back sooner. Still, BLG, they've got complete and utter control around this Baron pit. They've got themselves a push going in the bot side as well, so they are well set up to be able to start this objective whenever they want to, or to just bait in a fight.
All right, they're getting some decent damage onto Breathe, but it's always a bit of a risky play to dump a ton into a 2.5 item Scion. Bin going to be spotted trying to set up another public execution wrap of his own. As here we go. Unstoppable onslaught charge forward. Force out the Featherstorm, but Chris has him in place. They have completely knocked Elk out of this fight at first, but it doesn't matter because look who flies in from the wings. It's both Bin and Shadow to take out Light. What does the fight look like with neither of these big-time marksmen? It looks like Knight is dancing around Chris, and Tien, who's Crescent Guard, will protect him. No longer. No Elk. No problem. BLG are going to find themselves a wipe of a fight, and Breathe might not even live through his giant health bar. No, he will not. Billy Gaming, ace down home.
It's still going to be a trade back. Breathe at least manages to pick one up, but Knight is going to be alive. Bin's going to be alive, and with a wave already pushing in right here, they can crack open the base of Weibo. It's 15 seconds until some of these big carries are back up and available. This is not going to be the end of the game, but still, to have the base open at this point in the game is huge right here for BLG, and that's a fight where they lose Elk right at the very beginning, and it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter at all. It's both these engages on either team saying, all right, you know what? We're killing either marksman right off rip.
Yeah, exactly. You see everything gets blown. Crisp, Tian, Breathe, leaping straight on top of Elk, and there's absolutely nothing he can do. And as you highlighted perfectly, you get one key carry for two. Both the Orianna and the Corki get taken down right at the very start of that fight. And then from this point on, the only reason this fight gets a little bit more even is because Breathe is a big tanky boy, and the zombie deals a lot of damage. It doesn't matter though in the end. I think interestingly and potentially also good in this situation right here for BLG is that the Baron still hasn't gone down, because it means they get to keep threatening the Baron, and Weibo has to keep walking into them for these fights.
And Elk now has both the Summers back up. He has Ghost and Flash, so a little bit more protection, that he still has that advantage over Light by this point.
Yeah.
So we've seen BLG now win a fight losing their AD carry first. We've seen them win a fight, their AD carry being one of the last ones standing. Really going to inspire confidence. Also besides the fact that, oh, they're up about 5k gold. Oh, they now get to threaten Baron and an Infernal Soul at the same point. Weibo are stuck between a rock and a hard place.
Absolutely they are, and they're getting forced up towards the top side of the map. They don't want to give up this Baron. That could well spell the end of the game with that mid lane inhibitor down. But giving over Infernal Soul as well, just going to be so tricky. That's the joy of getting yourself to this point in the game. You get to pick which of these objectives you think is more important. Right now, it's just going to be some fighting over the mid wave. But if an engage at Tian, he's not going to overly aggress onto that one. Obviously, he still has the Crescent Guard available to keep him alive. The Drake now going to be spawning in 5 seconds time. Weibo, they have no access to the pit. Ooh, interesting teleport from Bin. He teleports towards the bottom side.
I wonder, okay. So Bin, I thought Bin and Knight may try and burn down that Drake on their own. But the by spotting the Baron start, they get pulled off of that. They do get control of this mid wave, like you called out, that has super minions.
Yeah,
and I wonder if there's a base racing angle or just breaking down the front door if you're BLG. Got Weibo, and it's such a tough spot. Look, they can't decide what they want to do. Do they back out? Do they fight? Do they go for the Baron? Almost making a decision for them. Gets the multiple knockup, slips on out. Bin in the middle of all 5 members of Weibo, but he's taking a hell of a long time to die, and the GA does pop. Bin has done his job, distracted all of Weibo, and look at Shadow slipping in undisguised, but Light has more than enough damage to put him down, and it's once again the AD carries become the prime, distinct pedestal of this team fight. But even with the zombified corpse of Breathe, Weibo are just out of juice, out of health bars, and out of ways to escape. The route that's coming, the golden left hand wants more blood. On puts him up. Another knockup comes across, and Breathe, Knight will find the kill, and flashing forward is Elk to find the ace. There it is, open lane mid. BLG are going to take our first game 1-0.
It's a bit of a messy team fight, but it doesn't matter, and that's the joy for BLG when they've got themselves those super minions pouring in through the base. They just have to make sure the fight lasts long enough that these towers begin to fall. Crisp is going to respawn. Breathe and Tian are up in 9 seconds time.
Oh, I really thought they could end.
They don't even go for the end. No, I thought they were going to go push for the end as well. It should still secure them this Infernal Soul.
Oh, yeah.
This game, it does actually continue on.
Oh, all right.
TP topside.
That's Breathe.
Try rush the Baron?
Trying to set up maybe a Scion ult angle down here. Elk and Bin are way too low, and now they're spotted. They're going to keep going for it. Not afraid to Breathe to come across the river. Infernal Soul picked up, and Shadow doing a really good job making sure nobody's getting cheeky towards that Baron pit.
bit of a wasted teleport. It was unfortunate. Tian was having to catch the super minion wave in the mid lane. Couldn't go sprint up towards the Drake and try to steal that one away when there was no jungler in the area. Couldn't head topside to go and try start that Baron up because Shadow is body blocking it. And hey, we've been here for 10 straight minutes, Slayer, where we've been looking at the Baron, it's been postured around, it's been started, it's been tickled, but nobody's full committed to trying to take this one down yet.
Still bodes well for BLG because through all this chaos, they've just gotten infinitely stronger. The gold lead is bigger, which means the items are more potent for a lot of their other carries. Infernal Soul makes this gold lead even bigger.
Melts.
And the same thing is true of Bloxer. Elk melts neutral objectives. Tien doesn't even sniff the pit before this one goes over. Weaver's Wall comes down from Knight.
Oh, it's
Xiaohu's
great.
cut off. There's no way for the Orion to get in, so they go after Tien. The Crescent Guard does hit 3 members. Can Xiaohu get a big shockwave off? He's still waiting on it. Gets on, but look at Elk over the wall once again, just dealing out tons of damage that nobody on Weibo has an answer for. Shadow flies in, Bin on the back end, trying to make sure nobody can escape, but nobody can shut down this big bad Xayah alongside Knight. The range damage dealers for BLG, again the focal point for a fight win.
That Baron lasted all of about 2 seconds, and that wasn't even with Knight hitting it. Now you've got the Baron buff available to you. This top lane tier 2 tower going to fall very, very quickly. What else can you get for this? You do not have that mid lane inhibitor down again. Knight going to get chased by Tian, and he has very little mana.
But he's got an Infernal Soul.
Nope.
Doesn't matter. Tien shuts down his old friend to the tune of 1,000+ gold.
BLG making closing this game out seem a little bit harder than it feels like it otherwise should be. I think the snap decision to go try end the game, which we both agreed with at the time, maybe has cost them time. Whether or not it's going to cost them the game, you're still in a very strong position, right? You're still up almost 10,000 gold. But they could have won that fight, instantly grabbed themselves the Baron, instantly grabbed themselves the Dragon, and then gone for fights. Instead, things have been delayed. You're getting more items down onto your opponent's carries, right? Xiaohu's now doing a ton. This is going to be 4 items and a BF sword completed onto Light, so when he's allowed to deal damage, he's a problem. But I think more importantly is just how massive Breathe is. He's causing such big problems in the backline. They can't get through his health bar.
On the other side for BLG, item-wise, you do have this GA done for Elk. Extra safety, already a big advantage in his marksman matchup. Curious to see if Bin's also comes online. I think that one's the more important because he's kind of just there to take space and make the backline sweat. He doesn't mind dying if he buys enough time for Elk and Knight, and the GA just makes that such a bigger issue for Weibo.
Exactly, and it does also give him just a little bit of extra to hit people with too. I like this pickup. I like the fact that he can play a little bit freer in these team fights. Push coming through on the bottom side of the map. The wave is moving away from BLG in the top side though, so they're not going to be able to sync up all 3 waves. That's going to make it a little bit harder potentially to be able to push forwards. Not having a mid lane tower to contend with though does help quite a lot. And there's not really anybody who feels comfortable enough right now to step up and take out this Baron Empowered Cannon. And there it goes finally, but you're going to get another one pouring in pretty soon.
Yeah, I like the 4-1 here. Knight, though, is going to drop the Weaver's Wall. This is a good strategy to knock down the tier 3 turret, but the Shockwave hits onto Elk. It's chunked down to about half HP. Weibo trying to push forward to punish them for the redemption comes across. There's the crash down from Chris, but once again, Bin finds Xiaohu. He weaves the public execution through, and boy, does it take the wind out of the sails. It might have taken 10 minutes extra, but it's still BLG coming out on top in our opening bout.
This for the battle for second place right here in Group Ascend. Gonna go BLG's way in game number 1. Pick this one up. The wave down in the bottom side of the map is going to wander on through for them. Yes, it did take a little bit of extra time, Slayer, but it doesn't matter in the end. BLG look revitalized. Shadow has been so much to this team, but in this game, Elk has been ripping heads.
Elk finishes with an outstanding stat line, 20 KP and 1 death for Knight. Ooh, that was a fun one, even if it shouldn't have gone as long as you wanted to if you are BLG. It's a win nonetheless.
It's a mistake to try push for the end when you couldn't quite manage it. I mean, I'm not surprised they went for it. I think everybody looking at their screens was like, oh cool, this game's done. The death time is just not quite long enough at that point in the game, but it's not the end of the world. I'm not mad at them for not being able to pick up the win 10 minutes quicker. The important thing is that they do grab the win in the end, and in overall dominant fashion. And I love the way that they played aggressive and restrained. We were talking about it earlier on in the game, where there was kind of just nothing happening. We were just watching the map states happen. BLG, they find a good angle to go for a dive topside, they take it, pick up the kill, and then they just go back to chilling until they can then go for another play around the bottom side of the map. They slowed things down, got to those item breakpoints, and then went for fights. One or two moments, yes, where they went a little bit too aggressive, but for the most part, they were taking the correct fights almost every time.
They were. It was just a couple of overextensions, and it definitely always felt like Weibo were on the back foot to try and create some advantages of their own. And there were a couple of members who kind of fell silent in this game. Mainly, I think it was Xiaohu. I didn't see any huge shockwaves from this Orianna that really had a big impact. And I'm glad you called it out. The way these team fights played out, they were hectic, but it always benefited BLG being able to like split the fights into the front line versus the back line.
Absolutely. It was almost every single time that the lines were not drawn and things got messy instantaneously, and that's in part because of the champions we've got in this game, right? It's very hard to try to stop a Xin Zhao from getting into the backline. Same thing with an Ambessa. Those two are always going to cross paths. They're always going to go in past each other. And so once that happens, it's then on whose ADC is going to be able to survive for a little bit longer, who's going to have extra repositioning to keep themselves alive. Well, in this game, you've got yourself an Orianna, which has some self-peel with the ulti, but otherwise very squishy, very immobile, and a Corki. One jump away, squishy, kind of immobile. And then you're into someone like a Talia, and like the Xayah, who can either jump into the air or bop you back. There's so much more self-peel for these carries right here on BLG, and it means in these messy fights, they're nowhere near as worried about it.
And yeah, the difference on the other side, you talked about the safety of the BLG backline. You think about the threat on the Weibo backline as well. It's like a Sion versus an Ambessa. Ben is going to have way more threat onto Xiaohu and Light than you get from Breathe. On is so slippery with these charms. Tien versus this Wukong. The Wukong's better at diving backline. We thought BLG had a much more succinct draft, and though the fights did end up getting close, it does feel like the draft difference, when both comps executed the way they wanted to, was what defined this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just misplay after misplay from Weibo, not necessarily in the teamfights. I don't think they were necessarily playing those teamfights bad, but it was the map positioning, the map decisions beforehand that were really ruining what they were trying to do, as you're highlighting brilliantly. And looking back at these fights, right, every single time it's messy. This one specifically was the biggest one, where you blow everything to pick up Elk, but you lose both of your main carries in the process. Is that really worthwhile? I mean, obviously, the answer is no. Breathe was a shining light, I'd say, for Weibo in this game, but part of that has to be attributed to the fact that I think Sion's the best top player in the game. This champion's so strong.
I was going to say, it's not a high bar to clear to have an effective Sion game in a lot of game states, so I'm glad that you put that cautionary tale on it. I want to get a look at this last fight, because as we continue to talk about the difference between, it's so fun, like the fight we just saw was BLG winning with the sort of backline attack way, where they got to the carries, deleted them first. This fight, I feel like, was much more won by the fact that Elk gets enough space to take down Tien, to take down Breathe once again. So that's a frontline kind of win fight. Yeah. And the final one goes back. It keeps flipping and flopping. I really want to look at how does Bin connect this public execution that we're going to see onto Xiaohu.
Magic. Bending bullets. I don't actually know how he manages to weave it through as well as he does, but it was incredibly impressive to see. I hope we get a replay of it.
It took a hot minute to get these last two kills.
There was a lot of fighting. It kept going.
There was a lot of
fighting. It didn't
fighting.
Stop. Yeah. I think I would also like to highlight the fact that On had, I'd say, a very impressive Rakan game. Yes, he made that whoopsie.
One slip up, yeah.
Yeah, one whoopsie where he went in when he definitely shouldn't have done, and I think it's worth criticizing him for that, because people have been quite harsh about On. There's all the on-off jokes, of course, and for good reason. He's made some mistakes, let's say. He's had some iffy plays.
Here we go. Oh, they're zooming in. They know. Oh, well, yeah. First, the shockwave. But keep your eyes on Ben at the top.
How does he... Yeah, how does he...
Oh, yeah, there he is. He sees it. Look how early he sees it. Yep. That was it. Beautiful.
He hits that because Tian's in front of him. Tian's right in front of him as that goes, but he's got the crescent guard up. I think that means that he just flies straight through him. in that situation?
That's a good question. But again, like we saw, right? It's the push and pull of this backline frontline execution from BLG that was so inspiring. Backline has to back up, opens up for the dive to go through. It was really fun to watch because that's a comp that so many times executes poorly because you can have so many missed inputs between those combinations. Let's talk MVPs though, Bloxer. I think Elk deserves a shout. I think Knight deserves a shout. I think On is like the sneaky MVP that won't really get one here.
Yeah, I think On would be perfectly reasonable in getting it. He had so many great engages. I think Knight should probably get it. That was a monster Talia game.
Okay.
Bin!
You
know what?
I did not see this one coming.
I'm okay with it, though. I'm okay with this. I'm
not.
No?
I think some of these stats are like misleading. I think gold difference at end was going to be clear because he was into a Scion matchup. The damage share is not high. If you want to give it to him because he finds the last clutch angle in a game that felt really back and forth, sure. But definitely would have been like third on my list, maybe even lower.
Yeah.
What do we know?
I agree. There's other people who potentially needed more, but hey, it was a really nice public execution at the end, and it's a show of just how good of a win it was, how much of a team win it was from BLG, that almost everybody, all of their lanes, could potentially have picked themselves up an MVP there.
MVP going over there to Bin. Congratulations, BLG. Trying to start their first 3 series with only dropping a single game, and even that one was to the team that took away a Split 2 championship from them. Weibo, once again, on the back foot, as expected against BLG. They will be back likely on the blue side to try and keep this series alive. We'll find out on the other side of the break if we got ourselves a full slate of LPL action today with 6 games, or if BLG continue what many are calling the honeymoon phase of Shadow joining as the 3rd jungler they've had in 2025. All that and more coming to you after a few short minutes. Nice to see you back, everybody, as we return to our final series of today's LPL English, LPL action on LPL English. My brain's a bit scrambled, like some of those fights we saw. They got pretty scrambled between Weibo and BLG, but despite how much longer the game took, it still felt like the entire time Bloxer, Billy were in the driver's seat.
Absolutely they were. BLG were all over this game, and it came off the back of Shadow finding a nice dive in the top lane, but it wasn't really the Shadow game, not in the way we'd been hyping up. He wasn't finding a bunch of ganks. They instead played with a lot of restraint and decided to go for just the skirmishes later on once they had those first items completed, and it worked great. I really enjoyed the way that they decided to go about this game. I thought their macro was really good, but I thought it was also made to look a lot better because Weibo had some just head-scratching decisions.
Yeah, it really started compounding on them. The bot dive, that's where it really all slipped out of their hands.
Yeah.
Going for that bot dive and sacking so many resources on the map. It's a fun experiment with both these teams matching up, right? Because when we talk about, again, split 2 trends we want some of these teams to buck back and get rid of.
Yeah.
Weibo and BLG both were really, I think I'll use head-scratching again. They had head-scratching macro decisions as like one of those shortcomings. So to see BLG kind of rise above that a bit with Shadow, not all the way, but somewhat, versus Weibo, who are still stuck in that rut, really lends kindly to BLG and a little bit more unfortunately to Weibo.
Yeah, exactly. It really does reflect poorly on Weibo that they can't just make these decisions happen, but this is what they've been like, right? This is how they have been. The way they've been moving around the map has been iffy, their laning phases have been iffy too, and you compound it together and put them against a very strong team, yeah, it doesn't spell a recipe for success.
You know what can spell a recipe for success for you guys in your own games of League of Legends? Is trying to play like a pro. And it's an easy thing to say, but a harder thing to do. But if you want to play like a pro in your own solo queue games, take the opportunity to learn directly from the pros themselves. Whatever your rank, the best way to start climbing now is to schedule a coaching session at prodiff.gg. You'll work one-on-one with active or recent players in the NACL, ERLs, and LTA who will teach you to play like a pro. Get personalized coaching for the pros today at prodiff.gg. Use code LPL10, you see below us, at checkout to save 10% and support the LPL English broadcast. So big shout out to those guys who try and make you guys look better pros in your solo queue games, but let's take a look back at the pros we have on stage here in the LPL. Game 2 draft going underway. Weibo back on the blue side, and still banning Gwen on the blue side, Bloxer.
Yeah, interesting. We were not expecting them to decide to just ban out this Gwen both ways. Doing it one way is already wild. That's usually the sort of thing you leave alone over. But they decided to do it again. So, interestingly enough, they really just don't want to allow Bin to play his game. I can understand it, right? Bin was having a pretty strong game for himself previously on the Ambessa. They're going to take out the Annie again, so they are sticking pretty similar with their bans. It was the Varus as the ban last time around from BLG. If they do that, we're going to have everything the same.
Sivir. Interesting switch up here from BLG. What does that signal? Maybe they like a matchup into the Varus. Maybe they have an idea of a comp that they can try and punish the Varus with. But like we've talked about, the reason Varus is so popular is he fits into so many opposing team comms, and he's kind of hard to punish from an opponent standpoint too. So
yeah,
why are we waiting? Just slam this already.
Ooh.
Oh my.
You know what? I can understand it, right? This is a situation where it obviously makes lots of sense to immediately slam the Varus, but as Weibo, you're so suspicious of that. You're like, why? Why have they given that to us? What are they not telling us? Ooh. What?
Okay.
Ziggs mid? It's not Ziggs bot lane.
What? Well,
Right.
Okay, BLG are going to pick 5 ranged champions and try and outrange their opponent perma.
Interesting. This is very much
This
not
is how we go to
what
3
I was going
games,
to be
Bloxer.
expecting.
This
This is how we
go
go to 3 games. This is how you end up seeing the sunlight again after it's already gone away from you. Yeah. Interesting. Okay, we'll see what the rest of the composition is. We're not going to rag on it too much. When we saw the Ziggs previously, it was bad, from WE, but it was bot lane. Now, we're very much expecting this to be the Varus picked up right here by BLG, and the fact that Weibo decided to move away from the Varus when it was gifted to them is very interesting. They're instead going to pick themselves up with Jhin, so get themselves a little bit of late game damage. They do now need to worry about BLG slamming tanks, and yeah, as we say that, immediately there's a hover on towards the Ornn. It's something that Bin's been playing a decent amount of over the course of his career, but a lot less recently. It's kind of fallen off just in the general meta overall.
He did play it in their most recent series up against, it was the AL series, one of the Shadow Trundle games. Or no, it might have been the FPX series. Recently, nonetheless, he did play a very good Ornn game alongside Shadow's Trundle. He won't have access to that one in this game. I am really scrambling to try and figure out what helps this BLG comp. You could use some like committal engage. An Ornn Horn is really good for non-committal. So I expect to see Shadow on a main tank or mostly primary playmaker. But that's not where Weibo are targeting bans to right now. Braum is a really interesting one to take away. Braum Varus does not really ever come across.
No, but it does stop quite a lot of what you'd want to do as light, so you're kind of taking that away there. I mean, the Braum can also just be annoying during the early stages, especially if you end up pairing it up with something like the Sedge, Braum, Sedge, Ornn. You don't get to move in those team fights. I could see why they'd be a little bit suspicious of that. This is interesting. These are not the bans or the picks or the anythings that I was particularly expecting out of either of these teams. I mean, the fact that we're not seeing any pressure, any priority right now towards banning any more of the junglers away from Weibo, I think is very surprising. We keep talking about Shadow as a beating heart for this team, but they are currently far more scared about what Ornn is going to play. Yes, he managed to take away a couple of these big champions, but the Leona's still up, the Nautilus is still up if you're worried about Engage.
And I would be worried about Engage. I guess, you know, it's a Ziggs comp, so you want to take away Peel for the Ziggs. But, again, that's not the biggest worry, I feel like. The worry should be that you've picked a frontline that's not going to be super tanky by this point into a Nautilus that, you know, if you land one Dredge line into a Varus Ziggs combo, like right now, at least for Weibo, the targets that would get hit by that are getting deleted. So this Nautilus gains a ton of value, and I'm really intrigued to see how Weibo round this draft out. Leona, okay, that's Engage again, but these are still a ton of champions that if they get hooked, there's more than enough burst for BLG to just run a fight.
Absolutely. I was also checking previously when we got the Ziggs bot lane if we'd seen Ziggs before this split, and we hadn't. That was the first Ziggs we were seeing. We're now seeing the second one right here that we assume is going to be a mid laner. We'll see how this works out. Really? This composition stylistically doesn't work. These are lots of champions who will want to do very different things. And how do you actually tie them all together right now? I like this. I think that the Jarvan makes sense in this situation. Being able to make sure that people can't get away when you drop a Mega Inferno Bomb on their head and send a piercing arrow through their hearts is really nice. This BLG composition, in and of itself, does work. The Ziggs is so weird in this composition that I'm genuinely wondering if it was a mistake.
A blind Ziggs mid.
Genuinely wondering if this was a misclick.
Here's the thing, though. I think we felt a little bit questionable about both the starts of these drafts. If we're playing the recovery angle, BLG have done a much better job recovering from their slip-ups. If you want to call Weibo giving Varus a slip-up at this point. I don't know why why didn't TN want to play Jarvan here? Like Jarvan Rumble Lair, I don't know.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got a lot to figure out when we get on the Rift, Bloxer.
I absolutely agree with you right there. I think that the Jarvan would have made a lot more sense over on Weibo's side. Instead, what they've got for themselves is a composition that really wants to get aggressive early on with the Nocturne. Once you hit that level 6, these paranoias need to land. If you don't manage to make that first one into a kill, second one into a kill, you put yourself in such a big hole and you're just a light switch. You're a glorified light switch going on forwards, and that's not ideal. But then you've got tons of champions here that want to sit a little bit far back and deal their damage, but not have to fully step up. But who does do the stepping up right now? Because if it's your Nocturne and your Leona, they're just gonna die. But you don't want to have your Rumble frontlining, of course. You won't want your Azir constantly having to use the ulti to push people back away from you. It's just such an odd composition for them.
And no matter what kind of havoc you create with this Nocturne Leona, like if you're jumping on Ziggs, all Ziggs has to do is wait for Shadow to go in with the Jarvan onto the Jhin. And it's like, okay, if I die, I'm going to trade the Jhin out because I'm going to drop an Inferno Bomb. A lot of head-scratching draft decisions. We're on to the Rift. Oh my god.
Okay.
Don't pass out, my legend.
Yeah.
Holy moly.
Yeah, exactly. As people that use their voices a lot and yell plenty, I know how much that hurts to yell like that. He is not talking tomorrow, jeez.
Yeah, that might have been how hard I yelled at the end of that base race game from well, it's too late at night for me to be thinking about which team did that.
NIP and someone.
Oh, that one too, yeah, but the more recent one that we had end the series,
Oh,
the
yeah.
IG one. Nonetheless, here we go. Starting the clears. It's going to be TN invading and forcing a vertical jungle with very good ward coverage. And I don't think Shadow is going to know about this for a little bit until he realizes nobody's gone for those chickens on the other side.
Yeah, he's going to wander up towards his topside jungle and find it very empty if that's the pathing that he does take. The only way he can really salvage this for himself at this point is heading down towards his bottom lane camps. But, yeah, not sure if he's actually going to be able to recognize that that's what he needs to do in this situation. Again, watch people trading. Hang on, this is early.
Knight. Gonna nearly get the kill on the Xiaohu. Now has to run away from Tien, who flashed over the wall, but Knight was waiting for just that, and they Scooby-Doo swap places.
Yikes. And that is going to give you all the information you need about where it is that Tian is on the map. I do like his decision to sprint that straight down towards his bottom side camps as well. Clear those out, make sure that there can't be any cross map from Shadow. Shadow, though, recognizing that, is now going to head up towards the top side of the map. And a flashless Nocturne at this point in the game is going to be under quite a lot of threat. This might just be a stolen blue buff.
It will. This is going to be really funny, because both junglers are going to get 2 red buffs and 2 blue buffs. The red buff has Tien pretty topped up health-wise. Shadow is going to need to smite this, and he will be able to run away from Tien, who again doesn't have flash, so it's not going to be able to chase him. I do think that Tien, though, comes out on top camps. Yeah, he should be up 2 camps by the time these full clears, as wacky as they are, complete.
Yeah, he's going to find himself in a slightly better position, and obviously Nocturne not going to run out of mana too badly during the early clear. There's a couple junglers that would absolutely wreck, but not this one. As we watch bot laners trading heavily right here, Elk able to trade a ton of damage back. You can see those blight stacks, once they get going, can really start to hurt. And this is part of why we see the Varus pick ban at such a high rate. Over 90% pick ban at this point in the game, and most of those are banned. Giving it over, it just gives you such a versatile, strong laner that then turns into an absolute wrecking ball once we get into these team fights.
Tien trying to help Xiaohu get this wave up so he can get a reset off. Now he's just hounding him, willing to throw one of those bombs all the way under the turret to stop Xiaohu's back. Tien going to try and go for a greedy double grab, and it's not going to be able to cleanse that knockup from Shadow. First roam's on for On. So, yeah, that's going to make sure the crab is secured. Still a bit of a... this actually will almost catch Shadow up in camps as he picks this one up.
Okay. I feel like we've now got a little bit of space to talk about the fact that there's a Ziggs in this game. Ziggs, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, is a massive counter to the Azir. Right? Like,
which
it
is
wins in
hilarious,
laning
by the
phase
way.
really strong. Yeah, so this is you counterpicking yourself, Xiaohu.
Right, Xiaohu?
Is this just Knight not caring? Knight's been playing, obviously, incredibly well this entire split. He had a great game in the previous one. He's been so strong recently. Is this just him saying, hey, it doesn't matter what he picks, I'll be fine, and I think he's going to pick Azir into me anyway, so it'll be extra fine?
I want to believe optimistically that on some level, BLG dared Weibo to pick some of these champions they left up. The Azir feels like the obvious one.
Yeah, yeah.
And But again, the gumption to blind the Ziggs to land into a plus matchup just is unheard of. Not even just the LPL, just a lot of pro settings.
Exactly. You are at, like, the top of your game. These players are all incredible. So to have the confidence to just be like, nah, I win those. Even if he counterpicks me. Because that, of course, there's such things as counterpicks to the Ziggs. If you are Xiaohu and you're confident enough to play something aggressive and assassin-based, well, bye-bye to Knight. He doesn't get to play this game out. But you can see right here, Knight is just bullying the guy during this early laning phase.
There's going to be a constant threat on that mid tower as well, just trying to take plates away. I'm definitely racking my brain trying to figure out what champions, knowing Xiaohu would have been better in the spot, but I don't want to delve.
Play the LeBlanc here, maybe?
I think Aurora would have worked well too. Which
yeah.
Aurora is a champion that he's looked best on, but I don't want to dive too much further into that because there's a lot of stuff still going on the map by this point. As the first Mega Inferno Bomb is going to force Xiaohu back under his turret into another reset.
Yep.
What does Shadow want to do with this? Because he's got his bot lane up towards the top side, a Dragon sitting and waiting on the bottom lane with Grubs still about a minute 30 away. This is actually a good timer for Tien to, well, looks like threaten a dive. Or at the very least steal camps. I really feel like he should go for this Dragon though.
Oh,
and he's going to walk into Shadow instead. Spots him. Ooh, short flag and drag from Shadow. Actually won't get the knock-up.
Yeah, unfortunately, he wasn't quite able to put that one through. Otherwise, it could have been a decent chunk of damage going on over. If you manage to get the early jump as the Nocturne, you do win that 1v1, but if you get jumped, then you do not. It's all about who gets there first in that situation. Shadow just going to be able to take away this Scuttle as well, and that's actually going to be very important for getting that extra bit of vision that should dissuade Tien from heading on towards that Drake. And like you said, we're still a little ways away from the Grubs coming up, but they're now under a minute in the future. With your bot lanes up on that side of the map, you can very much go up towards them whenever you want, although both these bot lanes... Ooh, ow, that was rough for Shadow, actually, to have that stolen.
Fun fact, that's Tien's first blue buff of the
game. Yep. Which is crazy.
And Shadow will reset to take his first red buff of the game. Unless he goes bot.
It's crazy when you don't fall behind in camps to still have that be your first blue buff of the game. You're up in camps. You stole stuff away from your opponent. But, yeah, not necessarily the way that these early lanes usually go. Like I said, Drake available. Grub's now going to be up in 20 seconds time. Bot lanes have decided to stick around in the top side of the map. They do usually try to change themselves back down into the bottom lane at this point in the game, but instead are going to still be here. That first plate doesn't quite go over. Chris just about stops that one from happening. He's going to be very happy to have stopped that extra injection of gold going over into Elk's pocket.
Yeah, I'm a little bewildered with BLG's priorities right now on these neutrals. I like that they shifted their bottom lanes up. Now they reset late for the Grubs. If you're the Ziggs mid team, which is still, again, bewildering, you really want the Grubs with your Ziggs that knocks down turrets, but they've reset themselves into a hole where I don't even think they get any of them. I don't know that they could even go and take the Drake at this point, which would be the only remaining pickup. Instead, looks like Shadow, he's just going to go for a clear onto his topside camps, bit of money into his back pocket, but doesn't get any effective stats for his team. And the Dragon's still up. This thing might not fall before like 10 minutes at the rate we're at. There's no camps for Shadow to even clear down towards that side. And again, the Rumble-Ornn matchup really suits Tien to take it. So a wacky draft from both our teams has led into an even weirder early game.
Very, very odd. It's also a bit slower paced as we were expecting once again. Now, the level 6s have come through, of course, so we are watching Tien and what he can do with that paranoia. It's incredibly important for his game and for the outcome of this game to Weibo Gaming that they're able to pick themselves up a great early paranoia, grab a kill, couple of kills, and then turn it around. Now, having this available to you around the Drake fight might be important as well, but currently we've got a lot of champions coalescing in the top side of the map, and not a whole lot to play around.
This is a bit of a death funnel, but BLG are standing tall. Here's the smite over. Solar Eclipse is not going to hit. Oh, but the Deadly Flourish gets Elk to cleanse it.
Yeah.
That's the setup you get with that Leona ultimate. And the Crab costs a Summoner, and again, nobody looking to fight whatsoever. Maybe it's on? Does connect the dredge line. Chains of Corruption a little far away, but the Depth Charge is going to line that one up. There's the Chains of Corruption.
Nice.
Gets the knockup. They're going
Oh,
all on to Crisp. Kill goes down nonetheless. Can Tien trade out Elk on the back end? Yes, 1 for 1. As the TP does come in from Xiaohu, and he's going to try and stream a shovel, but Shadow jumps into the Cataclysm.
Nice.
Look at the fancy footwork from Shadow. Jukes out 3 members of Weibo.
Really nice. Shadow putting the schmooze on right there to be able to survive. But still, it turns into a 1 for 1. And it's unfortunate for Elk. That would have been his kill. But he ends up missing right there onto that piercing arrow because he gets jumped by Tian. He's blinded from the paranoia. Isn't able to see that one through. And it does give the kill over. Unfortunately, to On. Not exactly who you wanted to pick that one up. Still, though, BLG, they find a proactive play. Merit fixes up a little bit of a kill. They now get to come back out onto the rest of the map with a couple more components. No first items completed onto anybody right now, other than Breathe, who's actually has been able to complete that one. There's the Hex plate as well for Tian. A little bit of extra survivability, more ultis, of course.
Right, CP gets him 2 solo plates. That's a pretty nice in the pocket. Oh my god, Shadow, remember there's a dragon. Okay, first we gotta get this replay.
This is nice. This is a good early bit of aggression, but you do know that Tian is in the area. You are expecting the lights to get turned off. Piercing arrow just misses. Yeah, otherwise he would have been able to pick up that kill. That's why On ends up grabbing that kill, and it's a small thing, but we will track through if you end up missing an item breakpoint.
Oh. Nice.
Good.
Sorry.
That's a dragon. Picked up. It's such nice footwork from Shadow to use the Cataclysm as an extra dash to get away to then flag and drag out. It's just gorgeous.
Now we normally see Jarvan using his kit for. Both those abilities are a lot more about going forward, but hey,
yes.
Shadow makes it work, and yeah, the dragon does go down, and we are still just so dead even by this point. The dragon and the grubs are the separating factor. I do think the biggest thing is how is Breathe going to use his lead on this Rumble, and as funny as it sounds, how is Knight going to use this lead that he's got on his Ziggs mid lane?
Yes. Let's see it. Luden's going to be completed here, so he's already going to be dealing a decent chunk of damage. And we did highlight, right? As much as the Ziggs is weird, I've seen this comp in solo queue before, and it rocks, right? You do have some great setup to make good use of this Ziggs. You get someone stuck in the Cataclysm, and you could just drop the Mega Inferno Bomb on top of them. That is going to be nice. We're going to watch both top laners drop their ultis.
Finn has already gotten rid of the wave. He still gets feared up. Solar Flare stun into the
stuns,
current call.
oh my.
Great layering, and Crisp actually doesn't get touched by Bin, so that's not a kill given back over. It's 2 kills on Tien, who needs to prioritize this gold inflection as soon as possible.
Damn. I'm surprised right there that wasn't going to be a kill over, but unfortunately for Bin, he doesn't really get the luxury of thinking about landing a hit, landing a little bit of damage right there on the Crisp to make sure that it doesn't turn into an execute. So well played out of Weibo, and they are most definitely fighting their way back into this second game. This is a much better early game from them than they had in game number 1. Still though, as you just said, Satchel Charge deletes a tower off of the map, and I think Weibo ran into quite a lot of problems in their previous game because they had a lot of towers down, and it opened the map up for BLG, stopped them from being able to get as many of their jungle camps. It caused Dian to fall behind. Well, it's going to be the same thing in this game if you allow Knight to get even a sniff of these towers.
You can tell it's all Knight is really worried about right now. He backs off that top lane tier 1 knockdown. He goes towards the bottom lane. He says, all right, Ben, switch me out. I'm going after more plates. Well, not even plates anymore. Those are going to drop in about 15 seconds. So he's going to keep hunting the towers, and blocks are a great point made by you. Maybe that's what BLG are really prioritizing with how they're just shoving waves constantly under Weibo turrets.
It's entirely possible, and the fact you've also got Demolish here on Bin for this extra chunk of damage, now you allow Knight to step up to this one, and I love this positioning here out of Shadow and On. Body blocking away from this tower. Obviously, yes, less plates that you're going to be able to pick up, but this is going to be one dead tower right here if Knight can put the charge down.
Wallace getting heralded here by Leona, uses the dredge line well to get distance. There's the equalizer. Solar Flare doesn't land any stuns. He flashes back over the equalizer. Flash forward from Breathe. Tien gets knocked out of his paranoia. Xiaohu gonna eat a big Mega Inferno Bomb. And just as quickly as it started, Weibo's engage fizzles out, but now it's Shadow's turn. Gets the heal speed up, but they're not willing to dive under the tier 1 turret. Can they get Knight close enough for the Satchel Charge becomes the bigger question. No, the Sand Soldiers stand tall. Look out for the piercing arrow, though. Does hit onto Xiaohu. Curtain call coming from the side, out of light, but Shadow's going to hunt him down. Does not commit the Cataclysm, though, to force the flash out of light because, yeah, exactly, Bloxer. What do BLG care about most? turrets, not kills right now.
Exactly. Now Shadow
I
can
may have
jump on
spoken too
forwards.
soon.
Cataclysm goes on in.
I spoke too soon. And Shadow did not know about the Nocturne spell shield that cleanses the Horn and feats of warfare over to Weibo.
It was a nice start. I'm genuinely deeply disappointed in BLG in this moment, and they do all of that, and they exhibit so much restraint to stop themselves from making that play too aggressive, and then all of a sudden, right at the last minute, Shadow goes flying in, and he makes the same mistake that On does in the previous game, where he thinks, no, we can make this work a little bit extra, right? We can go a little bit further forwards. Unfortunately, that does not work out. Still, though, they're sat at 2 towers to 0. This mid lane tower is very close to being in satchel charge range, and I would also like to highlight that in that previous fight, the satchel charge did work not in taking down the tower, but in both bopping Tian out of his ulti and chucking Knight to safety. It's working really well for them right now, as much as it's an odd thing.
I mean, just look at the gold. The Knight diff is stupid for BLG right now. He's up over 1,000 gold over Xiaohu, and he's about to increase that lead, because guess what? Satchel Charge knocks his turret down. Chains of Corruption has to be cleansed by Crisp. Here comes the Paranoia on the backside. Knight does not get hit by the Solar Flare stun. Instead, they're trying to lock up On, who will fall. Infernal Bomb doesn't have enough damage to kill off Tien just yet, so Weibo get 1 kill back for their 3rd turret loss of the game. No Deadly Flourish lands on tonight, and the health bars are much more favoring BLG despite losing 1 member.
Yeah, losing a member isn't ideal. This is why the gold lead hasn't gotten much bigger right here for BLG, because they do keep missing out onto these kills, but it's the pressure that they're getting for themselves that's so huge. Right now they can move on towards the Rift Herald. If they pick this one up, it can be used on tier 2 towers now.
Okay, remember, no
Knight.
Paranoia. Oh no, Crisp! Too
Yikes.
crispy, more like burnt on that flash. At least they'll get the Herald. At least they'll get the Herald. At least they'll get the Herald. Okay, alright, they get it. Tien doesn't smite that entire... Did he not have it up? It looked like it was up.
It literally just came up. It was
Okay,
on
all right.
cooldown. And Elk so nearly stealing that one away, both with the piercing arrow and just chucking extra damage down on top of it. Watching this fight back, I think this is, again, a little bit over-aggression from On. He doesn't need to jump Crisp right here. You're getting the tower either way. The fact that the Solar Flare Center just misses out on being able to stun up Knight is the reason that this fight doesn't go correct for them. Otherwise, they could have picked up a ton more kills. But yes, they did get the Rift Herald. It was picked up as well. Tian does now have it in his pocket, so he can use that to try to at least begin evening the tower lead a little bit.
Well, BLG have succeeded in their one very critical early game plan. They have a lot more real estate on the map than Weibo can answer for. That's what kept them up in feats of strength, by the way, as well. The only thing they've claimed. The Otacon is going to decide that said feats of strength conversation here as well, as a little added caveat to watch forward as the gold stays strikingly close. But Bloxer, how much more confident do you feel in BLG knowing it's another game where they have a lot more map supremacy, which was a key factor in their game 1 win?
Yeah, I'm not actually that worried about the fact that they've fallen down in kills. They've kept it even in gold, and because they have all of this map pressure, it's just putting extra pressure on Weibo. It's going to make going for these objectives so much harder. Now, whilst that's important when the Rift Herald and the Grubs and the Drakes are up, it becomes doubly so when you've got yourself a Baron or an Atakan on the map. An Atakan coming in just under 2 minutes time. Now, with all of these waves that you can push through and not have to worry about towers you can fall back to if things go wrong, it just makes the game easier to play for BLG.
Also helps that the first guy to 2 items is clearly Knight, who is up multiple waves and gets so much value. I think he gets 5 or 6 plates, nearly all on his own in that early stage as well. And you can remember that towards the end of that last fight, right? The Inferno Bomb comes down on the 3 members. It doesn't do enough to kill. That is not going to be a problem really for the rest of this game, depending on how chunked Weibo looks towards the middle stages of these fights.
Absolutely. If Weibo get themselves a little bit low and then you put the bomb down, that's a great one-team fight. If you can chuck it out first and then they're already low going into these fights, again, it's like the Requiem, right? It's always something you have to have in the back of your mind that this could happen, and because they've got the setup to keep people in it with that Cataclysm, it just makes it extra scary to try to play around. But we also can't discount the fact that you get Varus in this game, and there's a reason Varus is so strong. he's in such a strong spot at the moment. Hang on.
Oh, Xiaohu is getting grabbed by Shadow. The Sand Soldiers are too late. Shadow again goes over the Emperor's Divide. The Inferno Bomb doesn't hit the main target, but it gets enough damage, and Elk's able to cleanse Flash out of the Leona stun, and the body block comes through. Mr. President
Nice.
Elk, you get out to safety. Assassination attempt successful for BLG.
Really, really nice to watch. That being said, though, you do end up chunking quite a lot of health off of the remaining members of BLG, so they can't turn that one around instantly into an Atakan. That's forcing the resets out, and that does mean, with Breathe sprinting his way up the map, Weibo, they decide that they can at least step up a little bit. I was wondering if they were going to start up the Atakan. They don't. With the map rotation coming through, look. That's a wave shoved right here from Breathe. He's going to be able to head back to base. I think he's going to have a second item completed on reset as well. With teleport available, Bin is going to be in a very strong spot.
We talked about how much prioritization of these early turrets taken. Sort of an investment as we look back at this. Again, Shadow he goes over.
Xiaohu. Yeah,
he went
just
right
Cataclysm was
over
exactly
again.
the right time. Yeah, it feels like it shouldn't work like that, but it does. As long as you press it second, you're going to be in your animation and untargetable for that split second right there. Really, really well done from Shadow, and he's been putting moves on this game using these Cataclysms defensively, which usually you'd say is a bad thing, right? You don't want to always be using your Cataclysm defensively, but it is what gets them the kill and stops it from being a trade.
And these trades are starting to get more and more benefit here for BLG as they're once again chasing down Xiaohu, who doesn't have Flash, so that's going to be a key target to continue to go after. Another unsung play that BLG have made to put themselves in a much better spot despite the kills is we thought Otacon might decide the feats of monster slaying and the feats of strength overall. It's actually going to be this dragon spawning in about 30 seconds, and they would get themselves onto Ocean Soul Point.
Yep.
I think Tien had to use this Herald because it was expiring.
Yeah,
because this
it's been a
isn't
while.
perfectly in line to get them into the pit.
No, this is off on the timing. I'm not even sure it's fully going to be able to crash. It should be able to. The wave's a little bit slow here for BLG.
I don't know. Oh yeah, it will.
It will, but it's still not going to get them much for it, right? This is not going to actually take down the tower.
Oh,
Here comes Bin.
Horn into the depth charge, locks up the support. Chris goes down with little to say about it. The Equalizer, a fleeting hope to try and keep Weibo's support up, but now they're in a 5 versus 4, and they really have to count all of their eggs before they try and hatch themselves a dragon play. Tien's getting chased down by Shadow, who dunks him into the Cataclysm, immediately forces the flash. Flag and drag after, but Shadow got what he wanted, gets the flash out of Tien.
Yep.
And now they can turn their attention towards the dragon, but first they got to clear out these control wards so they don't give Tien a way back in for a steal. But Shadow's taking a large amount of damage here from Light, who feels comfortable enough to open up the curtain call. It will not spell the end of this play for BLG just yet. Here comes the paranoia. They still have vision on the dragon. They're going to hold it and wait for Tien to go in. He goes all in for Elk, but again, he's just too safe. Deadly Flourish won't find his mark. Tien is down. That mission was as one way as they come. Inferno Bomb hits Light down for about 50% of his HP, and BLG patiently play the fight and come out the victor.
Really, really nice. If we get a highlight back of this one, I would very much like to talk about On. He body blocked literally everything that Light did in that fight. Every single one of those ulti bullets, he absorbed. He stops that deadly flourish from coming through to be able to pick up the kill as well. He's just a menace right now, sat in the front line, absorbing all of the pressure, and BLG making it work right here. As you said, that's going to be the feats going over to BLG. Upgraded boots, and upgraded boots are genuinely very useful in this game. When you've got yourself extra boots that you can move towards, and then also you've got yourself an Ornn with ornaments coming in at this point. He's now hit level 14. You've just got that higher a ceiling that your opponents literally cannot reach.
The more and more I think about this game and the draft we had, the more comfortable I am with saying that I think BLG were kind of calling the bluff that Weibo are too slow in their early games.
Can you play it early? Can you punish us?
Can you punish us? Yeah, that's exactly your Bloxer. And BLG kind of just mogging on Weibo, because boy, did they very sparingly punish them.
And even the punishes that did come through was when BLG deviated from the plan of chilling out and letting the game come to them and went a little bit too aggressive, right? We're thinking that bot lane play where Shadow jumps in when he maybe shouldn't have done. But that didn't really get punished that badly. You get lost 1 kill. Shadow going in now onto Chris.
Please. But yeah, man, that's a pretty tanky Jarvan. Chris cleanses one of the stuns. Kurt Call comes across. Cien is in. Xiaohu, watch him for a little bit of Shuriman shuffle action. Knock up Inferno Bomb. Holy moly, Breathe is getting deleted. And Bin, one more auto will find the first kill. Bin is way too tanky. He misses his Ornhorn. Not going to talk about that one, Bin, because he's just running down Light. Chris is trying to kite back to him, but Shadow has a flag and drag. Going to go after Light. Doesn't have the Cataclysm. Maybe went a bit too far forward. Chris is going to be the next target. His Knight is completely protected in this fight. And Elk is not going to fall just to the might of Tien. It has to be Xiaohu, because Light is having to run back towards his base. Weibo's front line is completely scattered as BLG find themselves a narrow but a fight win.
Yeah, it gets a little bit messy towards the end. If Bin actually manages to hit the second charge of his Ornhorn, it probably would have been a lot easier to play, but it doesn't matter because Knight is untouched the entirety of that fight, just able to keep stepping forwards. That's 1 Q! Ay, Knight is so strong in this game.
So, do we just, like, never question a Knight pick again?
Yeah.
It already felt a little bit dirty to do it, but now I feel just
It
sad.
was worth questioning because nobody is playing Ziggs mid at the moment, right? The Ziggs bot we could see. Nobody's blinding it, although I guess when your opponent counters themselves, that's cool too. But it's just the amount of damage he does right here. The Mega Inferno Bomb just deletes people. Look at this damage. It's so insane, and the burn keeps coming through. What happens? Is he stunned? He's stunned, right? He's stunned just at the top point at which he needs to be moving to be able to hit it. Fair enough. Ornn is an auto-attack based champion anyway. Watch Knight, he's chilling. He's chilling the entire fight. You cannot allow the Ziggs to just sit there.
I don't think he took damage once in that fight. I think the damage he took was from, like, minions, or maybe a Jin trap that he was standing on. It's the BLG way, and it's hard to ever go against them. Knight is just in pristine position. He'll nearly be 3 items by this point, not too far away, and that satchel charge is so excited to just slap into this mid-tier 2 turret. A couple more autos from Elk to do it. Chains of Corruption going to hold Xiaohu in place as we go into the darkness. Inferno Bomb. Xiaohu's down to about half HP. Can't get anywhere into this fight. Tien's going all out after Elk, but maybe that's exactly what BLG wanted, because again, the force shot will not find the mark onto Elk. Elk survives, and that's the doom and demise of Weibo, and the Cataclysm might just be the cherry on top. 4 kills for nothing in the name of Billy Gaming.
BLG, they use their health bars as a resource, very little left, but it does not matter in the end. It's just going to be Xiaohu available, and this should spell the Baron going on over. BLG are huge. This split, they have looked so good, and winning here is going to put them second in our standings.
Biggest fight win. Baron shouldn't be contested by Xiaohu, who's sticking around a little bit too long, and Knight is going to punish him for it. The golden left hand looking to swat another fly down in his way. And they're not done with Xiaohu just yet. Depth charge isn't going to land. Inferno Bomb has to be flashed because the sweet spot would have sent Xiaohu packing. But Knight wants more max range Q. Nope. Another one. Nope.
So close. I mean, that was Xiaohu running for his dang life. Baron now available to BLG, and they could also turn around and go get themselves this Dragon Soul if they're able to pick it up. Shadow off of the reset. A couple more components in inventory, looking much healthier as well. What can you do as Weibo? You have to get on top of Knight in these fights. They blew everything on Elk previously, and that didn't work.
Knight still has flash, and a satchel charge, and the protection of this BLG front line. And Tien's going to have to let this soul go. Maybe go for a Paranoia Steal. No.
Nope.
That's the state of Weibo right now. Giving away Ocean Soul way too far behind in a game that will end their series.
And there's still Atakan available as well if BLG want to go and pick that one up before finishing things off. Yeah, we usually lose that one much earlier on in the game, but in this one things have been just a little bit slower. BLG, they put themselves in a huge advantage. And you asked me, what, 15 minutes ago, was I worried about BLG after the early game? And the answer was no, and I think you were expecting that answer too, right? They just had so much control over the map, and this team, they just know how to make these fights work for them, even when it's a bit messy, even when it's scrappy.
And just as it started, the satchel charge starts breaking open. might just be the very thing that ends it, because it's going to start off this fight where they go all after Xiaohu, eats a depth charge, an Inferno Bomb, everything, and boy, can he not stomach it. Curtain call coming on the back line from Elk, but there's just nothing to really find here except the corpses of his teammates. That first shot does finally connect onto somebody, but that someone is on who will valiantly give his life for the rest of BLG to wipe up another fight.
And that's now just going to leave you 2 remaining members to try to stop against this push. I don't know that this is going to be the end for BLG, of course, but they certainly can crack open the base. Anytime you've got a Ziggs, towers, they don't really exist. Bye-bye to that one. Inhibitor going to go down too. And what a great inhibitor to be able to grab yourselves with the last little bits of your Baron buff. Bot lane, super minions pouring in. Now you can go play around the Atakan whilst not worrying about the state of these waves.
I know you statisticians are out there and you're always looking for challenges, because you get bored with all the info you find out. Here's one for you. I'd like to know the latest Atakan take the LPL has seen. You can even push it out to major competitive play, because I would wager 30 minutes plus has got to be one of the longest.
Yeah, absolutely. This has really just been able to sit for so long. We have a look back at this fight, and it works, kind of, in that TN manages to get into the backline and actually take out Elk. That's something, but we keep saying it, right? Elk's not the target you really need to be picking up. Knight is still chilling. He's come out of the last 3 team fights basically full HP.
And when you get taken out of con this late with a 3.5 item Varus and a pretty damage-oriented Jarvan,
yeah,
this is what you can afford to 2-man the Otacon at, let me see, I want to get the exact time for all those stats of people, if anyone's out there listening to me. 31-17. Let's see if that's the latest Opticon take we've seen since it transitioned to Thornbound.
31-17. That is very, very delayed right here. But without the Baron buff, it's going to be slightly, marginally harder to crack open the remaining towers in the base. The outside ones, nice and easy, of course.
All right, yeah.
I still don't know that they're actually going to be able to stop this push right here. I mean, you do at least have an Azir who's got some decently long-range wave clear. If Light can step up far enough to actually be able to get the bounce off, clear waves, but yeah, you can see the respect being given from Weibo. They don't even trust themselves.
All right, they're finally going after Knight. They do get the stun layer down, Inferno Bomb. Knight feared up. Will he die? The Shurelian shield. Knight will finally burn through. But again, is it too little too late? That Ornhorn triple knockup from Bin says so, and he's flashing after Breathe. Sure, you lock down the golden left hand, but the rest of BLG is golden with an Elk pentakill.
Oh, it's a penta right there. Elk manages to pick it up. The one fight where everybody doesn't jump him from Weibo. He turns it around and says, mistake on you. This is going to be a 2-0 for BLG. Weibo get dismantled.
A head-scratching game, a unique single match of League of Legends, but disappointing not at all unless you're a Weibo fan. They will succumb to BLG and give up second place to Group Ascend as the prize.
There is currently one reason that BLG are not the top team that we have in the LPL. And that's because they haven't played enough games yet. They look so strong right now. They are taking people out, and they are just not allowing them any way into that game. I love the fact that Elp gets jumped every single fight. Every single fight up until this point, they instantly jump him. They finally go, the problem is Knight. And I was like, no. I am also the problem. And this is what happens, right? When you give over a champion like Varus. There's a reason it's got an 80% ban rate at this point in the game. It's so strong, and well-deserved pentakill for him there. He has having a bit of a sad game compared with the rest of the team, just because he kept getting jumped.
I'm just enjoying all the awesome pentakills that I've been a part of. Is that, I wonder if that's going to become the moniker that and you honestly, Bloxer, we should have had 2 today.
Yeah,
if you remember.
Absolutely we should have. That was stolen away last minute, yeah.
Yeah, that's wild. I mean, I don't know off the top of my head if this was Elk's first one. I know I've been a part of a couple other first ones. Awesome to see. Awesome to be a part of that, a little bit of that history. But yes, like we've talked about, I know out of the draft, Bloxer, like, I don't want to say disappointed. I was caught off guard. We were both caught off. I'll say we were caught off guard by how the draft transpired. We were head scratching it, but now that we saw it play out, that was one of the most creative game plans that I've seen from the team in the LPL this split.
I love the way that they fully index into the fact that, yeah, kills are not our objective for the first 20 minutes. The one time they misstep and Shadow goes in, he gets punished for it, and they realize that, no, kills are not important. I love the way that Knight gets moved around the map right here. He gets to bully out his lane opponent for a little while, but then he gets sent top to go take a tower, then he gets sent mid to go take that tower, then he's bot lane to go take that tower. They're just ushering him around and feeding gold into his back pocket. And it's also worth mentioning, those first 2 towers he got were full plates. He was able to get 10 full plates, and then I think another 2 off of the bot lane tower before, at 14 minutes, while they're taking that bot lane tower, that's the point at which the plates fall off. So he's not able to get all 15, but he gets so many, and it's just a huge injection of gold that he's then able to pay the team back with massive damage. But even beyond that, it wasn't necessarily the Knight damage that I was really looking at in a lot of these fights. It was the way he was able to just buy them space. You now can't step up. You're constantly worried about the Mega Inferno bomb, but beyond that, there's a minefield you have to step through, and if you do step up, he's just going to satchel charge you back to your team. It's so annoying to play against a Ziggs who's being piloted by a player like Knight.
Knight just showing why he is, no matter what's going on with BLG, no matter what's going on with the state of LPL mid laners, Knight is Mr. Consistent in the elite category. We talk about Mr. Consistent for teams, how they can be, a stabilizing force through some dysfunction. No. Knight is Mr. Consistent in the elite of elite categories. And thank you to, shout out, Alk. I know you're listening. Appreciate you, Alk. Actually, in no aspect was this Elk's first pentakill whatsoever. In a hilarious way. So this is actually Elk's 7th pentakill. I should have remembered he's an AD carry player. They get the most pentakills. But here's the funniest thing. This is not Elk's first pentakill. He has 7 now. This isn't Elk's first pentakill against Weibo. He got his most recent pentakill against Weibo in 2024 summer playoffs. And this isn't even his this isn't even his first Varus pentakill. His very first pentakill was on this very champion. So
he's good on it, and hey, we keep highlighting it. There's a reason that this needs to be banned most of the time. Knight does 34,000 damage in that game, and this is exactly what we're expecting. Yeah, he's just all over this game. Zahu counterpicks himself for some reason, gets bullied around in lane, and then barely is able to find anything in the rest of the fights, and it's not necessarily... Okay, counterpicking yourself is bad on his front, but once you've done it, it's not necessarily his fault that the rest of the game goes wrong, because he can't play it. You see constantly he's getting moved on like that by Shadow.
He got done dirty by Shadow twice. They don't even show the one where he leaped away from the Hyper's Divide.
It's Shadow was all over him that game. Knight's just murdering people, murking opponents, and not ever getting touched until literally the last fight. Elk is the punching bag in this game, and he still comes out of it with a pentakill. This is an incredibly impressive game here from BLG.
Tactical backdoor pentakill there for Elk, because you know what? it's going to steal a Knight MVP, by the way, as well. Surely it does. Okay, guys. Might, come on. If we don't... I think pentakills should enable automatic player of the games, personally. I mean, I haven't seen it not do that. Of the pentakills I've seen, Bloxer, they have all gotten player of the game.
That's fair, but did their mid laner get all of the other kills previously and do 36,000 damage?
Some of them, they weren't the best players in that single game.
It's very shiny. In terms of voting for MVPs, it's very shiny to go, but he got a pentakill. And you know what? Most valuable player in that every time they decided to jump him, it meant Knight was able to sit and deal his damage, right? He was very valuable to the team, whether he was playing Grey Screen Simulator or not. He was still able to land the damage when needed. And yeah, looking back at these fights, coming out of the draft, at least going into the second round of bans in the draft, I was like, BLG, this is a bit odd. But by the end of it, I was like, Weibo, you have thrown this one away for yourselves. It was such an odd composition from them. And the Nocturne, it had its moments, kind of. But you could see it here, right? Yeah, you get the kill on tonight. Cool.
Cool. Watch this triple Ornhorn. Oh my god, I hit 4 people. That was so gross, man.
It was nice. This is also what we've been saying, right? About how Bin looks best when he's on these big tanky champions. This was a really smooth Ornn game from him. There were a couple Ornhorns that he wasn't able to land, but he didn't miss any himself. He was rooted up, he was stunned up whenever that happened. This is the reaction to the Penta, I'm sure.
Yep.
Hey,
I wonder who
good on the
realized
designer of that chair.
out.
I thought that chair was going backwards when he launched off like that. That was good.
Sturdy office chairs, nonetheless. Sturdy MVP coming Elks away as BLG have dismantled Weibo. You know, Bloxer, we were correct in our assessment of one of these series. We can take that on our chest and move on out of here.
Hey, we were right about the outcome of both.
That's like, we're grasping at straws. We both sat here saying that W are going down 0-2.
2 is to Vos, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. The thing I think that I love the most about the schedule we've had right here, where we got these 2 games back to back, is that these are both 2 of the undefeated teams playing. Top Esports now undefeated, they're now 5-0, and this is BLG putting themselves at 3-0. But the way that they are winning is much stronger for BLG.
Yes.
The way that Weibo were winning coming into this matchup, where they both had themselves a lot of wins, was suspicious, and now BLG come out on top. And then you compare it to Top Esports, who struggled today with WE.
Makes you wonder, right? And we will be seeing both of these 2 teams play each other next. BLG and Top Esports' next game, the final game of Week 3, is going to be against each other. Wow, that's props to you, Bloxer. Knight.
I'm happy about the voters. I'm cheering for the voters here that they were correct.
They have Knight has just aura checked his own AD carry. Nice penta, bro. Check this. Okay, you know what? Some of these stats are ludicrous. This guy was 230. Look at that damage per gold percentage.
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
He was all over this game, and we were really questioning it, right? And I think this also should be something that the other teams around the league need to worry about. If Knight's feeling himself to the point where he's happy to pull out the mid lane zigs that we've literally not seen yet so far, and then styles on opponents like this, that's a worrying form for Knight to be in. He's always had the sort of champion pool that, I don't know, I personally would be worried about, but if he's pulling things out like this, there were tons of other standard mid lane carries that he could have gone towards here that we've seen a million times before, but nah, give me the zigs. That's now another thing that you have to worry about when playing this team.
Very true, very true. Another thing you got to worry about if you're Weibo, these updated standings. Let's throw them up.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chippy, for getting these in order. As Weibo will shift down, and it is starting to really clearly form the different tiers that we have in Group Ascend. I won't say the bottom is really figured out. That's a whole other nightmare to figure out, but the main point I want to make is the top 2 spots are separating themselves, and the way they're playing, don't see them looking back anytime soon.
No, absolutely not. These 2 have been looking incredibly strong so far. Top Esports with a little bit shakier today. That first game versus WE was worrying, so I'm very, very fascinated by that matchup. Like you said, it's the last game that we're going to see this week. It will be on Sunday, whichever the time it is for you in that last slot, but that's not going to be...
It is Sunday. It's just, you know, we don't talk about the hour on Sunday, it is.
Yes. It's a miserable point of Sunday for you, for the North American fans. For us, it will be on Sunday sometime in the early to mid-afternoon, which is much, much nicer for us to deal with. It's not the first time that we're going to see these 2 teams either, though. Both Top Esports and BLG are also going to be playing, I think... Oh, no, they aren't.
No,
I thought
they're
they were
not.
playing
This
again.
is
No, they're not.
This will decide who is the last
rounds it out.
undefeated team. And you know what? You can make fun of me, Bloxer, for what hour that series is happening, but guess what? I'll be awake because I'll be casting that series. So that one will be a blast to see between BLG and Top Esports. Getting a little too far ahead of ourselves, though. That does close out our day, folks. Another 5-game set here from Group Ascend of the LPL English. The final day of July. We'll move in to the biggest month the LPL has to offer, because in August, we find out all 4 of our Worlds teams are Split 3 champion and more. So that's fun to look forward to. But what I have been looking forward to end our night here is the very special thank you that we always like to end things up out here with. Bloxer, thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, Aaron Soup, Mong, Forest Without, and owners of a Sill Mural. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and get back to the cast and crew who strive to give you an English LPL product every single day. So shout out the elite coffee supporters. Shout out Bloxer for once again being the partner at my side as we've been on so many of these series. It was a blast today, my friend, through some of the more wacky League of Legends we possibly could have watched. And Chippy, of course, our amazing maestro producer behind the scenes. That'll do it for us. We'll see all you guys in the month known as August, to bring more LPL action. Until then, take care, get some rest, go outside wherever you are, and we'll see you when we see you.